And we can have a look at the end of this show. We can have a look and see what you lot thought of that show. We won't do it now, though, because I know that you guys have got lots of thoughts, theories, questions, and concerns. And I've got to tell you something, right? I'm going to tell you something straight out the gate. I would struggle to remember a time where there were so many bad takes in the wrestling world. Like, some of the stuff I'm seeing is insane. Like, there's some mental stuff doing the rounds, man. I just read that The Rock has just saved WWE because him being in the main event of WrestleMania will make sure that more people don't lose their jobs after WrestleMania. That's the new one now. That's the new justification for The Rock being in the main event, is that it's going to result in this massive loads of money, and that's going to make sure that a load of people don't lose their jobs afterwards. I mean, honestly, we are. I mean, there's reaching, and then there's reaching, isn't there? Let's not forget the fact that WrestleMania is already sold out. Already, it's on Peacock. So if you've got Peacock, you can watch WrestleMania already, right? So I don't know where all this extra money is meant to be coming from, right? I don't doubt that, like, maybe there'd be a bit more merch sales, you know? Maybe the YouTube videos would do a little bit better, right? I don't doubt that, right? But that's going to be a drop in the bucket compared to the money that WrestleMania has already made, right? From ticket sales and obviously what it's getting from Peacock and everything. Plus, if The Rock and Roman do their match at Saudi, I would argue that would make even more money than them doing it at WrestleMania. So, oh God, some of the takes that are out there are just wild. Just wild. You know what we're going to start with? And let's start with it, shall we? Let's go down the what we've got on the show today. So, Raw, we've got Cody Rhodes taking on Shinsuke Nakamura in a bull rope match. Now, in regards to Cody, there's one thing I need, right? One thing I need tonight. What I need tonight is I need a very clear answer as to why he stepped aside. I am not putting my hope into him returning because I just don't think that's happening. I don't think that's the plan. I don't think that they're going to have him return to that main roster, to the main event. You know, I think it's done. I think it's done. I think they know what they want. They're going to knuckle down. They're going to plow forwards, and they're going to try and deliver it, right? So I think that side of things is done. But so I'm not going to put my hope into that there's going to be, like, you know, a changing of direction. So the only thing I can hope for is that we get an answer, because it is insane. It is madness. It is unbelievable. I can't even find the words to express how we haven't even had an answer. We haven't had an excuse, right? John Cena was all about never give up, but Cody Rhodes is apparently give up. That's Cody Rhodes. He should just release a shirt that says give up, right? Because, you know, the little towel thing at the start. Could you imagine Cody coming out with a little towel that just says give up? And he's got his shirt that says give up. And, you know, his promos all end, kids don't forget, give up, right? Because that's all that's happened. He's won the Rumble, called out Roman. He's got to the point where he can get in the ring. And then he's given up. He's stepped aside. He's been bullied. He's been pushed to the side, discarded. That's bad enough. But we haven't been told why. We haven't been told why. And everyone's like, let it play out, let it play out, let it play out. Someone made an excellent point in the comments. If we had let the Daniel Bryan thing play out in 2014, he would not have won at WrestleMania. The original plan for Daniel Bryan at WrestleMania 30 was him against Sheamus. That was the match we were going to get. And instead of that match, because of the fan support, we got him into that main event. We got him that moment at WrestleMania 30, the Yes-Mania moment. So this whole let it play out, if you want to do that, then WrestleMania is going to come and go. Simple as that. It'll come and go. And do you know something else I thought as well? Because I'm ranting. Do you know what? Something else I thought. If you are someone that's We Want Rocky, right? If you're someone that's We Want Rocky, Cody Rhodes was the top merch seller last year. He was the #1 merch seller in WWE, right? Outside of Roman, I think we could probably agree he's their top star, right? He has just won the Rumble, and he has been pushed to the side. If they're going to be willing to do that to their top merch seller of 2023, if they're going to be willing to do that to someone who arguably outside of Roman is their biggest star, then any other star that you like, they wouldn't think twice to do the same to them. LA Knight, forget it, mate. Forget it. Any star that you like in WWE right now will be treated the same. And by supporting what The Rock has done and supporting what has gone down, you're supporting this happening again and again and again and again and again. If they get away with this time, and they will get away with it, it potentially can happen again and again and again. Because you know what? The fans are pushovers. The fan base is weak. The fan base is there to just be, mistreated, abused. So I just think that it's just, there's a lot of levels to this. And I really thought that it was going to settle down, right? After yesterday, I thought that was it. Weekend, people will go back to work, people will go back to school, and this thing will settle down. And it hasn't. I mean, Ava got death threats, which is not funny and not cool. And I put a message out that said, no, this is too far. We don't do this, right? So we can't sit here and say, like, the fans have reacted or responded in a professional manner, right? I think if you tweet out, "We want Rocky," right? God bless you. Whatever, right? I understand. You love The Rock. If you tweet out, "We want Cody," right? Lovely. I stand with you, right? And I think if you want to put a little message with that, then fine. But I think where we're seeing like nasty abuse, where we're seeing death threats, where I think we know where that line is. I'd like to think we all know where that line is. That line has been breached. That line has been crossed, right? That line has been like pooped all over. So we need to make sure that tonight we get the answers that we need, right? I don't expect this to change, and it's going to hurt, but WWE could go some way to at least lowering the temperature. Right now, it's like a blast furnace on social media, right? With death threats being sent. And I don't know about you, but there was a report that came out this morning that apparently this has gone exactly as WWE planned. I don't flipping think so. I don't think so. Right? Oh yeah, we'll do this, right? Everyone will be upset with The Rock, and then his daughter can have death threats. That was planned, was it? Yeah, I don't think so. Right? I mean, there is no way that this has gone as planned. The reports are all colliding with each other as well. You've got one report saying it's going as planned. There's another report but then why would you have flipping Cody win the Rumble and point at Roman Reigns? So that doesn't make sense. And then you've got reports saying that The Rock signed a contract in January, and by signing that contract in January, he got to main event WrestleMania as part of the deal. Some people have to win a Rumble. Some other people just have to join the board of TKO, apparently. Who knew? Who knew that was the secret way to get a WrestleMania main event? Who knew? Do you reckon we'll see more people trying this? John Cena could give it a go. Next year, John Cena could jump on the board of TKO. He could get a WrestleMania main event in his contract, and he could main event next year. Forget LA Knight. Forget LA Knight. If you're an LA Knight fan, right, or anyone, forget it. We'll get Boomer Ric Flair in, shall we? Let's get Boomer Ric Flair in. He can sign a contract to join the TKO board. He can main event WrestleMania next year. And apparently a load of people are fine with this. Apparently a load of people are like, oh yeah, but it doesn't matter. Love The Rock. Nah. The Rock's reputation has took a battering, mate. It's took a battering. an absolute battering. It's a mess. It's a dumpster fire. It's an absolute dumpster fire. And WWE have only got themselves to blame. How do you sign The Rock to a contract in January, early January, that says he can main event WrestleMania, right? And then at the Rumble later that month, have someone win, and then they point out Roman and make it very clear what they're doing. The right hand, it doesn't know what the left hand is doing in this company now. You know, when Vince was in charge, at least we had one person at the top, and it was all in the one vision. And, all right, he changed plans, and I'm not saying it was perfect. Far from it, right? And we're not even talking about the allegations. We're talking about the creative side. Far from it, right? But, oh, God, it's been a hot minute since we've had a mess like this. And apparently this was planned. Oh, well, it's gone swimmingly. It's gone really well. Well done, everyone. Well done. I mean, it's like you thought that WWE against AEW was bad. Oh, buddy. We want Cody. We want Rock. Do you know, I saw Kofi jumped into his YouTube video of his match, and he was like, I thought 420 odd people just liked my match, because he went in the comments, it's just like, we want Cody, we want Rock, what are you on about, your guy sucks, blah, 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 blah. It is everywhere. It's everywhere. The manure has gone, it's dripping off the ceiling, right? It's everywhere. The place is covered. And WWE are seemingly sat there going, yeah, no, this is exactly what we wanted. It's exactly what we wanted. Shut up. No. I said on Twitter this morning, I was like, them saying this is what they wanted is exactly the same as when you make a mistake and someone goes, what's this? And you go, yeah, meant to do that. It's the fact it's a different color on the wall, art. Yeah, meant to do that. Meant to do that. It's just a little piece I thought I'd paint on the wall. Yeah. Yeah, I meant it. Oh, God. Right, Fatal 4-Way Tag Match. We are coming to the chat, hang on. Fatal 4-Way Tag Match to decide who will face Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate. We got that. Gunther celebrates his 600th day as champion. I can't believe this either. And we're going to break this record. The Miz faces off against JD McDonough. The Miz against JD McDonough. And we've got Tozawa and Maxine taking on Ivar and Valhalla. Right. Let's jump in the chat because I can see that it is going pretty quick. Right, Aaron, shout out to you, bud. Do you think we get Seth Cody? Have a great stream. I do. Hope you're well. Amy said, I'm scared that there is no hope for Cody versus Roman. I don't think there is, but to be honest, I think, as I said yesterday, I have accepted that this weekend was the weekend for the Cody supporters to make their voices heard. I think that there's a lot of attempts to do whatever they can, what people can, to dampen that Cody support down, right? I think there's a lot of Roman fans that are sticking with The Rock. Because did you know that the Roman is minus 500 favorite? He's minus 500 favorite. So if you're a Roman fan, you're with The Rock because you're probably winning at WrestleMania. And you might go on to break Hulk Hogan's record later in the year, right? So if you're a Roman fan, it makes sense for you to want The Rock, doesn't it? Why should I do the Cody match and potentially lose my title if I could do the Rock match and keep my title? So I think there's a lot of Roman fans and look, the Rock. It just poor Cody, man, poor Cody. He's in a battle. He's in a fight with one of the most famous men in the world. One of the most popular men in the world as well. It's not even like being in a fight with Elon Musk. It's like being in a fight with The Rock. Like one of the most popular, most famous people in the world. Of course he has fans. Of course he's got a fan base. It's The Rock. So, of course, there's a counter movement. Of course there is. How was it not there on Saturday? I mean, it's unfathomable to me that the "We Want Rocky" chant only started picking up steam halfway through Sunday, right? Unfathomable. So I kind of think that he's up against too much, Cody. He's up against too much. You know, I think the Cody fans were loud. I think they hit hard. I think they were vocal. I think they can be proud that they stood up for injustice. And this is injustice. Cody wins the Rumble. He's allowed to choose what champ, right? And he had made his choice. I mean, technically, as far as I'm concerned, as soon as he wins the Rumble and he points at Roman and says, "You, Roman, you," and there's footage of this online, right? As soon as he does that, he's picked him. That's it. As far as I'm concerned, it's been announced. You might as well have put the graphic up there and then, right? So let's not have anyone trying to come in and tell me that he ain't been robbed. It's been robbed. There's been a mugging, right? Poor Cody's on the floor gasping for breath. He's been mugged, robbed. Been a highway robbery. There's been a crime. There's been a murder. It's an absolute flipping disgrace. So, I just can't see how he's going to win this battle. I mean, look, the Cody fans are going to... I think some will have their minds changed because WWE are going to pull every rabbit out the hat they can. Every rabbit that they can pull out, they will pull out, right? They will do whatever it takes. My stance on this is unwavering. My stance is, if it ain't Cody versus Roman at WrestleMania, right, I ain't interested. I will watch Rock Roman, right? I will watch Rock Roman, of course I will. And I will watch Cody Seth. But it is not going to have the effect on me that Cody Roman would have had now. This whole thing has very much soured those main events. I don't give it. Who gives a flip about Cody Seth? Who can honestly say they're like super excited to see Cody go up against a man he beat 3 times and one of those times he had a broken boob, right? Who can honestly say they're excited for that match and all for a championship that means less than the replica belt that I've got up there? In fact, I've had that replica belt longer, right? It just doesn't mean nothing. It's a world title in name. Do we really want Cody Rhodes' first world title? The first world title in WWE that a Rhodes family member gets their hands on to be that. To be that. That's the story we're going to tell. That's the story. That's going to be the first one. So Cody ain't gonna get his hands on the belt he actually needs. That's gonna have to come further down the road. And people will say, yeah, but he'll finish the story. He'll get the belt. Yeah, we know. That's never been in doubt. That doesn't matter. Doesn't change the fact he's been robbed. Doesn't change the fact he's been mugged. So I kind of think that it's a tough pill, man. I don't blame the Cody fans for still going off. I really don't. I blame them for the death threats. That's not acceptable. That's not acceptable, right? But we're talking about a minority there. We're not talking about the majority. We're talking about some stray shots, right? Hopefully the message has got out to those people. No, right? But I think the other Cody fans, what else is there to do? Honestly, at this point, if you're a Cody supporter, what else can you do but just cause a bit of trouble? What else can you do? I feel like a hoodlum. Yeah. I might go around and push old people over and shout Cody in their face. Yeah. Because what else can you do? What else is there? I don't think that match is changing. I think it's Rock Roman. So, do you know what? If I'm going down with the ship, if I'm on a ship that's sinking, right? I'm going to break into the whiskey cabinet. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to break into the whiskey cabinet. I'm going to cause all kinds of trouble. I ain't just going to sit and go down quietly. I'm going to go down kicking up a storm, you know? I'm going to smoke cigars. I'm going to find the finest liquor I'm gonna drink and smoke and just... I don't even smoke. Not even a smoker. I'm gonna start. As the ship goes down, I'm gonna start smoking. Puffing away. Coughing up my lungs. I'll drown it out with whiskey and whatever, right? This is my mentality. I don't expect the match to change. I think you're getting Rock Roman, right? You're getting Rock Roman and you're gonna appreciate it, right? Even if it doesn't seem that brilliant to a lot of people right now, you're going to get that match. And as I said, if you're on the Cody bandwagon, if you're on the Cody ship, it's sinking. It's going to go down. WWE aren't going to be bothered about a little bit of weekend noise on social media. That ain't going to change anything. That ain't going to change anything. A little bit of weekend noise. I mean, all right, you know, the death threats are clearly going to be a concern. They're going to be dealt with separately, hopefully. But like a bit of noise, whatever, we can cope with that. It'll settle down. The thing will be if the Cody fans don't let it settle down. You know, when we tune into Raw, if that place is loud, Cody signs everywhere. If every time The Rock and Roman thing's shown, there's boos and everything. That crowd tonight is really important for setting the tone as to what's going to happen going forward. And I said it on yesterday's stream, I just don't think we live in a time that's as vocal as 10 years ago for Daniel Bryan. If this had happened to Daniel Bryan 10 years ago, I mean, I'd be worried that there might be like a murder or something. Like, no, you couldn't have done this to Daniel Bryan 10 years ago. It would have been absolute anarchy, right? But I just don't know. Because a lot of Cody's fans are like really, really young as well. He's got a young fan base. How much kicking off are they going to do? I don't know. It's it just feels like a different time. So we'll see. I've adopted the mentality today of like, do you know what? I'm going down anyway. I'm going to go down kicking. Amy said this Rock Roman is going to be heel versus heel. Well, they'll do what they can to make it not. They will pull every rabbit out the hat they can, right? I mean, they will, you know, you'll have Rock thanking Cody, acknowledging Cody. You'll have The Rock saying that Cody's the best thing in the world. Cody's his hero, is his idol. You know, he's looking forward to bringing Roman down a peg so that Cody gets his shot and it'll be a fair shot. You know, he's going to make this fair for Cody. No one knows Roman better than The Rock, and they can tell a few stories about how they grew up together, and they'll put every rabbit. I am unwavering. Give me all of that if you want, right? That's absolutely fine. Blast me in the face with all these things. And at the end, I'll say, am I getting Cody versus Roman at WrestleMania? That'll be what I say. Am I getting Cody versus Roman at WrestleMania? Book Madison Square Garden. Book it. Announce it. Book MSG. Announce MSG. Right? Have The Rock, like, I don't know, go and adopt 1 million puppies. And then come back to me and I'll ask you, am I getting Cody versus Roman at WrestleMania? Unwavering, mate. Unwavering. He was robbed. He was robbed. He was robbed. So yeah, for me, it won't wash, Amy. I'm maybe the most stubborn person in the world. When I dig my heels in, my heels really get dug in. I am. It's not a personality trait that I'm very proud of, but you know, I'm pretty unwavering. So but I know that other people aren't that way. I think that there'll be a lot of minds that do get changed. Alan Jason, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. And Supportington said, Days, how are you? Are you excited for tonight? I am excited for tonight. I'm excited for tonight because we just don't know what we're going to get. You know, I mean, I'm not expecting The Rock to be on the show. I mean, Cody obviously is on the show, and they've put him in a match with Shinsuke. We think they've done that so that he doesn't promo, but they might get him to promo. I think they have to have him promo. But what trick will they pull? Backstage promo. Backstage promo so they can turn the crowd down. backstage promo or a sit-down interview backstage, so the crowd aren't involved. Yeah, there's trick number one. And then have Cody make out like this is the right thing. Yeah, it's going to be hard for Cody fans to argue with Cody, isn't it? So we'll have him do a backstage interview, and we'll have Cody say, this is my choice. I chose this. I could have chose Roman, but I chose to not go this way, right? Also, I want Cody supporters to know is that what you're seeing in that moment, that's what we call in the industry a hostage video, okay? So that's where he's basically got a gun to his back, and he's reading the words that he's been told to read, right? So he's being told, like, read this, and he's like, I have chosen to step aside for The Rock. Do I have to read this? It was my decision, and I wish him all the best in the main event of WrestleMania. I just need a minute. Can I have a minute? Even though I won the Royal Rumble and pointed at Roman, I was a very naughty boy for doing that, and I should not have done that. And I want to, again, wish The Rock the very best in the main event, and I hope he wins the WWE Championship that my dad had in his hands. And I just want to say he is my favourite superstar ever. Thank you for your support this weekend, but please stop and get behind The Rock. Hashtag we want The Rock. Thank you. Are you happy now? That's what it's going to be. That's what you're getting. Backstage flipping hostage video. And then a load of the Cody fans will turn around and go, well, do you know what? If this is his choice, I suppose we should support him. Not me, mate. As soon as that happens, I'll turn around and I'll be like, are we getting Cody versus Roman at WrestleMania? I don't think we are we? The flip is going on. What is this? Flipping mess. Right, Eric says, just make it day one, Rock Roman and Cody, day two. There you go. Well, I've seen this, and there's a couple of issues. I've got some issues, right? I think you can tell. I've got some issues. My issues are that Cody has said he's not going to be facing Roman at WrestleMania. That's my first issue, right? So that would need to be fixed. Don't get me wrong. I am totally down for Rock Roman night one, night two. I don't even care what night, right? I'm totally down for that. And Roman against Cody, right, on the other night. That to me, I agree, makes the most sense. Yeah? The Rock fans get what they want. The Cody fans get what they want, right? I do not disagree in the slightest. The reason, though, why I don't think it's going that way is because, first of all, Cody said he's not going to work at WrestleMania against Roman. He said that on Friday. Can that change? Of course that can change. But we're going to need explaining what the hell's going on, right? We're going to need explaining what happened on Friday, and then we're going to need explaining why it's now changed. Yeah? So we're going to need those things explaining. The other issue I've got is that means Roman working twice, 2 days in a row, right? Which should be nothing, because house shows are on a Saturday and a Sunday, right? So, but this is different because these aren't house shows, are they? These aren't house shows. These are WrestleMania main events. You know, 2 WrestleMania main events back to back is an ask. That is an ask, because Roman doesn't work as much. I mean, like, he did, like, we'll have a look at Cage Match, but I've got a feeling it was like 11, 12 matches last year. So if he had 11, 12 matches, he's wrestling once a month, and now we've got to get him to do 2 matches 2 days in a row. His body won't cope. My concern, I mean, look, I'm for it. Don't get me twisted. Sign me up. If that was put on the table as an option that could happen, yes, I will have that. Rock fans get what they want. Cody fans get what they want. Cody said, I'm going to take everything from you. So it fits that, because, I'll take the belt and he's going to take your tribal chief thing away, right? So it fits that. But I can't get past the fact Cody said, I'm not going to face you at WrestleMania. And I also can't get past the fact, rumors are, it is Cody versus Seth. Cody versus Seth. So I can't get past that either. So you are right, completely right, that is a solution, right? It's a solution. I think there are a few solutions. One of the other solutions is just put him back in the match he should have been in, right? Or have him work one night, have Rock work the other night. But the problem is, he said he won't be at WrestleMania, and also it requires Roman working 2 matches, right? And then you might have a bit of a problem in when Roman fights on night 2, there's an excuse that he's already had to wrestle the night before. So does that put him at a disadvantage? And does that take something away from whatever the night 2 match is? So if it's Rock Roman on night 1, does that mean Cody faces a weakened Roman on night 2? Because I don't like that. This is why I'd be fine with Roman Cody night 1, and then a weakened Roman goes up against The Rock. And to be honest, Rock versus Roman with the belt involved, Roman's a heavy favorite, minus 500 favorite, right? We've seen heavier, but still a firm favorite, right? In UFC, you tend to get minus 180 to minus 200, minus 220, minus 260, kind of around that ballpark. So minus 500 is a pretty firm favorite. And so it would be better, because if he loses the title to Cody on night 1, and then you do a Roman that doesn't have a championship against The Rock on night 2, I think those odds get a hell of a lot closer. Hell of a lot closer. Whilst he's got the belt, I think there's little to no chance he loses. If he doesn't have the belt, I think the match is more intriguing. So I think it's a perfect solution, a great solution. I have very little confidence that is what we're going to get. I have very little confidence that's the direction we are going. Right. I've got a few more super chats. So, Supportington, shout out to you. Miguel, shout out to you, my friend. I really appreciate the support. I hope you are well. Miguel says, imagine The Rock wins the championship. Cena joins TKO. Cody wins the Royal Rumble, being the first one to do it 3 years in a row. And then Cena takes his place against The Rock at Mania 41 for the title for the 3rd time. Honestly, mate, I think your point is valid. A lot of Rock fans will look at that and they'll say, it's not going to happen, right? And maybe that situation won't happen, right? Maybe that one won't play out that way. But the point is that the winner of the Rumble has been made to step to the side. The current storyline, the current creative has been derailed so that a big star can just come in, right? And have his moment, right? He's decided now's the time that he wants his moment, right? Could have had it any time previous, right? Could have done it at last year's WrestleMania when it was meant to happen, right? He could have even done it this year. No, Cody fans wouldn't have minded, but don't have Cody win the Rumble. Right? Don't have Cody. How about you don't have Cody win the Rumble and point at Roman Reigns? Right? Maybe if that hadn't have happened, it would have been a lot more palatable. I mean, do you remember going into the Rumble? Have a look at my predictions, if you want. If you don't believe me, my predictions for the Royal Rumble turned out to be wrong. But I thought that CM Punk would win the Rumble so that he could go on to face Seth. And I thought that it would be a case that The Rock could come out and confront Roman after he won. That way we would get Seth versus CM Punk, and we would get Rock versus Roman. So even going back to my predictions for the Royal Rumble, I thought that we could end up getting Rock Roman. So this match has not come as a surprise, but it did come as a surprise considering Cody won the Rumble. Once Cody won the Rumble, we started to go down a different path. The second he wins, I think everyone went, right, story's getting finished. Right. There we go. There's your main event. I think I might have said it on the stream. There's your main event. There's your WrestleMania main event. It's Cody Cody against Roman. And just in case you was in any doubt, he made it very clear by pointing and screaming at Roman, right? And obviously footage went round of some kid going, "You're going to lose your title, Roman." Roman's like, you know, and they made sure to show you this. Nothing about the Rumble, the winner, the moment where he points at him, the fact that we had Roman and we were really focused on Roman. You know, hold up the belt, hold up, and Roman standing there. You know, I think this is how the Rumble ends, with Roman holding that belt up. They, short of a graphic, a WrestleMania graphic, there's no way they could have told you any louder, "Oh, this year you're getting Cody versus Roman in the main event of WrestleMania." They couldn't have been louder. That message could not have sent any louder, unless you had Triple H with like a Chase U megaphone actually announcing it to the crowd. "This year's main event of WrestleMania is Cody versus Roman." Did you hear me at the back? Did you hear me? Right? I don't know how we could have been any louder about this message. And so he gets to SmackDown, and then the flipping Rock comes out and pushes him to the side. And you're not wrong in saying that, okay, maybe the Cody example doesn't go down, the Cena example doesn't go down like that, but this company has shown their true colors. They will do whatever they want to do, regardless of creative. And what happened to this Triple H being supported? What happened to this Triple H being left to his job? Are you all right with Triple H being interrupted? Because I seem to remember a load of #FireVince hashtags going around as soon as Triple H was being interrupted by Vince. And it's funny how some of them people have now switched their allegiance to The Rock, who's done the exact same thing, right? Has interrupted in creative, right? When he doesn't belong here. It's unjustifiable. I have not seen any justification from this. Not one. Nothing. I have not seen one valid point. The only thing people can throw at you is the amount of followers that The Rock's got and how much more money this is going to make. As if this match wouldn't make money if it took place in Saudi Arabia. As if this match wouldn't make money if it was at SummerSlam. As if this match wouldn't make money if it was at WrestleMania 41. Or wouldn't have made money if it was at WrestleMania 39. Or that WrestleMania isn't already sold out. Or that it's on Peacock so they don't actually get any money from people that tune in. I mean, we can go on and on and on. It just, I'm at a loss. I just don't know. I'm at a loss. At least I feel like I'm on the right side, the good side. I feel like, you know, it's one of those where I'm on Cody's side. I see the injustice. I see what's gone down. And I feel like I'm very comfortable being on this side. I can't remember. I've told this joke before, but I can never remember what show it was from. I think it was like Webb and Mitchell. And there's these German officers, these German soldiers, right? And it's World War II. It's a sketch show, comedy show, and they're dressed in the uniform, right? And it's World War II, and they're like standing there, and I think they're having some lunch or something. And this one German officer, right, just like dawns on him. He goes, "Hang on," and he looks, and it's got like this skull on his thing, and it's got like this black cross and everything, and he just looks at like what he's wearing. He just looks at the logo that's on him. He goes, "Hang on, are we the bad guys?" And it just dawns on him. He goes, "Are we the bad guys?" Well, do you know what? If you're on the Rock side, you're the bad guys. Yeah, take that. Take that. As I said, it's very toxic, and I'm doing nothing to bring the temperature down. There's a war raging, and I'm doing nothing to lower the temperature. If anything, I'm chucking more wood on. Let it burn. I said, if this ship's going down, I'm going down with it. Let it burn. Oh, what a time. What a riot. Matthew, shout out to you, said, look, it might be a silly question, but will Cody Seth be the main event? even if we get Rhea Becky, it's a big and worthy main event in my eyes. No, I think they after what you've seen this weekend, especially, there ain't no way Cody ain't main eventing, right? Cody to me, in my original thought process was, if they were going to have Cody finish the story after WrestleMania, then obviously he can't win the Rumble, obviously. So that's why I had CM Punk winning it. And I thought, well, if they're doing Rock Roman, and there were rumors of that as well as Roman Cody, but I thought if they're doing Rock Roman, then surely you have Rock come out and confront Roman after he wins, right? And could we have done these things? Yeah, we could have. We didn't. I don't know why, but we could have done these things. And instead we didn't. We went down a nonsensical path, right? We've upset a load of people. The whole world knows that now, right? There's even other companies not connected to wrestling that are trying to sell products, whatever, and they are using the "We Want Cody" hashtag, right? Someone sent me one of like this soccer team or soccer jersey thing that have got like Cody face on their like wearing their shirt, and hashtag "We Want Cody" and everything. Proper company and everything, like not just some startup. So you've got like the world is aware, right? The "We Want Cody" was trending #1 in America on Saturday. It was trending #1 on Sunday. It did fall away once the Grammys started. And as we said, you know, "We Want Rock" was that hashtag came up through the ranks. That rose up as well. So that was there also. But either way, wrestling made noise this weekend. So I can't see how they can now not only not have Cody in that match with Roman, but now they're going to put him in not the main event at all. So there's no way. There's just no way. Seth has never main evented a WrestleMania. He injured himself and he is working hard to rehab to get back so that he can main event WrestleMania. And that was put in jeopardy when CM Punk got injured. So, you know, it looks like CM Punk got injured. And the plan has been now... Well, I don't know that it's the plan, to be honest. But I think what the plan now is CM Punk's injured. We want Seth in the main event because he's never actually main evented. And it will raise the prestige of that new championship, right? Which only got introduced after WrestleMania last year. So that's never main evented a WrestleMania. It'll add to the prestige of that. And we'll do Cody against Seth, right? And we'll do that on night 1. And obviously, you know, we'll do a lot of work to justify this. And we'll do a lot of work to make it as appealing as we absolutely can. And it will work. I've got no doubt. I've seen enough wrestling to know that WWE are master manipulators. They are so good at convincing people that this is the right thing to do. They don't always get it right, but they are really good at, because they've got very creative minds backstage. You know, they've got a whole creative team that can look at what the issue is, what is the bugbear, what is really grinding the gears, right? We've got to address that. And they will address that. They won't be able to put him back with Roman, but they will find an answer that satisfies, and it will lower the temperature. And to be honest, they should do that, because this kind of hostility cannot continue all the way up till WrestleMania, can it? We can't have months and months and months of what we're seeing on social media. I mean, wrestling was a toxic place anyway. It's gone bananas. If you don't go on social media, I mean, it is bananas. I'm talking about X. I don't know so much about Facebook, but X in particular. It's a war zone, man. It is. There's casualties. It is a war zone. So there's just no way. There's no way. It's Cody has got to be in that main event. Schwans1 said, "Is it possible Roman fights The Rock one night, Cody the next night?" Well, it's possible because they're people, and you know they can do it. But is it likely? I'm really leaning towards no. The reason why I'm leaning towards no is because there's no reports of, they would have to change the plans to do it. And I can't sit here and say they're going to do that when there's no evidence that they're going to do that. So the plans look like it's Rock Roman, and it looks like it's going to be Seth versus Cody, and that's your two main events. And I think that WWE are like me. You know, they are unwavering. They are not. It's difficult, though, because this is a different WWE. Vince was very, you know, I want this and I get this, right? This, you know, Triple H, TKO, they've never been tested like this. So it makes it very difficult to know how they're going to respond. So I can't sit here and say that you're not going to get it, because we've never seen this. We've never seen it. Rarely did we see this under Vince, this kind of backlash. So it makes it very difficult to know as to how they're going to respond. But without like, you know, seeing any plans or hearing any rumors or anything like this, I think that they are going to plow forward with this. I think they're going to give you reasons as to why this makes sense. I think I don't know where he made this comment, but I did read The Rock saying something like, trust me, the story's going to be worth it, the story's going to be good. I saw that doing the rounds, and I don't know where it came from. I don't know. I'd love to find actually the source of that. Just us, like, the story's going to be worth it. And there'll be a lot of that kind of thing, you know. And I think, as I said, they'll have Cody do a hostage video where he explains it was his choice and the reasons why. And they will do whatever they can do to get Roman over the line now. It's going to take the fans in the live arenas to really just poop all over the show and just chat Cody chants all night, and for social media to have "We Want Cody" trending. And make no mistake about it, like, there is a strong Rock movement that has risen, right? Because he is one of the most popular superstars. And to make things worse for Cody supporters, all the Roman fans have jumped onto that as well, because they know that if they have The Rock, their guy will stay champion. He'll keep the championship. If they gets Cody, chances are the story gets finished. So if you're a Roman fan, you want to face The Rock. And if you're a Rock fan, you want The Rock to be in the main event. If you're a Cody fan, you're outnumbered. You're outgunned. I can't see how you win this fight. It's like bringing a flipping pea shooter to a gunfight. It's just... it's wrong. It's injustice. It's... the only thing you can do if you're a Cody fan is just comfort yourself in the knowledge that for at least one weekend, the world knew how angry we were, right? That's all you can do. That's all you can do. And just watch as it plays out. This let it play out thing, I don't know if anything winds me up more. Let it play out. Trust them. There's a story. Everything's telling us the exact opposite. Everything is telling us that we have completely derailed what the story was, right? Cody wins the Rumble, points at Roman, blah, blah, blah. And then The Rock comes in and we go in a different direction. Everything says that we've completely gone off track, right? And whatever story we're telling now is not the story we were telling before, right? So people saying, like, stick with it, it's going to be worth it. Honestly, if you do that, all you're doing is you're going to get to Rock Roman at WrestleMania, and at no point would your voice have got heard. I think the Cody fans should be proud, whatever happens going forwards. I think the Cody fans should be proud that they made their voices heard this weekend, the weekend just gone. Should be proud of that. I'm proud of wrestling fans for doing that. If there is an injustice, I'm pleased to see it getting called out. So, but short of that, that's it. I would love for WWE to do that, to do the 2-night thing. I don't know where that leaves Seth, though, because that would be another main WrestleMania that Seth misses out on, right? And I think that's something that they, are trying to do for him. But there's no way of this, someone's going to lose. And if it's got to be Seth this year, then just give him the main event next year, right? Just put it in pen that he can main event next year. He'll wait. I'm sure you can see. It's not hard for him to see how much this means to the fans. But you've also then got to have Roman agree to work 2 nights in a row. And you can pay him loads of money. That's not the concern. The concern is, will he be physically able to do it? Will an inactive Roman Reigns be able to do 2 WrestleManias in a row? It's a big ask. It's a really big ask. You're asking him to do something no one's done. You could maybe sell it to him. That, no one's done this before. You can find examples of like Bret Hart, Yokozuna working twice at WrestleMania, but they weren't 2 main events. And, the Yokozuna one, because of like his size and everything, he was really just letting the others do the work, So I kind of think that I can't give you an example of like anyone doing this, but you could sell it to him like this would be a first. Someone main event in night 1 and night 2. That would be great for your legacy. Someone's got to do it first. Why not Roman? If your title reign is coming to an end, why not go out by main event in both nights and sell it to him that way? Oh, and by the way, here's a few million for your trouble. Yeah. But it's just physically, is he going to be able to do it? And I tell you what, who's not going to be nervous for that main event on Saturday? Because if Roman gets injured, it's going to completely derail the Sunday main event. Imagine if Roman tears his pec on the flipping Saturday, or breaks a bone or something on the Saturday main event, and then completely it derails the Sunday main event. I don't know. I can't put hope into something that I'm struggling to see that they're gonna do it. I'll sign me up for it, but could they make it a triple threat? Said Abdul. Well, they could, but I don't think they should, because look at the hostility between like the Rock fans and the Cody fans. If you do a triple threat, is that not just going to keep that hostility around? Because there'll be people that want Cody to finish the story, and there'll be people that want Rock to win. And so the drama that we're seeing online at the moment, is that not just going to continue? And also, if Cody finishes the story, do we want half the stadium or a third of the stadium or however many people booing him because they wanted The Rock to win instead? And I said this the other day, I think if you are someone that wants Rock Roman, you want that match because of the fact that it is a dream match. It's family. Who's the tribal chief? Who's the real tribal chief? And there's like a whole kind of story that can be told there. The Rock saying about how he feels disrespected and how the Anoa'i name has been dragged through the mud. There's a whole story to do with family around Rock Roman. I don't see how Cody being inserted into that makes like sense. And then the other side is that Cody's trying to finish his story. So Cody is trying to win a world title for the first time. He's trying to win the title his dad had in his hands. And that's his story to finish. And I can't see how The Rock being in the way really makes sense of that either. So for me, the triple threat is like the best of nothing, because it doesn't really please the Cody fans. Because, all right, yeah, he's in the main event, right? And if the option was no Cody in the main event or Cody in the main event, they'll take Cody in the main event. So I would say that the triple threat is better than where we are right now. I'll take it over where we are right now. But it is, I think, didn't I compare this to the other day to like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Imagine you're on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. You've got your lifelines, right? Everything's going well. Everything's all right. And then you get to the 10,000 mark and you can take it. Do you take it? Because that's what the triple threat is to me. Like, for me, Cody versus Roman, one-on-one. That's the goal. One-on-one. Mano-y-mano. Who is the best? Right? Who is the guy? Who deserves that championship? Who is the guy? That's the $1 million for me. At the moment, the triple threat would be like being on 10,000. Because we don't really establish who the best is in a triple threat, because there's so much, moving parts. There's so much outside interference. the person that wins a triple threat, there's a degree of luck to it as well, because you easily could have got knocked down and then the other person pins the other person, you know? What if Cody pins The Rock and becomes champion? I mean, that doesn't really make him champion, but he is champion. And do you know what I mean? Like, see how messy it can be. So for me, the triple threat is better than we are, but it doesn't match anywhere close to Cody Roman. And I feel comfortable in saying that the Rock fans would feel the same, that it doesn't come close to being what they want, which would be the Rock versus Roman match, because both have got their own stories. And if you tangle the stories together, it's just a mess. It's just a mess. So that's not... I would much rather we do the 2-night thing. I would much rather that. That way we get both, right? And we know there's a few concerns to that and issues to get to that. And I don't think we'll get to that. I'll take that over the triple threat. But honestly, if I had to take the triple threat right now, if it's like triple threat or nothing, I'll take the triple threat. If it's triple threat, I'll take the triple threat. Supportington, shout out to you. Oh. That coffee's cold and I can't cope with cold coffee. Right. Supportington said 3 years ago, Days, I had leukemia. I'm sorry to hear that. Luckily, I fought it and I got through remission. Thanks for being kind and making me laugh and forget. Thank you. Supportington, I'm really sorry to hear that, dude. And I don't know if you saw, but I did get to, because we're finding it quite difficult now. We're finding it difficult just at the moment. Hopefully we can get back to it, but obviously I think everyone can appreciate that the world's on fire. We're just getting a bit difficult to get to the tweets. I'm getting people now going, I've dropped you a notification. I go there and they did, but I've already got like 20 notifications that have blocked it. And that's because if someone puts a post out, I tend to get it sent to me 2 or 3 times now. So my feed is just... you know, it's full. And I'm not saying that as a brag. I'm just saying, like, if anything, it's a nightmare to try and go through it for the unseen videos, to try and sort through it all. But it's also a nightmare to try and find a specific tweet, right? So we're just struggling with that at the moment. I've no doubt it'll settle down. I mean, it's all to do with really with this Cody Rock situation. And there's obviously lots of memes and there's lots of things going on. And it's just, and I don't want people to stop. Don't want people to stop. Yeah, turn it up. Right, give me more, right? Because it only makes the unseen videos better. I want the funniest memes. I want the juiciest information. I want the most interesting theories. I want anything that really grabs your attention on X. I want you to quote tag me in it. And if you quote tag me, that's better, because then when I use that tweet, your name gets shown on screen. That's why I want you to quote tag it. If you just tag me in the comments, if I bookmark the original tweet, I don't see your name, right? And if I bookmark your name, I don't see the tweet. So the best way of doing it is quote tweeting me. That way I see the tweet and your name. So that when I bookmark it, I get both shown on screen. Because I want people to, you know, if you've been kind enough to find this information for the community, if you've been kind enough to go out of your way and think of us and tag me in it, quote tag me in it, then I want you to get that recognition. So Supportington said to me, like, did I see this tattoo on the other day stream? And I was like, I didn't, dude. I did remember seeing a Bray tattoo. But that was a little while ago now. But you said, no, I sent it yesterday. But I couldn't see it. I couldn't get to it. But I found it as I went back through. Because I do that. And I will do it tonight as well. I'll go back through everything. Have a look at everything. And I will obviously get an unseen video out. But then I found yours and I put it in the unseen thing. So people will have seen it. And there's a timestamp to it as well. So I think it even says Supportington on there. How about that? You've got your own little timestamp. It's good, isn't it? So Supportington, I really appreciate the support, and I'm sorry to hear you went through that, and I'm really pleased that you are in remission. So welcome. Sorry that it's a bit toxic around here at the moment. It will settle down. It will settle down. Jim Howson said, free Deirdre Barlow. Yes. Yes, that won't make any sense to our American friends, but the Brits all know. The Brits all know. Retro D-Man said The Rock is coming. This stream won't be finished. The Rock is coming. This stream won't be finished. Don't know what this means. I don't know what this means. If The Rock would like to come to this stream, I would allow it. I would allow it. I'm not going to have him on camera, right? I'm not going to have him face zoom in or anything. But if he would like to come to the stream, Mr. Rock, if you are watching, feel free. You can DM me. You can jump in the chat and leave a message. And I just need you to explain how mugging and robbing Cody Rhodes is acceptable in 2024, and how you thought this was going to lead to a more positive future for the company. Because that's what I read. I already did it because he thought that this was going to lead to like a positive uptake for Oh, we're drowning in positivity. We're drowning in it. Oh, look at us. Look at us. I'm doing the breaststroke. I'm doing the breaststroke in positivity right now because it's everywhere, isn't it? As a wrestling fan, it's all I'm seeing at the moment. I don't have the best breaststroke, to be honest. I'm more of a... I don't do the... What's that one? Doggy. I'm all right at doggy, let me tell you. Jaden said, it's almost as if the Royal Rumble winner now has got to ask permission to choose which champion they go after. Imagine they do the same with Money in the Bank winners. I just think it's scary, to be honest. I'm not used to it as a WWE fan. I mean, no one told Vince what to do, right? He would listen to people, of course, but at the end of the day, Vince did what Vince wanted to do, and that meant at the end of the day, you knew whose fault it was. Yeah, it was Vince's fault. Whereas now, I just feel like Triple H, we heard he was going to be left alone, and how ironic that we heard that he'd be left alone. He'd be, you know, Ari Emanuel really believes in everyone doing what their jobs and what they were hired to do. Do you remember all this? Do you remember all this? Ari Emanuel's a big believer in that. Vince won't be allowed to interfere. We had all this. And now we get to the biggest moment of the year, the main event of WrestleMania, the Royal Rumble, the main event of WrestleMania, and they've interfered. Granted, not TKO. I mean, it's all because of The Rock coming onto the board, right? So it's all him signing this contract in January. Apparently, it was built into that. But how? I mean, it's just that how does The Rock join in early January, the 2nd, something like this, have that term in his contract and it not get to Triple H? How? I wish there was a media scrum after tonight's Raw, because the questions that I've got, I mean, the flipping journalists that go, Triple H, Raw was well received tonight. Are you pleased that it was well received? That's the kind of questions you get from the journalists. The kind of questions that you can answer yourself. The show was well received. Is he pleased it was well received? Yeah, he probably is. Right? Apparently that's all it takes to be a wrestling journalist. I know that people were down on Nick Houseman bringing up the Vince stuff. Like, why would you ask that of Triple H? But at least he asked something. At least he asked a question that, you know, I'm not sure how he's going to answer it. I'm so sick of, like, oh, Bailey, I've got a question. Bailey, wrestling news daily, right? That might actually be a thing, I don't know. You've won the Royal Rumble. How'd you feel about that? Are you pleased? What are we meant to do with that? What are we meant to do with that? Yeah. I mean, I watched it. She smiled after. She smiled, so I think she was. But if there was a press conference now, the questions that you would... Triple H, I've got a question. Cody Rhodes winning the Royal Rumble and then seemingly not finishing his story, it suggests there was a change in creative. Can you just tell us about, like, why that occurred? And how this kind of seemingly miscommunication took place between yourself and The Rock. Anyone else going to be like, oh, Jesus Christ. What's he gonna say? What's he gonna say to this? That's better than Bailey. You won the Rumble. Are you happy? James Chadwick, hello. Days went to Greg's earlier, bought a sausage roll, but The Rock came in and stole it. There's been a lot of that. Have you seen that Ace of Steel graphic anime thing? There's an amazing, I don't know how this person does it, but they call themselves Ace of Steel, and they are clearly very talented, and they make these kind of like animation shorts, like 3 minutes. And there's this one where Cody goes up to, I'll try and put it in unseen. I'll put it in unseen. But he basically goes up to a house, knocks on the door, and Roman answers the door, and it's basically Cody, and he's ready to challenge Roman, and then The Rock steps in, and it's all about like Cody looking at The Rock and like getting all upset and everything, and then like it goes on to like Cody looking out the window as like they're stood in the lawn, and you've got Roman putting up the ones, holding up the championship, you've got The Rock staring at each other, and then you've got Cody looking out the window staring at them longingly. It's really good. It's really good. If I can get it, I will. I've been tagged in it a few times, so I've definitely got it. I don't want to show it on here, just in case there's any sort of copyright issues. But I'll put it in unseen. I'll put it in unseen. We can't watch it all, but you can see the kind of flavour of it, you know. Alex said, all lines up for Priest push at Mania to dethrone The Rock after he beats Roman. AF Chris said, give it to me now. Vakura salt voice. Rock against Day's Elimination Chamber. Mate, I'd mess him up right now. He's got no... honestly. He's just got... I don't know. It's The Rock. I can't believe that he's managed to upset so many people. The Rock is one of those superstars that you just don't dare say anything bad about, because it's a bit like saying something bad about Taylor Swift. Do you know what I mean? Like you're going to get shot down. You are going to get shot down. It's going to end badly, right? Do you remember when Sasha had all them Sasha stands? They might still be around. I don't know what happened to them. I don't know where they all went. Perhaps they grew up. But like there used to be all these Sasha stands around. And again, if you said anything about Sasha, even remotely critical, you get shot down. And I just think it's been such an amazing weekend where someone like so untouchable, right? Certainly in the wrestling world. I mean, you just don't say anything about The Rock. Has been brought down a peg or two. I mean, make no mistake about it. He has been battered online this weekend, and there has been an uprising of Rock fans. But as I said, you know, this uprising rose up kind of on a Sunday. I think they have managed to get it together, though. I mean, what I saw over the weekend was a lot of we want Cody, and that message being sent loud and clear. What's happening more today is we're starting to see clashes between the two sides. We're starting to see a lot more, you know, butting of heads. So I would say that it's gotten uglier, actually. I would say that it's gotten uglier. I would say over the weekend it was quite peaceful protest. It was quite, you know, I'm sure there was things that still went wrong that I've not seen. I'm sure there was some toxicity. I would not doubt that for a second, right? But by and large, I think it was peaceful protest. And I think what's happened now is there's been an uprising of the Rock fans that have got it together. And now what we're seeing is war. We're now seeing war. And, you know, even in war, there's rules. You know, there are such things as war crimes where you're not allowed to do certain things in war. Whereas in this war, there's no rules. It's anything goes. It's no DQ. On X right now, there's a no DQ war that's raging. I've told you, man, my mentality, the ship's going down. I know it's going down. I am in no doubt that we get Roman and Seth versus Cody. And if it goes down, I'm swinging. I'm going down swinging. Ronnie said, Days, maybe The Rock goes heel. I think Roman is face heel, so Rock losing at night 1 is what fans want. Cody taking the title night 2. Maybe have Braun versus Seth or Gunther LA or reverse. I don't think The Rock will go heel, to be honest. I don't think he will. Just because Roman's clearly the heel, you know. There's nothing really face about Roman. He cheats. He never turns up. People are sick of him not showing up, not defending that title. When he does defend the title, there's cheating. You know, he just got past AJ Styles, Randy Orton in an LA night. Talk about some of the biggest fan favorites there. AJ Styles, Randy Orton, LA night. Some of the biggest baby faces. And he just managed to get past them thanks to outside interference by Solo Sikoa. So I don't think there's much face about Roman other than there's an acknowledgement of how much he means to this generation and how he is like the biggest star that we've got, right? And I think that there's a bit of respect that comes from that. So I will give you that. I will say that there's a respect there, but even that respect may be waning because of the fact that he rarely defends. So, I don't know. I think The Rock will want to be the people's champion. He'll want to be representing and standing up for the masses. He'll want to be, he's come in thinking he's the knight in shining armor. He thinks he's coming in to save the day. In his mind, everyone's going to love this. And, you know, in a way, it's our fault in it because we shower these legends with so much love and respect and support that I think they can get the wrong impression that they can just do whatever they want whenever they want. You know, The Rock turns up whenever he wants, interrupts people and brings them down, you know, trashes Austin Theory, trashes Jinder Mahal. And we go mental, cheer, and, you know, they get record views. 150 million views when he said, shall I sit at the head of the table? I mean, we as fans sent a very clear message that we love this guy. You know, we'll ride or die with The Rock. So you can understand The Rock thinking to himself, the fans are going to love this. Oh, they are going to love this. If we did 150 million, me just saying, shall I sit at the head of the table? Imagine the numbers we'll do when I'm face to face with Roman. Imagine. 150 million, me just saying them words. Imagine the face to face. And I can honestly understand that thought process. I can understand that thought process. He has not recognized where the product is. He has not read the room. He has not... I think he probably has followed the product, but there's a clear disconnect between himself and the fan base, like understanding-wise. Because he's done something he thought was going to be big, one of the biggest moments, you know. In his mind, this is going to be where him and Hogan, you know. This is going to be monumental. And the views are still very good. But if you read the comments, there's a hell of a lot. I mean, record, it's the most disliked YouTube video ever, isn't it? The full segment of him and Roman is now the most disliked video they have ever had. I don't think that was the reaction he was anticipating. I really don't think that was the reaction he was anticipating. I think in his mind, he thought, we will delay the story that little bit more. We'll, you know, put another little bump in the way for Cody, and, you know, the fans will be with him. But, you know, the fans love The Rock and they'll be with me as well. I don't think he anticipated he was going to turn himself heel. I don't think he did. And to be honest, to a lot of fans, he isn't. There's a whole We Want Rocky movement. There's a whole We Want Rocky movement that clearly don't see him as being in the wrong. Or they do understand he's wrong and they just don't give a flip, right? Because the power of celebrity is so powerful, you know? It's The Rock. They've seen him in movies. He's cool. Oh, I love The Rock. He's cool. It's The Rock. He's electrifying. He's my favourite. And it doesn't matter what he's done. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. and I just, you know, it's disappointing. It's disappointing, and I'm proud of, like, the fans for standing up against it. And this is coming from someone who I just don't know that you'll find someone that loves the legends like more than what I do. I mean, how often do we talk of Bruno Sammartino? How often do we talk about the 80s and Hogan and Brett and Shawn? And we go back to the old days, you know, and we talk about like Attitude Era, Ruthless Aggression, and we have loads of different conversations. Some of my favorite episodes of like Raw are the ones where we bring the legends in. I love the legends. I love talking about the past. I love, talking about wrestling and where we've been, because it's fun to talk about where we're going, but we should never forget that we've been watching, for me, 30 years. I've been watching 30 years. I've seen a lot of stuff, right? And for many of you, you've seen even more. Some of you out there have been watching longer than me. Some have been watching less time than me, but you've still seen, I don't know, 20 years, 15 years, 10 years, 5 years. You've still seen a lot, right? And we have loads of conversations about the past. So for me to be critical of someone like The Rock should really tell you something. Should really tell you that he stepped out of line. Because I'm like, I'm someone that really flies the flag for the legends. I've got like Rock merch. I've got Rock items all over here with like Shawn and Macho Man box there. I've got a Bruno Sammartino statue. I mean, I ain't a fanboy for Cody. Am I? When have you come on here and I've just gone Cody? It's not about that. It's about the injustice that's been served up. It's about the fact that we've clearly pushed Cody to the side. And his face as well. I mean, like, I don't know if that was I don't know if Cody planned that. I don't know if they told him to do that, but his face could not have been clearer. This was something he was not happy about doing. He said, didn't he, about how he had spoke to people and they had told him now wasn't the right time. And one of the people that he had spoke to is someone you know very well. And then out came The Rock. Well, when they were both in the ring, you can't tell me that Cody's face when he's looking at The Rock is a face of someone that knows that this is the right. You can't tell me that face that Cody has is a face of like thank you for helping me do this. That wasn't a face of, yeah, man, we're doing the right thing here. Cody himself could have done a lot to have made this better, right? I think Cody has kind of really fired the fans up in his own way, because Cody's facial expression was one of heartbreak. It was one of, I don't want to do this. This isn't right. And I think that has resonated with the fans as well. Like, I've seen loads of Cody's face all over social media. That moment where The Rock steps in the ring and he's just... It's not a facial expression of like, yeah, we're doing the right thing. Or, yeah, I'm excited for where this is going to go. Or, oh, man, he didn't see this swerve coming, did he? It's not one of excitement. It's not a facial expression of joy. It's not a facial expression of, I just got one over Roman. It's a facial expression of utter devastation. It's a facial expression of being absolutely gutted. Dort Knight said, has AEW ever had a better opportunity to reset? I think AEW, I just don't know what they're doing. I mean, there is anger in the WWE fan base. I don't know quite how AEW would tap into that anger, I suppose. I mean, they would need killer wrestlers, killer stories, and they would need something that grabs attention. I mean, they need a lot, don't they? I mean, they do have great wrestlers. I love Samoa Joe and Swerve and whatever, but I couldn't tell you a single story that's happening in AEW right now. Not a single. I heard that there was something to do with CMLL going on, right? And that there might be a partnership or something, but nothing is breaking through. So I just don't know. They're just completely out of it for me. They're completely out of it, and that's not me like disrespecting AEW. That's just me being very honest about where they are as a brand. They've got their supporters, which is about 800,000 to 850,000. And I think, I mean, I don't know, like over a year now, over 12 months, I think they've just been moving sideways with those people. I don't think there's been much up. I don't think there's been much down. I mean, there was a down when they moved to a Tuesday. I don't think there's been much fluctuation, That number always seems to be around that 800,000 mark. And it's just the same week after week after week after week. And it just feels like they've got their fan base and that's it. And I just have not seen anything for the longest time where they've been able to punch through with something. So you're right. I mean, look, if they could, now would be a great time for them to punch through with something. I suppose the last thing that I saw get some traction was the end of last year with the whole devil thing. I saw that get traction. You know, who's the devil? That ran for a few months at the end of last year. But really outside of that, and Wembley. But, you know, certainly right now, and even for the majority of last year, there just wasn't things that were punching through. So there's an opportunity for them. I don't know quite how they would capitalize on it, but they're not capitalizing on it. But Tony does have an announcement on Wednesday. So if he's got something, if WWE dropped the ball tonight, right, and they could, and by dropping the ball, I mean they don't lower the temperature. They don't do anything to satisfy the Cody fans, right? If Cody just has this bull rope match and then that's it, that's all we get of Cody tonight. Like, I think there will be like some anger, real anger. Everyone's looking for the reason. Why did he step aside? They have to offer that tonight, even if it is a backstage thing. They've got to offer that tonight. So, yeah, I think that if they drop the ball and then the announcement on Wednesday from AEW is something big, real big, then who knows? Perhaps they could get a little momentum. We'll have to see. I mean, listen, if they're getting Okada and Mercedes, then, you know, we could be on the verge of them having a nice little run now, AEW. They could be on the verge of something. Tony Khan seems really excited, doesn't he? About something. He's like 2024 is going to be our biggest year. He's like, it's going to be like it's going to be like AEW in 2021, which is so weird to say, isn't it? Because it means that even Tony knows that 2021 was like their pinnacle. It was like their best year. So that's kind of even Tony saying, yeah, it has been a bit rubbish in 22 and 23, or not as good. So that was a bit strange, him comparing it to 2021. 2024 AEW is going to be like 2021 AEW. But he must have plans in the works to say such a thing. So they could be on the verge of something, but it hasn't shown itself yet to me. Sean, shout out to you, said, although Cody has got a match tonight, Cody should explain himself while you stepped aside. Do you think The Rock should also explain himself? I don't think The Rock has to explain himself if Cody explains it. If Cody explains it and says, I mean, look, this isn't going to fix it for me, but I'm going to tell you what the kind of thing would be. And that would be that he spoke to a lot of people, and a lot of people said that the bloodline is just too strong. And a lot of people advised him that if he went up against the bloodline this year, he would suffer the same heartache he did last year. And, you know, he needs the bloodline to be brought down a peg or two. And he knows that he's not the right person to do it. And it hurts admitting that. It hurts admitting that. But he doesn't want to put his fans... He'll do it. But he doesn't want to put his fans through the heartache of losing a WrestleMania main event again. He saw how much it affected people. And he has to weigh up as to whether he can put people through that again. So he's took a lot of advice, and the same message kind of came back, and that is the person that knows Roman the best, the person that can really rip the bloodline apart, has to be a member of that family. It has to rip itself apart. It's only really the bloodline that can bring the bloodline down. If you've not learnt that by now, then what have you been watching? Because Roman's been on top for 3 years. And there is no way. Everyone has tried, from Sami Zayn to Seth Rollins to, you know, Kevin Owens to John Cena. Like, everyone has tried, and everyone has failed. And even Cody tried, and he failed. So how is it going to be any different this year? So as much as it hurts, and it does hurt, I'm sure you saw my face, Cody's face, on SmackDown, questioning if I was making the right call. doubting myself. As much as it hurts, I have to allow that family to tear itself apart. And thankfully, I have a friend in that family that is as disgusted by their actions as what I am. And that's my friend, The Rock. He's doing it for me, and he's doing it for all of us to bring that family down a peg so that then we can have a fairer opportunity. Because all we're asking for is a fair opportunity, but so that we can have a fair opportunity. If I have to sacrifice my main event so that we can bring the bloodline down, I'm going to put that ahead of me finishing the story for now. For now. The story will be finished. The goals have not moved, but we need to bring the bloodline down, and The Rock is the person to do it. If it's something like that, right? If it's going to be that sort of a thing, then I think that a lot of Cody fans, I feel, would at least understand then. There's a lot in there about how The Rock's our friend. There's a lot in there about the motivation. There's a lot in there about understanding why his face was the way it was. You know, you are trying to answer as many of the issues as you can. You know, by him saying, I asked a lot of people, well, I won the Rumble and I asked a load of people, you know why the plan changed. So we've answered why the plan has changed. We've answered why his face looked like it did in the ring. We've answered, he wasn't sure about doing it or not. We've answered why he stepped aside. And I think if it was something along those lines that answers these points, you know, you literally just get a list of everything that bothers you about what's happened, right? And then go about explaining them all in the promo, right? And if you can tick them all off, if you can work your way down and tick them all off, well, then I think, you know, that's the best thing. That's the only thing you can do, really. You can't really do much better than that, can you? So I think that for me, it would have to be a promo like that. If Cody cut a promo like that, I don't think The Rock would have to cut a promo. Because what do you need from The Rock after that? What's The Rock going to say? I mean, he can come out and say, listen, I'm doing this for my friends. It was my friend that called me up. I know a lot of people think that I barged my way in, and that's just not true. I was minding my own business, and it was my friend that called me and wanted to talk to me about, you know, what the right way forward is. And guys, I got to tell you, I've been disgusted by what I've seen over the past few years. I kept my distance. I hoped that someone would be able to do the job for all of us. And unfortunately, you know, my family have just constantly disrespected this company. They've constantly disrespected you. And, you know, I'm here as a member of that family that knows them better than anyone else. I'm here to bring this to an end. And I think that he can cut that promo. It just adds a bit more weight to what Cody said. But it's the Cody promo that's going to be more important. And I got to tell you, my fear is that they cut a promo like that and the Cody fans take it and accept it. And then what happens is you get a load of people going online going, see, you should have just let it play out. Right? It doesn't matter the fact that we are trying to justify what's happened. It doesn't matter that a wrong has occurred and we're now trying to find a way of explaining it, right? We're retrospectively trying to explain it. I mean, what my response to that would be is that, well, what happened this weekend was absolutely the right thing for Cody fans to voice their displeasure, right? We were wronged and we made our voices heard. And I really do worry that a promo like what we just said would be enough to get those Cody fans, or a chunk of the Cody fans, to stop making their voices heard. And that's why I just don't think this movement is going to maintain. I think that WWE are master manipulators, and they will throw stuff at the fans to get the fans in line, you know? They're like sheep herders. They'll do whatever it takes to get you, like, you know, buying whatever, going wherever, and I think it'll be something like that that would do it for most people. But I've told you, man, my approach to this is unwavering. Cody could cut that promo, and my reaction after would be, cool, nice story, bro. Are you going to be facing Roman at WrestleMania? Because I know that's what the plan was. I know what's really happened, and I know you was robbed, right? Unwavering. They can try and weave a story in now. They can try and weave a story, and I ain't bothered in the slightest. For me, Cody Roman is my focus. That's the match I want. And then you get a load of people going, yeah, but Cody said it was his decision. God, open your eyes, man. Open your eyes. It's a hostage video. They're making him say these things because they've screwed him and they're trying to fix it. So I don't know if we get that tonight or not, but that's the kind of thing that I'm expecting. So Sean, shout out to you. PJ, Bud, appreciate the support. I hope you're well. PJ said, all you guys are the only people I watch WWE with. I can interact with you lot, these amazing people in the chat. What WrestleMania would you love to see in person? PJ, shout out to you. I'm pleased. I mean, I don't get to go in the chat as much as I want, right? I don't get to go into the chat as much as I would like to. Because we do get stuck into topics that, you know, people send in, and I really appreciate the support, and I do want to get into the chat as well. But that is a lovely comment, because I really do hope the chat is a good place to be, and I hope that as I'm talking, a lot of you are having like good conversations as well, about wrestling, of course, or anything, whatever. But that's good. I would hope that people are asking their own questions, having their own conversations. And I think they are, because sometimes I jump in the chat and I'll read something and it's like halfway into a conversation. So it kind of suggests that does occur. I think this should be, hopefully a safe space where there isn't, look, I'm passionate in making my points, but I'm not personally attacking anyone. And that needs to be the same in the chat as well. I haven't seen it happen, and I think the mods do a great job of ensuring that doesn't happen. So I would say, look, it's free. If you're a Rock fan, make your point. Make your point. Go for it. If you're a Cody fan, make your point. If you're on the fence, make your point. Like, you should be able to make your points in the chat here and feel comfortable that you're not going to be personally attacked. Your point might be attacked. What you've said might be attacked. Right? Because your opinion is going to be open to criticism, as is mine as I'm talking right now, right? I've got no doubt that what I'm saying is being criticized or debated, right? That's fine. I have no issue with that. But personal attacks is obviously where we draw the line. Yeah, we don't do that. And then, the death threats that Ava's facing. I mean, what's going on? What's going on? So, to answer your question, PJ, what WrestleMania would I like to attend in person? Do you know, it's going to be a weird answer, and might not be one that people are going to expect. But if I could go to any WrestleMania, I would go to WrestleMania 9. And the reason why that's a weird answer is because I think it is regarded as the worst WrestleMania. It's either that, or sometimes like 11 gets mentioned as like a bad WrestleMania. I think 16 as well gets mentioned. There's a few bad ones. I was not a fan of 32, for example. But WrestleMania 9, and the reason why I would go for WrestleMania 9 is because it's the first WrestleMania I saw, so it holds a lot of nostalgia for me. It's also a very different WrestleMania. The place it was held was in basically like a car park, a parking lot. I mean, you just couldn't even fathom that, could you? It was a purpose-built arena, right? It had like bleachers that were built. I think, in all fairness, it's an arena they did use for other things. I don't think it was just for WrestleMania, but it's like a temporary thing, right? And it was in the back of Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas. So it wasn't a stadium. It wasn't even a 20,000 arena. It was the back of Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas with these temporary stands. And the whole thing was decorated to be like a massive toga party. Now, I'm not into like togas and all that kind of stuff, but it's just such a different WrestleMania. I mean, first of all, it's in Vegas, so you're going to have a great time. Second of all, what a random arena that would be to attend. I would love to just see what the merch was like, what the drinks were like, how the whole setup was, you know? I mean, if you go to an arena, it's pretty bog standard in it. You know what an arena's going to be like. If you go to a stadium, you know what stadiums are like. What the hell was it like going to WrestleMania 9? What was that like? What was that experience like? I'm very intrigued by that WrestleMania because it is so bonkers. It is so bonkers. It is so different. I mean, it's a bit like the 36 being in front of no fans. So different, so weird, so bizarre. Obviously, you couldn't go to that one, but WrestleMania 9, giant toga party. It's in a parking lot. It's in a temporary, like, stands round the back of Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas. And I just think the whole thing is very different and intriguing, right? Add in the fact that it's one of my favorite periods of WWE. My favorite periods for WWE is late 80s, early 90s. I love that period. I love Macho Man. I love Warrior. I love, you know, Hogan I was never the biggest fan of, but I could recognize his importance. But just loads of different, you know, Shawn Michaels going solo and whatever. And if you look at the stars that are on that card, it's a pretty stacked card. It's a really good, star power wise, it's really good. Like, you are seeing some names. The only problem is the matches are just no. It's only them darn matches that let it down. Everything else about it is very interesting. Like the location, the vibe, the nostalgia effects. It's from my favorite periods. It would have loads of intrigue. It's in Vegas. I've never been to Vegas. So, like, there's so much good stuff about it. It's just the darn matches are no good. But you get to see, like, the shock of Hogan winning the title. Do you know, I remember, I couldn't watch it live. And I remember the build. It was all Brett Yoko, Brett Yoko, Brett Yoko, Brett Yoko, main event, right? And then I don't know when I found out. I can't remember when I found out, but I found out like the results, or I found out what had happened, and Hogan was the champion. And it's like, huh, what? Do you know what I mean? Like, I know everyone looks at it and goes, it was trash, it was garbage. When you're a kid, that kind of swerve just catches you off guard, man. How was it this person versus this person, but this person's now the what's happened? What's happened? That kind of, like, if you're an adult, you would look at that and you'd be like, oh gosh, just like The Rock. It's just like The Rock. The Rock's come in and stolen it, and Hogan's come in and he's stolen it, right? But when you're a kid, you don't think that way. You don't think about that, right? You just like, oh my God, what's going on? And I remember being really excited about trying to find out, like, how has he got the belt? How is it Hogan again? But I mean, like, Bob Backlund's on that card. Razor Ramon is on that card. Hogan's on that card. Bret Hart's on that card. Shawn Michaels is on that card. OG Undertaker is on that card. You've got the likes of $1 Million Man. You've got Mr. Perfect. You've got Lex Luger when he's, like, still narcissist. He's heel, which I thought was better than when he was face. It's got some stars, man. It's got some stars. So I think Sensational Sherry is there. Bobby Heenan's there. I mean, really, what else do you need? Bobby the Brain Heenan is there at ringside doing commentary with Macho Man. Macho Man's there. I mean, it's a pretty... You probably couldn't have come up with a worse WrestleMania considering the talent involved, right? The matches are garbage. They're garbage. But I think the Steiners were there as well, you know. But anyway, like, you couldn't have come up with a worse match card. You easily could have moved it round and got a much, much, much better match card. Much better match card. But they didn't. And we ended up getting what we're getting. But that holds a lot of nostalgia for me. That WrestleMania 9 is... And I just love the quirkiness of it. So, PJ, shout out to you. I really appreciate the support. And that's what she said. Shout out to you as well, dudes. I hope everyone's well and excited. We have got 19 minutes to go. 19 minutes to go. Dort Knight said it's going to be difficult to watch retro WWE now that Vince is on them. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, Vince, there's always been this kind of black cloud that's been over Vince, and I do agree that things will change if it goes the way we feel it's going to go, and he's going to be found guilty and whatever, and it feels that way. But I just don't know. I don't know how I'm going to look back on the Vince stuff and feel, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know if I will be able to just watch it and not think about it, or if I will. I can't do that with Benoit, to be honest. I can't do that with Benoit. I can't watch Benoit matches anymore. I can't do it. I'll put them on and they'll be there. I mean, I don't mind them playing, but I can't get lost in them and get as excited about them. I mean, I suppose for a lot of the Vince stuff that it doesn't affect anything, you know. A lot of Vince stuff from that era is not wrestling. You know, it may derail stuff in the Attitude Era, but if you go back to when he was like a commentator or a ring announcer, I'm not really getting invested in Vince, you know. He might be a distraction, but like it's not quite the same as a Benoit match, because when Benoit's wrestling, I can't enjoy it. I can't get lost in it. I can't get excited about what I'm seeing because I've always got that voice in my head. But with Vince, I don't need to get lost in what he's saying, do I? I don't need to get lost in really him interviewing someone. So I agree. I've not really given that much thought as to, you know, how that's going to affect my enjoyment of the older products. But if I'm going to be honest, I don't think it's going to affect it too much. I don't think it'll affect it too much. Certainly if you go back to like WrestleMania 1, he's not on that show. And if you go back, like, I think he does some stuff at WrestleMania 2, some commentating. Don't think he was commentating at 3. So definitely there's early stuff that he's not involved in. But as he starts, certainly Attitude Era, I think that'll be a problem. Attitude Era will be a problem. His feud with Stone Cold, that might be a problem. And, you know, maybe his match with, his match with Hogan. Oh, my God. What was that? WrestleMania 19. That ain't aged well at all, has it? So, yeah, I do agree there will be things like that are a problem. But for late 80s, early 90s, where he's a commentator, an announcer, I don't know how much it's going to affect my enjoyment of it going back and watching it. But it's a really interesting point, that, Fortnite. Joseph said, Days is pretty simple. Cody will say his father taught him only one thing that's bigger than your personal goals is family. I do like that line. The Rock is trying to mend his family and right the wrongs of the issues that Roman has caused. Yep. I like that. I could see that being an excuse. But make no mistake about it, these are excuses now. These are we're trying to find justification. We're trying to explain it. And I am fully prepared for something like that to come down the pike. And then a load of people go, should have just let it play out. Should have told you, should have just let it play out. And I said at the time, I completely disagree with letting it play out. And even if we get this type of promo, I will stand by what I said, right? I will stand by what I said. Because I think that it is right that if Cody is wronged, and we know he has been wronged, because when he won the Rumble, he pointed at Roman, right? We know where this is going. So he wins the Rumble, he points at Roman and says, I'm coming for you. And we know that, there's confusion backstage, and we know what's happened. We know the situation. We know the truth, right? Anything from this point is trying to paper over what the cracks. Anything from this point is trying to cover over what's gone on, right? And I have no doubt they're master manipulators. I have no doubt they will find something like what Joseph has just put forward there, which is going to please the fans and is going to allow the fans to settle down. And they should do it. They should do it. It's what they should do. If we're not getting Cody versus Roman, they have got to lower the temperature. What we're seeing on X cannot continue. We can't keep doing this, right? So they've got to find a way of turning down the hostility, right? You can't have these big, you can't have the wrestling fans turning on each other, like with the we want Rocky, we want Cody stuff, right? They've got to find a way of just, you know, keeping this. It's all right there being noise. They will want noise. I'm not saying that they've trended all weekend. So I've no doubt they're loving the fact they've trended, but they've got to make sure that this doesn't, you know, that we can't be having death threats and stuff like that. Like it's, and we can't have like all the you know, you got Ricochet coming out talking about how toxic what they're seeing is, you know? And so they've got to find something. There's got to be something. I can't see tonight being Cody Shinsuke and we don't get anything. So they should do it. They should do it. But I don't want anyone sending me anything about like, let it play out or anything. I told you, let it play out. Because I'll quite happily shoot that down. Right? Because we know what's actually happened. And I ain't falling for no papering over cracks. So, you know, we know the situation. We know what they should do. I feel like that's the direction they're going to go, and we'll watch it play out. So we'll see. We're going to watch it play out. We certainly have not let it play out because I think Cody fans were right to make their voices heard. Let him in, said Days. I like Roman, but we didn't get a proper build. Why couldn't they wait until Roman and Cody finished the story first? We were so close. Yeah, I think, honestly, it seems like the right hand didn't know what the left hand was doing. I mean, there is a report that has come out today which says that The Rock signed in early January, and in that contract, it said he would main event WrestleMania. And apparently, Nick Khan and Ari Emanuel were aware of this, but it didn't get round to everyone else. Now, that would seem to be a bit of a failing on Nick Khan's part, to me, that he did not communicate this to Triple H. And I don't understand how you don't communicate something of this scale. Was it a case that he didn't know that the Rumble was connected to WrestleMania or something? Is this, I don't know. I don't know. Was he thinking like that this wasn't important now because it affects something in April? Or I don't know. I cannot explain to you how this has gone wrong, right? I can't explain it. I don't know. It's miscommunication on a level I've never seen before. It's so apparently Ari Emanuel and Nick Khan were aware, but not everyone in WWE was made aware. And that's why we progressed and we had Cody win the Rumble. So Cody wins the Rumble and he points at Roman Reigns. And then we end up going down the road that we've gone down, you know? We've ended up going down this road where The Rock comes in and basically bumps Cody to the side, and Cody's got a face like thunder. And the fans have flipping lost their minds. So it seems to be major miscommunication. And I, as I said, looking from The Rock's point of view, 150 million social media views for the head of the table comment definitely makes it feel like he thinks he's doing the right thing. Not for a second do I think he's under the impression that he's doing something wrong or was about to do something wrong. You know, he was coming, you know, words are he's coming to save WrestleMania. Apparently, and it's sold out. It's sold out, and we've already got the money from Peacock, but apparently he's saving WrestleMania. So I feel like we've got a pretty complete picture as to what's actually gone down. There's definitely more things that we can flesh out. I'd love to hear from Triple H. So yeah, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. We'll have to see as to what goes down on Raw and see what their next steps are going to be. I mean, I think, you know, we've had a good conversation there about what we would do if we were in creative, the kind of way we would approach this to lower the temperature. I mean, ideally, I would love to do the 2-night thing. I'm not off that, but I just don't know that we could do it. I don't know that we could find a way of getting Roman to work both nights. If we could, then I would definitely look to do something like that. And then we'd have to explain why Cody said not at WrestleMania, you know. There is a theory that Cody could say about how he stepped to the side to allow The Rock to bring Roman down, and then CM Punk confronts Cody and basically says, like, you shouldn't have stepped to the side. you was the right person to do this as well. And then, like, you know, we start a road of getting Cody back involved somehow. You know, Cody doubted himself, but, you know, now we start working our way towards getting him back in the mix. Again, I think there's a lot of fan booking, fan fantasies, right? Fan theories, which are all fine, but at the end of the day, they're nothing more than that, are they? None of this is nothing more than that. We've got literally 8 minutes until the show starts, and then we will find out what they're going to do. How they're going to fix this, and they need to fix this. So, yeah, make no mistake about it. They've got to do something. They've got to. Otherwise, I'm kicking off again tonight. I don't think I've stopped kicking off. Mr. Dow Jr. said, what would be your favourite Raw after Mania? Well, the one that comes to mind is Paige. So Paige coming up and not cashing in, but congratulating, and then getting an opportunity. It was a bit of a cash-in moment, really. I mean, she just wasn't expected to be there, and all of a sudden she got this opportunity because AJ Lee was like, how dare you interrupt me? I'll give you a match right now, and boom, we've got a new champion. Paige is the new champ, and like AJ had been quite a dominant champion, so it was a real what is going on, you know? And this was a girl from NXT. Imagine Rhea winning at Mania, right? The only way I could explain it is imagine Rhea wins at Mania, comes out on Raw, and is gloating, saying that there's no one in the locker room that can beat her, and then Lyra Valkyria, the NXT Women's Champion, interrupts, saying, I just want to congratulate you, Champion's Champion. I recognize how amazing you are. And Rhea going, who are you to interrupt me? Who are you to be on my brand? I tell you what, we're having a match. And to sweeten the pot, I'll even put the title on the line. And then Lyra wins. You know, that was such an amazing moment. Love that moment. I mean, I don't really think about whole episodes, to be honest. I think about it more as moments. I think about, like, when Cena lost to The Rock the first time, and he's down. And then the Raw after WrestleMania, he's talking about how he's going to pick himself back up and everything. And then Brock's music hits, and Brock returns to WWE. You know, that's an amazing moment when Brock comes back. He came back on that Raw after Mania. Or the Dolph Ziggler cash-in the Izod Center. It was so iconic, I even know where it happened. It was in the Izod Center. And it was on Alberto Del Rio, who had just been victorious in his match. And he comes running down for what, for me, I think is still the best cash-in. I know a lot of people love Seth's at WrestleMania, the heist of the century. But if there was a poll, I would vote for Dolph Ziggler's. I think Dolph Ziggler's was my favorite cash-in. Because Dolph was in that kind of Cody position where he had not been world champ. I don't think he'd been world champ at that point. And he came down and cashes it in, and like everyone was so behind Dolph. He was so over, and it was such a magical moment. It was absolutely fantastic. So those, I mean, like, as I said, I'm thinking like 2012, I'm thinking 2014, kind of around that time. But I don't really think so much as like full episodes. I think of it more as like moments. Days, I know you want an explanation of Cody stepping aside. Do you think he will cut a promo? I don't know they'll have him do a promo, just so we don't invade. Well, I think there will be a promo, and I think it'll be backstage. I think they're going to give the fans Cody, and the fans get a match. But you know how we go backstage to like Jackie Redmond, or we do those like interviews in the corridor. I think it'll be one of those. And I think that it will be... I don't think it needs to be like long and long-winded, but it just needs to be an explanation. And that way they can control the crowd, because they can just turn the crowd down. You know, if the crowd are just going crazy for we want Cody, we want Cody, we want Cody, or Rocky sucks or whatever, in that moment they can turn the fans down. So I'm expecting something like that. I can't see how you do Raw tonight and you don't have Cody talk. I just don't see how. I mean, WWE have got to be aware it's got to the point of death threats. They've got to be aware that this has gone too far. And they surely are going to want to lower the temperature for everyone. They can't be happy with the fan base being turning on itself and being toxic to each other. Yeah? I mean, we've been talking about the situation. We've been talking about what's happened. We've been talking about the backstage rumor and everything. But there's people engaging in wars and arguments with each other where it becomes personal attacks on each other. And it stops being about the story and it starts to become like I've no doubt you've seen these kinds of, I've seen them. And I've no doubt that you've seen this happen as well. And I can't believe that a PG company like WWE is going to want that to continue. They have to find a way of lowering this temperature. They're still going to want people talking about them, but they will. I mean, people aren't going to stop talking about WWE. It always trends #1 whenever it's on. And, they've just had a massive weekend of trending all weekend. There is no one on this planet right now that is not aware that something's going on in WWE, right? If you'd never heard of Cody Rhodes before, I reckon there's a load of people that have heard of him now that had never heard of him before. This weekend has made him a bigger star. So if you want to find a positive from this weekend has been very positive for Cody. Can you imagine being Cody? Imagine being Cody and you turn up to Raw today and you walk through the door and everyone's looking at you, right? Because of course they are, because you trended all weekend. Just imagine that. Imagine being Cody walking in today into that locker room and how the locker room are going to banter you. They're like, oh, here he is, Mr. Trendy McTrend. That's what I would say. Oh, Mr. Trendy McTrend is here, everyone. Oh, we want Cody. Oh, here he is. That's how I would react to him. So he is a much bigger star as a result of what's gone down this weekend. So if we do need to scramble around in the dirt to try and find a positive, I think there's a big positive right there for you. But, look, we're going to have to accept as Cody fans, if you are a Cody fan and you wanted Cody to win, I think we are going to have to accept that he's not going to make it to the main event. I just think that they will stand their ground. I really do think they will stand their ground on this. But I also think the message has been sent. We're not gonna be pushed around. We're not going to accept you coming in, changing creative, screwing over our favorites or people that we respect. And don't think that this community is going to lie down. Don't think that we're just going to take that. And I think that's a really important message to send. I really do. So I'm proud of what was achieved. I have no regrets. Zero regrets. Whatever gets said. Whatever happens. No regrets. They've got to fix it. They've got to find a way forward. Let's see what they come up with. They should just call it Monday Night Cody. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Mr. Unfamiliar, shout out to you, said, imagine if Raw starts with a cold open of Okada's debut against Dragunov getting called up from NXT. Okada coming in? I don't think Okada's big enough, is he, to come, straight into Raw? They might have to, let people know who he is. Gotta tell you, man, a lot of these WWE fans, I really don't think they watch New Japan. Really, really don't think they're aware of, New Japan. Okada could come out, and I just don't know that they would know who it is. Or, they might recognize the name. They might have heard people talking about him, but I don't know. I don't know how convinced I would be that, there would be a massive pop. People would pop. But I think bringing in Okada's going to be an interesting one. I'm coming for you, Roman Reigns. But not at WrestleMania. I took a great deal of counsel. One of the individuals I spoke to knows you very well. So they're showing the live crowd pop in. And they did. We want Cody t-shirt would hit #1, said PJ. Some lovely editing there, where they've edited out all the moments that Cody looks sad. Right. Recap from SmackDown. We're starting with Seth. Okay, we've gone over to Raw. We're starting with Seth. Seth is making his way down. Shaquem, shout out to you. I will get to your comment in a sec, but let me just put this up. Crowd are singing Seth's song. Shaquem said, go to X, I've retweeted something. Might be tricky. We want Cody signs. We want Cody signs are being handed out for tonight's Raw. They're quite small. Could they not have got bigger? I mean, I am pleased to see they're supporting him, but they've not quite pushed the boat out. I mean, if everyone's got one, maybe, but let's see. I want to hear Cody chants all night. The world is talking about WWE. Okay, we've got Seth in the ring. Now, Seth's going to have to respond to what Roman said, isn't he? Because Roman really laid into Seth. Really laid into Seth, and he really laid into this championship. I mean, he battered the reputation of this belt. This belt's reputation is in the flipping gutter, mate. Crowd are singing Seth's song. That sounds like a pretty big pop to me, says Seth. So he heard what was said. Another big pop. It really bothered him, didn't it? Another big pop, eh? Ah. Crowd are booing SmackDown. Crowd are booing SmackDown. Cody. We want Cody signs. Finish the story. Come on, St. Louis. You can do better than that. I sense you guys want Cody, and there's a big cheer. I want Cody as well. Cody Rhodes, come on down. Wasn't expecting this. Wasn't expecting him to come out and do it in the ring. Okay. We're going down some paths I wasn't expecting. You want Cody? We'll give you Cody. Here he is. Mr. Social Media himself. He should moonwalk his way out. Woo! You want me? This guy. This guy. You want this guy right here. Cody Rhodes making his way down to the ring. Unless you've been living in a cave for the past 3 days. Look at all these "We Want Cody" signs. And you know, they're not hiding them. WWE could be cutting away from them. So, Cody making his way down to the ring. I think Braun's going to sign with Raw, said Justin. Corbin will use the Dusty Cup win to challenge Judgment Day at Mania. Oh, can they do that? That's interesting. I haven't even thought. Not honestly, it's not even crossed my mind. But that's a great idea. Braun and Baron as a team together is good. And them being at WrestleMania, sign me up. Yeah. Cody in the ring then. Smile on Cody's face as we've got Cody faces in the crowd. Cody signs. Cody chants. So, what do you want to talk about? Oh, what? Oh. Do you know, I mean, as exciting as this is, it's only going to lead to Cody Seth. What do we want to talk about? What do we want to talk about? The bull rope match that no one wanted, said AF Chris. Do you think Cody should have his match back, said Golden Head 342? I do. Rocky sucks. Rocky sucks. Is it 1996 again? Rocky sucks. Rocky sucks. Seth said, I didn't think I'd hear that one. And you know what? Cody doesn't look pleased about that. We want Cody chant. Gotta tell you though, WWE are... Look at him, he's gonna cry. He's gonna cry. Do it! Cody goes over to the fans. So we've had Rocky sucks. We've had We Want Cody. We've had SmackDown booed. We've gone back to Rocky sucks again now. Do you know what? Don't let them speak. Just do this all night, St. Louis. Fuel yourselves. I'm going to cut to the chase. I understand what you're going through. We need answers. We flipping do. Jen and Lorelei, shout out to you. Boos. Boos. The crowd are booing it. Seth talks and the crowd boo. We said this last week. Seth says, I need this match as much as you do. I need to know I'm better than I was. Boo. Don't care. Boo. I want to test myself. Oh, I feel so sorry for Seth. I feel so sorry for everyone. Having to try and peddle out this story. Say no. Say no. 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 Are you going to fight me at WrestleMania? Say no, Cody. This is your chance. Oh, and Drew interrupts. Drew interrupts. Jenna Lorelei said, I'm not about to settle for anything less than Cody versus Roman Reigns at WrestleMania. But getting Seth out there right away with Cody tonight was smart. It's well played. We want Cody. Jennifer, Lorelei, shout out to you. I hope you are both well. Massive supporters, massive parts of the community, and lovely to hear from you guys. So I hope you're doing well. I hope you're enjoying the show as Drew McIntyre is making his way down to the ring. So if you are just joining us, Seth has come out. He's basically said, I know what you people want. He brings Cody out. We get Rocky sucks chants. We want Cody chants. SmackDown was mentioned and was booed. We then get boos as Seth talks about the match he wants. The crowds have done well. I would like them louder. I don't know if they're being turned down. I would like them louder. But, you know, Cody was just asked, are you going to do this match? And Cody didn't answer yet. He didn't answer yet. Cody didn't answer. Drew has interrupted. Do you know, I wouldn't be booing Drew. I would be cheering Drew because I'd be thinking maybe he can face Seth instead. I'd be like, yeah, come on, Drew. Drew says, what the hell? Seth, you're the only other person that hates Punk more than me. We were meant to be talking about our main event match. Do it. Have it. Have it, Drew. I've even got a t-shirt commissioned. So here's the shirt of him by CM Punk's WrestleMania main event grave. Crowd aren't really into that, but your extra small is in the back. He just said that to Seth. I've got this new shirt, but your extra small one, it's in the back. I've left it back there for you. You've got to finish the story, says Drew. You've got to finish the story. You've been talking about it for 2 years. Oh, Drew. Drew. What are you doing to me, Drew? What are you doing to me, Drew? You've earned it. Come on, St. Louis, louder. Be louder. Don't let your family down. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Everybody else does. Don't let your dad down. Oh my God. That's got heavy in it. Don't be a prick. Seth to Drew, don't be a prick. Seth says, we've done this dance twice, and if I remember correctly, you've lost. Well, you've faced him 3 times, and you've lost 3 times to Cody. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Isn't this the pot calling the kettle black? You've lost to him 3 times. Yeah, the fans are applauding Seth. You've done a great job with that championship. Yeah, fine, brilliant, well done. Is it Cody Roman yet? No one wants to fight Roman anymore because we know the finish. Fighting you is a case of best man wins. Cody, I've not finished yet, please. He interrupts Cody. Is this how they're going to do it? Are they going to try and convince you that, no, you shouldn't face Roman because we know how that ends? We know how that ends. It'd be much better if we faced this Seth, wouldn't it? That's about who the best is then, isn't it? That's better, isn't it? What story? I don't know of a story. Seth gets knocked down. We still have not been told why Cody stepped aside. We still don't know what WrestleMania is. So no answers. No answers. No answers. So what was that meant to achieve? What was that meant to do? Just show that this situation is still in flux. Just show that at the moment nothing's been decided, although the dirt sheets are saying it has. I don't know what that segment was meant to do. I mean, it was going places I didn't expect it, first of all. Is it designed to stop Cody chants? If we don't give them Cody at the start, they will just do it throughout the whole show. If we give them Cody, then they'll get that out their system. Is that why they've done it? What was that segment, said Blue Shirt? I think it was what we just said. I think it was get Cody out there so that everyone gets it out their system. We can then move on with the show. We won't commit to anything. We'll make a few points. And we won't give them any answers or anything. And they'll have Cody later in the show as well. Maybe Cody will finish with something at the end. Maybe Cody will say something at the end. Who knows? But I don't know. I've got mixed feelings on that segment because I got more from that segment than I expected. I didn't expect the segment for starters, but I do like the fact that I do like Drew saying you need to finish your story. I do love seeing Drew say that to Cody. I do love it being acknowledged, but very frustrating that we've not got a chance to hear from Cody. And very frustrating that we never got told why he stepped aside. I mean, he's already sort of made it clear, has he not? Not that it won't be Roman at WrestleMania. Has he not already made that clear? I'm sure he's already said, has he not at WrestleMania? So I'm not really left in much doubt that he's going for Seth. But before he could answer, but this is just cruel. I mean, it's just cruel. You're being cruel. WWE being cruel. Because they haven't confirmed the Seth match. Instead, they're still giving Cody fans hope. I mean, I don't know about you, but as a Cody fan, I'm sitting here going, so there's still a chance. There's a chance. You're telling me there's a chance. And there's no word or no rumor that we're going in a different direction. But I'm sitting here thinking, like, well, there's still a chance. Oh, but I just think they're maybe buying more time to make the reason why he faces Seth stronger, more obvious, more relevant. What if he beats Roman at the Chamber and Rock at Mania, says Aries Nation. Well, the problem with that is that Roman's not expected to be at the Chamber. And also, do you want the story finished in Australia? The timing is not great for America. It's on a weird time. I've had a lot of people saying how you're going to do the Chamber thing. I mean, it's not a problem for me. But there's going to be people that I think are going to really struggle with it because it's on... I don't know what time actually in America, but it's on at an awkward time. So it's an awkward time show. It's in Australia. Roman's not expected to be there. I don't know, the American Nightmare winning the title for the American Dream in Australia, it just doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel like that is the perfect solution. The only solution, or there's two solutions I can see. You do Roman versus Cody night 1 or night 2, and you do Roman versus Rock on the other night. It's WrestleMania 40, you go bananas, right? You do 2 Roman matches. I would do Roman Rock night 1, because I don't think it'll be as strenuous a match. Because I think there'll be a lot of... It's such a big match that there'll be like stare downs at the start. You know, it's one of those matches where you just do simple moves, you do simple stuff, you just keep it nice and simple, and then you have Cody face the winner on night 2. And honestly, The Rock could win, couldn't he? The Rock could win and then, like, go on to face Cody night 2. Probably not. It would probably be that Roman would win. But, yeah, that's the solution. And then you do, or you just do Rock versus Roman. That's another solution. The other solution, which I don't like, is you come up with an explanation, a reason, and you just hope the fans buy it. And then you just kick the can to SummerSlam, which is apparently what they're looking to do. Word on the street is it's going to be Cody versus Seth. And it's going to be Roman versus The Rock. And the 2 champs will then face off at SummerSlam in a title unification match. That's word on the street. And they might try and dangle that in front of you. But what I love is the fact that when Seth was talking about facing Cody, the crowd made their feelings felt. You know, there was a notion that this was just Twitter. I had so many people going, this is just Twitter. If you look over here, look at this poll that's on Facebook, or if you look over here, look at this. Well, that's not Twitter, is it? That's a live crowd making their feelings heard, right? Wasn't as loud as what I would have liked. I would have liked it to have been thunderous. And I can't say that it was thunderous. They may have turned it down, right? I can't claim it was thunderous, but I can certainly say there was something there. But it just feels a bit cruel, because I still don't expect it to be Roman versus Cody. And I just think that they're... assessing the situation, trying to find the right way forward. They're killing a bit of time. They're trying to find a way of building up the Seth story. You know, we're trying to find, you know, is it going to be a triple threat of Cody, Drew, and Seth? Is that what we're going to end up getting? Is that why all 3 have just been in the ring there and we're just now building up the feuds between them? You know, it might be a case that a lot of us look at that segment and go, well, what did that achieve? Well, what it achieved is it planted the seed of what you're going to get. That's what it achieved. That's your WrestleMania main event night 1. That's what it achieved. Nelson said, I don't care who Roman faces. I just want Roman to hold the title longer. Why? Why? What does he achieve by holding it longer? And if you're going to tell me that he breaks Hogan's records, then I would ask you to name the top 10 world title record holders then. Because if it matters, then tell me who's in the top 10. But I would be very surprised if you could do that, because it doesn't matter. It matters if you're number 1, if you're Bruno Sammartino and you've held it for like 7 and some years. But it doesn't matter if you're number 4 or number 3. It doesn't matter if you're number 7 or number 5. It doesn't matter. When have we ever had these conversations? When have we ever spoke about this as being something that matters? What does it matter if Roman breaks that Hogan achievement, right? Does it mean more? Does it mean more? It doesn't mean more to me. It doesn't mean anything to me. I certainly don't think it's a valid reason to delay finishing the story. And you know what? I don't think WWE do either. Otherwise, why did Cody win and then point at Roman and make it clear he was going to finish the story? So I don't think even WWE think it's a valid reason. I don't even think WWE are like, you know, it's weird. It's something that when it happens, they can shout about it. What does it mean? He's never going to beat Bruno's record. He'll never be number one. He ain't going to hold it for 8 years. So what does it mean? What does it matter? I just don't get that argument at all. And do you know what? It's an argument that will never go away, because people can keep saying, I just want him to keep the title, can't they? They can keep saying that until he tries and beats Bruno's record, but he ain't going to beat Bruno's records. He's got to be champion like 2028 to beat Bruno's records. And we're just not going to do that. You're telling me that we ain't going to finish the story for 4 years? You're telling me that Roman's going to keep coming and having matches? I'm going to, you're telling me that people aren't sick of the bloodline already with outside interference and whatever? Like, to me, it feels like the bloodline has run its course and that we're at the point now where a new direction, I think, would be welcome. People are, I think what they just said in the ring is very valid. And that is that we know how it goes with a Roman match. You'll try, but, a member of the family will interrupt. And a lot of people in this community and in this chat keep saying this. Look at the Royal Rumble. Oh, went the way it went. Same old, same old, same old. What, you want 4 more years of that? It ain't going to happen, is it? Come on. It ain't going to happen. So what does it matter? If you can't, if it's not an achievement that really matters, I mean, if it was something, if it was like Bruno's record would be beaten in September, different conversation. Completely different conversation. If he just had to get to September and then he would be the longest reigning world champion ever, different conversation. But how you can look at this reign and not say it's one of the most historic reigns we've ever seen? It absolutely is. Of course it is. Of course it. It's already achieved that. It's already in that conversation. And it will never be the longest. It won't beat Bruno's record. Bruno's record is too big. So I don't get it, unless you're just a die-hard Roman fan that is just, it's Roman. I'm Roman, ride or die. Yeah. That to me is not an argument for not finishing the story. I just can't go with that. I just can't go with that. Now, son, I really appreciate the comment though. I do, because you're not alone in saying that. I've seen that all over X. I've seen a lot of people, and I think they're Roman fans, and you can understand that being Roman fans' stance, can't you? They want him to get as many opportunities and records as he can. Would you not be more into the idea that he be the first person to main event both nights of WrestleMania? Imagine if he got that instead. Imagine his title reign ended, but the trade-off is he can go down in history as the first man to main event night 1 and night 2 of WrestleMania. Someone's going to do it. Roman could be the first, and he could have that to his list of achievements. That would mean more, I think, than him beating Hogan's records, which doesn't matter. He's already there or thereabouts anyway, and he's already beaten loads of incredible records. I mean, I don't even know where he is on the thing. Number 5, number 4, who cares? Number 6, number 7. Well, what does it matter if you're like number 9 in the all-time longest world champion list or number 6? What does it matter? It doesn't matter. Who cares? Doesn't mean anything. That is not a reason for me. But it is a reason for Roman fans. But they'll cling to whatever they can. I mean, as if they've not had enough. Oh yeah, it must be really hard being a Roman fan after the years and years of being champion and beating all these people. I think you guys had enough. I think he's done quite well over these past few years. I think we can afford to give someone else a little something now. Timothy said, I wasn't expecting Rocky sucks chance. I don't think WWE will change any plans. They want the people to watch the show. So it doesn't surprise me. Yeah, no, I don't think they changed the plans. I don't think they changed the plans either, but I would like to think that the message has been sent, and I think what satisfies me is that the message has been received. For them to open the show with Cody, and for the crowd to be vocal, and for them to show the signs as well. WWE didn't have to show the "We Want Cody" fan signs. WWE could have done more to have ignored like the support that Cody was receiving. They could have done more, but they leaned into it a little bit. I think they definitely won a little bit of that. I think WWE love the fact they trended this weekend. They don't love the toxicity, but they love the fact they trended. And I think you've seen signs of them just leaning into like, yeah, you know, we're going to use this. We're going to use this. The problem is, how do you use it and kind of usher it into the direction that you want to go? You've got to take this passion and you've got to find a way of channeling it over and moving it over and pushing it and budging it so that this passion remains, but people are more excited for him and Seth. So I think that's their attempt. I think we're going to see them like trying to budge it over a little bit, you know. Oh, we love your passion, guys. Keep cheering for Cody, but we just need you to accept this Seth match. We're just going to budge it this way. Creed comes down and we get a big multi-person mess. So Creed's DIY, New Day, Imperium winners will go on to face. We'll go on to face Pete Dunne, Tyler Bates. Planet Dan, hello, bud, said, what if Cody challenges The Rock at the press conference for a match at the Chamber and winner faces Roman at WrestleMania? Didn't we do this before? Do you remember? Didn't we do, like, was it Roman Reigns against Daniel Bryan? Wow. Big, massive, multi-person spot on the outside. I feel like we did this match. I want to say it was Daniel Bryan, Roman Reigns. And I think Roman Reigns won on one of these kind of go-home pay premium live events. And ended up going to WrestleMania. I think that would be a little strange, only because, right, and we're at commercial break. I think it'd be a little strange because this door was not open for The Rock, and Cody opened the door, didn't he? You know, Cody had to decide as to whether to challenge Roman or challenge Seth. So he has opened the door to The Rock and took advice from The Rock, and The Rock has barged his way in, right? And so now for Cody to have second thoughts, wouldn't the right thing for The Rock to do be to step aside? Because this was an opportunity that was not really there for The Rock anyway. The Rock's only in this position because Cody allowed him to take this opportunity, right? So wouldn't actually, rather than a match, wouldn't it be the right thing for The Rock to say, look, you're my friend. You earned this. You won the Rumble. If you're now telling me that you feel that you've made a mistake and that Roman is the one, I'm going to do the honorable thing and step aside. I think it would be difficult, would it not, for Rock to stand his ground and say, right, well, you're going to have to fight me for it. Because he's kind of barged his way in under the invitation of Cody and is now not going away. So I don't know that would be the right way forward. I kind of feel like if Rock is a friend, a true friend, if I had a true friend and I was struggling with this decision and, you know, they'd convinced me not to do something, but then I decided, no, I should do it. I would like to think they wouldn't then be an obstacle in my way. Do you know? I'd like to think they would remain a friend and they wouldn't turn into an obstacle. So I don't know. I don't think that strikes me as like the right way forward, to be honest. I get the logic, but I suppose like the concern would be then that I don't know the dynamic, as we said. I don't know if that quite works. And then if he does face him, I think a lot of us would be like, oh God, he's going to lose to The Rock, isn't he? That's how they're going to do it. So winning the Rumble now means that he's and what a fool he looks as well. So he's got the opportunity to pick Roman. He decides, oh, I don't think so. And then he decides, oh, no, I think I will. And then he goes and faces The Rock because now he can't because The Rock's got involved. And then what? He loses to The Rock and then has to put his tail between his legs and go and fight. So what a mess. Jesus. No, after strict analytical analysis, I've decided that's not the right way forward. We've explored it, though. We've chucked it around, buds. We've had a little chuck around. But that just seems like we're making Cody look a bit of a fool there. And also, I think we're making The Rock look a bit of a heel by not being a better friend and just, you know, recognizing what the crowd are demanding, what the masses are asking for, and also what the fact that, like, you know, he's meant to be a good friend of Cody and he's not meant to be an obstacle. George Vlogs said WWE put up the Drew RIP CM Punk WrestleMania shirt on sale. They did. I think that actually dropped. I think it dropped earlier today. It's already. I think I'm right in saying it's already in my bookmarks for the unseen thing. So I think it dropped earlier today. I didn't really think about it. I didn't really think if they would show it or not, but they have. And yeah, you can buy Drew McIntyre RIP. In fact, we'll have a look at it, shall we? For those that aren't watching, maybe they're at work. Or maybe they're getting therapy after what happened from SmackDown. All right, we got a multi-person thing here where there's a powerbomb suplex thing. All right. Boo! Boo! Sorry, guys. But yay! Claim your kingdom. And all the way, I put it all away. I claim my kingdom. Boo! Yeah! Boo! Yeah! There'll be a load of people in the chat now really upset with me. Sorry. I've got feelings. Hey, where is it? Where is this new shirt? Where's the new stuff? New arrivals. Yeah. Oh my God. The Hogan 86 belt. Oh my God. That is beautiful. That is one of my favorite ever belts, that is. The Hogan 86, because it was Hogan's in 1986. That's the WrestleMania 3 belt. Wild, isn't it? There it is. There it is. It's fun, that, isn't it? It's pretty fun. So if you want this Drew CM Punk WrestleMania main event at the graveside, wild. Okay. Creeds are battling away. George, shout out to you. Darren, appreciate the support, my friends. We've got an ankle lock being applied here by Brutus Creed on Giovanni. Kip up there by Julius. He's now grabbed Johnny Gargano. Kofi Kingston up top. Gets caught. Boom. Creed's looking awesome. Really great work. Julius jumps and saves Brutus. He's got Tommaso here. A double! Beautiful. Ankle locks in. Creeds. Oh, man, they should get the win here after all of that. But they don't. Everyone jumps in. That was a great spot, though. That was a great spot. Giovanni Vinci did so well to not submit there. So, Darren Wilton, shout out to you. Should have put a... Oh, you did put a message in. Darren said, I think they could save this by The Rock saying that he has heard the people and the title he wants is Tribal Chief, giving us Rock Roman on night 1. And then what do Roman Cody night 2? I mean, look, if they do that, sign me up. Sign me up. If that's the WrestleMania we get, I think everyone will rejoice. That is probably the only way to make everyone happy. The only people that will be sad then will be the Seth fans. The Seth fans that really want Seth to be in the main event. They'll be down, but look, someone's going to lose. Brutus is up top, and Brutus Bolt connects. It's just bodies flying everywhere here. It's like it's WWE's Destruction Derby, this match. So now we've got Brutus climbing up. We got Giovanni on the shoulders of Julius. Another Brutus ball. But Tommaso gets in the ring. Knee to the side of the head. Is this going to be DIY now? Are they about to put this away? Giovanni in the ring. Boom. DIY. 1, 2, 3. DIY, get it. DIY, get it. So let's go over and jump into the chat and ask what you thought of that match. We'll get your scores. We want your scores. We record your scores. All time. Great. Good. Okay. Bad. So, Brutus Ball. I mean, look, you know, it might be DIY that won that match, but for me, it was the Creeds that were MVPs there. I mean, they looked absolutely incredible. They looked absolutely incredible. In the Creeds, they have got just, I don't know, maybe the closest we've seen to, like, the Steiners, or just amazing. Just amazing, amazing team. Imagine if Angle was around and he was like, he was with them. Does make me think of like Hoss and Benjamin. I get those kind of vibes, you know. Suppose American Alpha vibes. I suppose if you think about it, it's been a few teams like that, but just so impressive. Creed, so impressive. Backstage with Shayna Baszler. She's putting a gi on and a black belt. I get Becky tonight, and I'm going to tear her apart limb by limb. Here is Becky. This time when I fight Shayna, I need to beat her. Okay, Becky cutting a promo as she was walking backstage, and now she's making her way out to the ring. So it's time for Becky Lynch against Shayna Baszler. Are there boos for Becky? No, it might have just been the smoke, actually. It's like, they just booed Becky, yeah, but I think it was the smoke. Okay, so Becky, Shayna, a qualifying match for the Elimination Chamber. Becky versus Seth. Becky versus Shayna. Wonder who's going to win this. Wonder who gets this one. Is it one of the most popular, most successful females in WWE? Or is it Shayna Baszler? Right, Timothy said, I think Dwayne is being a bit selfish for one last WrestleMania moment. Well, Timothy, I agree, but I'm also going to just give The Rock some slack, right? Because I think he's doing genuinely what he thought the fans would want the most. And you can understand it because when he comes out and he just says a few words and he gets 150 million views on social media, you know, it's quite clear the power that he possesses, right? I mean, you're talking about one of the most popular men in the world. Not right now, although probably still. You're talking about one of the most famous men in the world. You're talking about someone, if you want to talk about a needle mover, you know, I mean, he is, if you look needle mover up in the dictionary, you might as well have a face of The Rock in there. So, you know, you're talking about someone that's very powerful, someone that's very popular, and someone that, considering CM Punk's injured, considering that Brock is out, you know, I think there's someone here that has come in and is, you know, the word that's been thrown around is save WrestleMania. I think he's under the impression I'm going to give the people what they want. We can save this. I think he's in his mind, he's riding in on the white horse, you know, to save the day. Don't worry, everyone. I'm here. Don't worry. I'm here. And he's coming in. I'm here, everyone. You've wanted me for years, but I'm here now. Here I am. What's going on? I think honestly, I don't think it's coming from a place of malice. I just think it's coming from a place of I know what the fans want, and he's just not read the room. He's not read the room. So I'm going to give him that. I'm going to give him that. The other thing I'd say as well is that I think it was in his contract that he main events WrestleMania, and I do just wonder. I mean, I feel like there was a miscommunication, right? But I wonder if, because I can't see how Nick Khan doesn't speak to Triple H, right? I can't see how that happens. I can't see how, like, he doesn't mention this to Triple H. I wonder if Triple H is like, no, I already know what I want to do. I want Cody. I don't want this. Like, you've got to change his mind. And I wonder if Triple H was just really trying to, for the fans, stand his ground. I wonder if he was really trying to be like, Cody is my, that's it. It's Cody Roman WrestleMania. This has been planned for like over a year. We had him lose last year, so he would win this year. Like, it's Cody's time. And I wonder if he's stuck with it and gone, right, I'm going to have Cody win the Rumble. And I'm going to have him call out Roman. And I'm going to try and put pressure on The Rock. I'm going to put pressure on The Rock to say, you can't have WrestleMania this year. Can you please let me do the job that I'm hired to do, which is be in charge of creative, please? Yeah? But I think The Rock's, like, because of the injuries, The Rock's gone, no. No. I'm having it. I would love to know, rather than, like, throwing out, well, maybe it was this, maybe it was that. I mean, clearly something's happened, and clearly something's gone wrong. You know, no one would want what's happened to have happened. You can't tell me this has been booked to perfection. No one would say that. So clearly something's gone awry. I'd love to know exactly what I need a documentary that gives me a timeline on everything that happened on what date. When did he sign The Rock? What was the agreement? What did Triple H think about it? When was the decision to have Cody win the Rumble? Why did Cody win the Rumble if The Rock was meant to main event WrestleMania? Was there a disagreement between him and The Rock? Why did Cody win the Rumble and point at Roman, right? And be so certain in that moment on Saturday, only to change his mind on Friday? Summit changed. What was it? When was it? Who wanted what? I want a full documentary on this. We had Wrestling with Shadows for the Montreal Screwjob. This is the Cody Screwjob. I need the Cody Screwjob to be totally documented, right? I need to know everything. I need everything. So I'm going to cut The Rock some slack and say that it might not be because he's just being selfish and trying to get that final WrestleMania main event. It could also be that as well, though. But I'm going to say that he's being a knight on a white horse, riding him. That's him. That's not Gangnam Style, although it does work for that as well. Up on Gangnam Style. Dun, 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 dun. Do you remember them days, eh? When we were happy. Up on Gangnam Style. Let's go. That's still my only dance moves I've got. Will we get the real question asked on Thursday, or will it just be plant BS questions, said for Beach Kevin? I really don't know. I mean, like, it's going to be very interesting, actually, because this is the last show before Thursday. They've got NXT, but that's not going to matter. So really, the pressure is on this crowd. I mean, maybe, like, if you are a Cody fan, like, you should be, like, sending a message to this St. Louis crowds. In fact, I'm going to type that now. If you're a fan of Cody and support the We Want Cody movement, then we need this St. Louis. I think it's at St. Louis, in it. That'll be a bit embarrassing if it's not even in St. Louis. Then we need this St. Louis crowd to be louder and more vocal. They've done well, but we need more. Last chance before the press conference on Thursday. There we go. I mean, like, I don't want them disrupting, like, these matches. You know, let's show respect to the other wrestlers. But when there's nothing happening in the ring, you know? When there's nothing happening in the ring and it's those segments in between, I hope there's loud "We Want Cody" chants, you know, and everything. Like, you want that message to really be getting sent. I think they've done a decent job in that opening segment. I would have liked them louder. But Daddy, I Love Him is trending in America. Why? I Can Fix Him. What's going on? Why are these trends trending? But Daddy, I Love Him. Is that connected to Cody? Is that what you lot are tweeting now? Weird. Right, we've got Becky on the outside. Big boot there by Shayna Baszler. JG Peak said, triple threat. Cody pins The Rock, not Roman. I just think that is that really the right way for this historic title reign to end? You know, he's had it for like 2-3 years. So many people have tried and failed. So many people have been screwed. I think that when he loses the title, it feels like it should be clean. It should be that it's took from him, you know? Not that we pin someone else. We pin Roman, or we make Roman submit. Because really, that's the honourable way for this title reign to end. You know, it's a historic title reign. It's in the history books. It's incredible. But I don't know. I mean, like, there's a lot of Rock fans that ain't going to want to see The Rock getting pinned by Cody. I mean, oh my God, could you imagine? Have you been on X? Have you been on social media? Go on X and put that idea on X and tag hashtag We Want Rocky and hashtag We Want Cody. Let me know what responses come back at the suggestion of having The Rock be pinned by Cody at WrestleMania. Let me know how long it is before you're in tears, or when let me know when the first death threat arrives, would you? Because it is, honestly, it's the flipping Wild West on X right now. It is the Wild West. Even I, right, who is firmly in the Cody camp, as I know everyone knows, and not even because I'm in love with Cody and love him as my favorite superstar. I like Sammy more, but it's the injustice of it that really grinds my gears. Even I couldn't wish for the Rock fans to have to witness that. I just want to get him in the main event again. It never crossed my mind to have him pin The Rock as well. Like, that'd be a hard sell, man. That'd be a hard sell. Mark Firefly Forever said, hashtag We Want Cody, hashtag gosh. The Rock's daughter has been getting death threats. Yeah, we've been very clear. It's wrong. That's wrong. We definitely don't want that. We do not support that, right? We don't support that. We're keeping it focused on the wrestling. We're focused on the story. We're focused on what's happening on the show. And, you know, I made this comment in the Unseen video, and I know those Unseen videos are quite long as well, so I appreciate not everyone will have seen that comment, but Dave Meltzer said, like, I hope the people that are getting behind Cody also are going to show this same level of, like, you know, passion and disgust for the Vince stuff. You know, or I think, like, you know, it's perverted or it's strange, like the people aren't showing the same level of whatever. But the truth of the matter is that this Cody Rock situation is not important. I know, like, we've done nothing but talk about it, right? And I know that there's like a toxic war that's being raged on X. But at the end of the day, has anyone died? Or has anyone been sexually assaulted, right? Has there been an actual crime committed that we could go to, like, a court and get a conviction on? There hasn't, right? There hasn't. So to compare this to the Vince stuff is that is strange to me, because I can go on X right now and I can just go right and just put all my thoughts out there. We want Cody. I can't believe they're robbing him. you know, blah, 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 blah. I can put anything I want, right, on X about this story. Not even think twice about it, right? Not even think twice. And I've been doing that, right? Some of the stuff I've been putting on has just been, you know, whatever. Just been having fun. But you would not do this for the Vince stuff. You know, in no world would I ever go on and just be like, oh, I've got this to say about Vince. Oh, you know. No way. That is so serious and it's just not, I mean, like, it's such a different level of, like, that is real and that is horrific and it's being investigated and it's a proper legal procedure, right? And it's, like, affected, like, people's lives and there's NDAs and there could be, like, Vince could go down to prison for God knows how long if he's found guilty, right? The feds are investigating it. God knows what comes of that. God knows what comes of that federal investigation, right? This civil one, I mean, God knows how much that's going to cost, right? If he's found guilty or whatever. I mean, like, what does Dave Meltzer think is going to happen? Like, with this, there's a freedom because it's not that serious. That is so serious. Why would you ever send some of the messages that are being sent about this? About that, to me, I just don't get that. But that's what needs to be remembered. This is a show, a TV show. We care about the characters, right? The wrestlers. It is still real to us, damn it. And you know, you've got passionate people that want The Rock. You got passionate people that want Cody. But at the end of the day, when I'm not watching the show and I'm not on X, I'm really thinking about other things. I'm really trying to, like, you know, get other bits and bobs done. And so it's just like, you know, it's part of the show. How this has resulted in death threats. I mean, yeah, people have took it way too far, man. So it does need, the temperature does need lowering. I don't know that they've lowered the temperature at all. I don't think they've lowered the temperature at all with that first segment. I think it was good to get Cody out there so that the fans can say they've seen him and maybe, you know, get a bit off their chest. I think that has meant that the rest of the show has not been derailed so far. We are an hour in. But, yeah, it's a wild, wild situation. I hate the hope as well. You know, I'm sat here watching this, and I'm watching it, but we're still talking about Cody, of course. Becky in control. And shoulder up by Shayna. So we are, you know, but I'm sat here thinking, could they? Will they? Can they? Will they get him back in? I really think the answer is no. But, you know, the longer they're taking, the more I'm thinking it's not going to happen. But hoping it does. It's a bit like a plaster. It's better to just rip it off, innit? Rather than like... Ankle lock here by Shayna. Mark, shout out to you, dude. Love the gosh. Love the gosh. Becky trying to get over to the rope. So Mark Firefly Forever said, we want Cody, hashtag gosh. So I think that's Summer Rae's burner account. Timothy said, what's sick is Vince has been telling us the truth in past promos, like boasting down right evil. I don't know. I mean, like, I know that there are a lot of promos that have... maybe that is something he was doing. I really don't know. I mean, I do like to think that what we see on TV is the character, is a storyline. And, you know, what goes on behind the scenes is different to that. She should get a hand out of that, shouldn't she? Shayna has got the hand of Becky. She's gone like this, and then she's... Yeah, that was rubbish. She got her hand around the rope, and then she got a bit of the shirt and, like, did that. And then she went up and was going to do something, and Becky just went... Oh, you've trapped her now. Oh, she ain't getting out of that. Becky was out of it in like all of 2 seconds. Big suplex off the top. Makes it a superplex. Going for an armbar. Oh, Becky's going to try and submit the submission specialist. Becky on her knees. Gut wrench. Gut wrench. Oof. Planted down there by Shayna. 1, 2. Becky kicks out. Becky gets her shoulder up. So yeah, Timothy, you could be right. I really, really don't know. I try to not go back and look at segments that were on TV and think that they are an indicator of something that's happening in real life, you know. There may be times where those lines get blurred. I really don't know that Vince was doing that. You can definitely find clips that, you know, there's that one that has kind of done the rounds, which I remember very clearly when Shane McMahon came back and he wanted to take over the show because the show was not doing well. And he said, didn't he, that there was a lockbox with secrets, with Vince's lockbox with secrets. I think Vince said, if you beat The Undertaker at WrestleMania, then I get the lockbox. I get it back, right? And we never found out what was in that lockbox, but it was full of dirt on Vince. Manhandle by Becky. 2, 3, and she gets the win. So there was a lockbox that had dirt on Vince. So if Vince won, he got the lockbox. If he didn't win, if he did win, then he got control of Raw. So that was the stipulation for his match against Undertaker. And it's funny how he didn't win, and the lockbox was never spoken about again. And, you know, you've kind of seen that get mentioned, but to me, that's just a story. You know, it's just something that was on TV. But, you know, there's a lot of those kind of stories, backstage segments that people have kind of looked at now. You know, like how, when he made Trish bark like a dog. You know, people have looked at that and it's, you know, made them uncomfortable. And made people uncomfortable at the time. Okay, so Becky wins. We've got Liv Morgan backstage. Respectfully, these girls are nothing. So, Liv said she wants revenge on Rhea. She said, my business is nothing to do with these girls, and these girls are nothing to do with this, my business. I was on the shelf for nearly a year, and so next week will be my revenge. My revenge is with Rhea Ripley. So, Liv making it quite clear that she's not interested so much in qualifying for the Chamber and all that kind of stuff. She is right now dialed in on getting revenge on Rhea Ripley. What's this? Oh, right. Cody this past weekend getting misted by Shinsuke. So this was in our unseen video, but it did the rounds on social media, of course. So, Cody down after being misted. That means that Cody Rhodes is taking on Shinsuke Nakamura. In a bull rope match. Nakamura Rhodes live tonight, and we go to commercial break. Right, we've got the poll up right now. You can vote away on the Becky Shayna match. And I've already recorded your results for the tag match. So Timothy, thank you. Out of Red Bull again. I think I'm doing okay, actually. I've got some down here. Out of Red Bull again said, X is trash. Don't fall for Elon's hate machine. Well, I mean, I think that is what it should be called, to be honest. The hate machine. It's a lot more accurate than X. It's, you know, there is a lot of... you know, I think that I can go on there and I can debate wrestling with people in regards to certainly the Cody, well, anything I feel quite comfortable, but certainly this Cody Rock situation. And, you know, I think that kind of, I'm going to make a point, you make a point, I'll come back with this point, like that kind of thing. I don't see that as a negative, right? If I engage in that kind of dialogue with someone, I don't look down on the person I'm engaging with, because I have those conversations and have had those conversations in pubs with friends. I have them with Tommy Toy Travels on the Wrestling Escape Pod, where, you know, I'll say something, he won't agree with it, we'll go back and forth. It doesn't change my opinion of anyone. Like, we're engaging in a conversation, we're engaging in a dialogue. Like, I'm a mature adult that can cope with people having different opinions, right? It's not a problem, right? I think I'm fortunate that I'm from a time before social media where having conversations in person, in pubs, in bars, wherever, right? And not sharing the same opinion and kind of, like, you know, thrashing it out, if you will, like having a bit of back and forth. That was just normal life, right? Whereas online, I mean, it is strange because now you are doing it with people that you've never met. You're doing it with people behind a profile picture that, I mean, they could be 12, they could be 50, they could be a man, they could be a woman, they could be anyone, anyone, any age, any sex, could be anyone. You have no idea who you're talking to, and it makes it very difficult because, you know, I could be getting into super detail and I might be talking to like a flipping 10-year-old, right? And obviously I would change in person my language and my conversation if I'm talking to a 10-year-old than if I'm talking to a 60-year-old. So it is flawed. It is definitely flawed. But I also think that we shouldn't worry about having those kinds of conversations, you know, having those kinds of, you know, even if they get a little heated as we're throwing, no, what are you on about? How can you say that? Because blah, 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 blah. You know, I would do that with people in real life, in a pub, in a bar, right? Where it crosses the line is when you start like personally attacking each other and, like, you know, the death threats is, you know, that's mental. But I mean, I've seen people getting calling other people, like, you know, unsavory things, unsavory words. Oh, you're an F in this, and, like, you know, the bad language comes in, and it stops being about what we're talking about. It starts to become personal, and that to me is the line. That's the line right there. That's when the line gets crossed. That's when I wouldn't do that in a pub. That's when it's got out of control, and I think there's been a lot of that on X. And so I think rebranding it the hate machine, I think that is something which they should probably consider. So out of Red Bull again, shout out to you, my friends. AWC Legend said, so Days, what do you want to talk about? Do you know, I feel good. I feel like we've got a lot off our chests. I'm feeling quite content right now. I'll talk about anything. Talk about anything. Talk about the Chamber. We can talk about Stardom. We can talk about NXT Vengeance Day. We can talk about anything. I feel like we have absolutely boxed off Cody and The Rock thing. I think that we have absolutely destroyed that conversation. Right, we're backstage with Drew. We might not have. There might be something else now. Seth's not medically cleared. Why did you headbutt him? Fined. If I saw you wearing that shirt, I'd have doubled your fine. It's not supposed to be. So Drew was about to talk, but Rhea Ripley's come walking out. It's a bit clunky, isn't it? So Adam Pearce is having a go at Drew, and as Drew's about to respond, Rhea Ripley's music hits. Drew seems quite surprised and said, "Is that Rhea Ripley?" And he went, "Yeah, she's not meant to be coming out." Who's in charge? What's going on? I bet The Rock's bucked this, isn't he? This ain't meant to be happening. Nah, The Rock told her she could go out. Triple H is backstage just going, I don't know, I'm not in control of this show anymore. I'm not even in control anymore. She's not meant to be coming out now. Do you know, if I was cheeky, if I had a great relationship with Triple H and I was a wrestler, if something went wrong and he came up to me and went, what do you do that for? I'd be like, Rock told me it was all right. And he'd be like, don't start. And I'd be like, it's just the kind of cheeky person I am, you know. The Rock said I could. Don't you start with me. Don't you start with me. Right, Rhea in the ring. I'm not out here to talk about qualifying matches. No, she wants Nia. So I can rip her bloody head off. Here's Adam Pearce. Oh, she's fumous. She's fuming, isn't she? Furious. She's throwing that microphone away. I understand you're upset. We're not doing this right now. I get it. I know what you want. You want Nia. Yeah, we want Cody. I'm giving you Nia Jax. Okay, well, there we go. Nia Jax, Rhea Ripley, Elimination Chamber. Let's keep the show going. Okay, Nia Jax is coming out now. So Nia's got a title match. Nia, Rhea, Chamber. It's not in the chamber, but it's at Elimination Chamber. Nia is getting in the ring now. Forearm strike to Rhea. Rhea and Nia. Adam Pearce gets bumped off the edge of the ring. Shots coming into the midsection as Rhea Ripley drives Nia into the corner. Big shots raining in. Big clubbing blows there by Rhea. Knee to the midsection there by Rhea as well. Rhea is getting pulled back. Nia charging over and big splash by Nia. Rhea goes down. Well, she wallops the security guards. Oh my God. Ah! Crowd are booing Nia. She's had a good run this time, hasn't she? Alka said Pierce has lost control. James said days with friends like The Rock. Who blooming needs enemies? Good shout. Good shout. Slap coming in there by Nia. Kian said, Days, if you didn't hear, apparently Buddy Murphy and Malachi Black's contracts are up. They will be leaving AEW to go straight back to WWE once their contracts are up. I've heard it on Instagram. Yeah, that was a rumor, a report did the rounds a few days ago. It'll be interesting. See if they do. I've got to admit, I'm not too fussed about Buddy Murphy. I know people like him, but... And he was good in 205 Live, but... I don't know. He didn't really get going in WWE. He's not got going in AEW. He's a decent wrestler. I wouldn't mind it. I don't know if they would be a tag team. But I think you could do something with Malachi. Buddy, I suppose you could do something. Right, we're seeing Bailey and what happened with that situation. Okay, Israel says, what if Roman costs Cody the match, forces his hand? What if Roman costs Cody the match and it forces his hand? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Costs him the match? What match? What match? I've had people saying, what if they want Roman to get to this record, which, as we said, I don't care about. But what if they want Roman to get to this record so it'd mean Cody losing again, and they don't want that? And honestly, I would take Cody at WrestleMania trying and losing than not being at WrestleMania. Or not being in that match. I would rather he be in there, just because you've had him win the Rumble. You've had him win the Rumble, and we know that he called out Roman, and we know that he's got to finish the story. Anything other now than him trying to finish the story just seems strange. I mean, I don't know what message it sends to kids. Like, you know, you've got a goal, you've got a target, we're working towards it, and as soon as we get there, we just don't bother that final step. We don't take that final step. That's who Cody Rhodes is it? Someone that doesn't take that final step because of doubt, because of self-doubt, because he doubts himself. What message is this to kids? I don't understand. I mean, he is like the big baby face. The kids buy his weight belts, and, you know, back in the flipping 80s, it was say your prayers, take your vitamins. Yeah. Then you had John Cena, never give up. And now we've got Cody Rhodes, who's just give up. I don't know. I just don't think it's a good message. And I think even if for some reason they didn't want to pull the trigger at WrestleMania 40, which I don't believe is the case. I don't believe that's the case anyway. I can't go with this. I can't go with. I'd much rather that he try and fail than not try at all. Because is that not the message we've been told our whole lives? So that doesn't really change anything for me. And as I said, I don't even think that's true. I think that he would have finished the story. Right, here's Alpha Academy. So yeah, Israel, I'm not quite sure what you mean about Roman costing Cody the match. But, I don't know. I mean, going into this show, I was fairly confident that they were going to find a way of moving and justifying us towards Cody and Seth, and I still feel that way, but I sort of hate them a little bit for giving me a bit of hope. There's like a flicker of hope in there because we didn't shoot this down in that opening segment, and we know we're going to see Cody again at the end of the show, you know. Maxine and Akira Tozawa, them, they come out. I might be negative, but the robbery is just cruel. We want Cody, said negative Nigel. I still feel bad for Bailey, said Jim. Hurricane said, what if it's all a work? What if WWE is working us? Why would they give out Cody signs? Well, we don't know who gave them out. And I do think as well that WWE do want a bit of this Cody support. They don't want this Cody support to go away. You know, Cody is today a bigger star than he was on Friday. So WWE, I know there's a lot of negativity, and I know it's gone too far at times, but WWE are not going to hate the fact they trended this weekend as hard as they did. They're not going to hate how vocal this fan base has been. And they're not going to hate the fact that Cody has just gone up several levels in the star power ranking, right? So there are positives. So you can understand WWE still wanting to find a way of harvesting the positive side of this movement, you know? So I don't know who's giving those signs out, but if WWE want to kind of keep that We Want Cody vibe going, and they want to, like, encourage that, but maybe try and make it less toxic, I would support that. The problem they've got, though, is what is it leading to? It's all well and good keeping the We Want Cody thing going and, like, you know, buying into this movement. But if it's going to lead to Cody Seth, I mean, how are you going to convince everyone that that's the right decision? I fear that there's a promo coming from Cody where they're going to try and justify it. And I feel like they're trying to have their cake and eat it. So they're trying to keep this support for Cody going. They're trying to keep the loud trending going. They're trying to turn the We Want Cody movement into a movement that they control, right? And they're trying to control it towards Seth. That's what I fear is happening, is they're trying to find a way of getting it towards Seth. And I don't know, there's a few ways that they can do that. I mean, Seth could attack during the main event tonight, you know. Drew could attack during the main event. Seth could come down. We could end up having a brawl between them, and Cody all of a sudden has now got a more pressing issue on his hands. you know, rather than finishing the story, which he's already got doubt about that he can do, which otherwise, why would he have contacted The Rock? Now he's got like, yeah, I mean, look, they've just attacked me. I've got to deal with this first. And so, you know, they might shepherd it that way because of that. So I've said before as well, if this is a work, if this whole thing is a work, I think fans are really worried about being worked. Wrestling fans hate being fooled, hate being conned, hate being caught out, right? It's something they hate. But what I would say is that if this is a work and it is going to lead to Cody Roman, right? Or it's going to be Cody Roman and Rock Roman, well, everything WWE have done so far, they want you to be upset about. You can't have Cody win the Rumble, point at Roman, get to SmackDown, and then be pushed to the side and expect the fans to just be okay with it, right? The fans are right to be upset. They're right to be angry. And if that's been done on purpose, the fans haven't done anything wrong. I would not look back on anything that's happened with any regret, right? I've already said if someone was to turn around to me and say, let it play out, I told you should have just let it play out, I'm ready to shoot them people down, right? I've got my ammunition ready, right, to gun them all down. Because let it play out would not have worked for Daniel Bryan. And let it play out here. Had this weekend have not happened, how do they know how this story would have gone? If Cody gets back to the Roman match, it might be because of the noise that was made, right? So how anyone can turn around and say, oh, I told you, just let it play out, right? Sit down, shut up, right? The adults are talking. I hate the let it play out stuff does my head in. It really, really does. You say let it play out in 2014 to Daniel Bryan, he goes to WrestleMania 30 and he faces Sheamus. Because that was the plan, right? He doesn't get the match with Triple H. He doesn't get into the main event. We don't get Yes-or-Mania. We don't get any of those things. Let it play out is basically sit down, shut up, and let them walk all over you and don't say anything about it. That's let it play out. That's what let it play out is. So I'm ready for them mofos. But so if it is a work, you're right to be upset. They've done stuff that's been designed to upset you, so you're right to be upset. And if it isn't a work, then you're right to be upset because they've done something which has upset people and you're right to be upset. So you ain't wrong. There's no way of being wrong if you're upset. You know? This has been a very loud, very vocal movement by wrestling fans. And honestly, WWE love it. I think they've overall, there's bits they didn't love, but overall, they've trended this weekend. Cody Rhodes is now a much bigger star. There are real positives to take from this. There is nothing wrong with what's gone down, right? In regards to the fans' reaction. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. So I really wouldn't get bogged down in like, is it a work, isn't it a work, and all this kind of stuff. The dirt sheets are pretty clear as to where we're going. The dirt sheets are saying that it is Seth versus Cody at WrestleMania, and it is Rock versus Roman. So with that in mind, I wouldn't get too bogged down with, oh, am I being worked? Oh, should I just wait and see? Oh, well, if you want to wait and see, that's fine. But I think you're sleepwalking your way towards Rock versus Roman and Seth versus Cody. Okay, Valhalla is in there with Ivar Maxine doing some backflips and whatever, and the actual end result didn't look that brilliant. So it is Valhalla and Ivar against Maxine and Akira Tozawa. Spurs Gamer said maybe split Roman's title at Mania. Valhalla and Ivar versus Maxine and Tozawa. Okay. So we are underway with this match, and we're almost at the halfway point. Almost at the halfway point. Let's get back into the chat. So, Spurs Gamer said maybe they split Roman's titles at Mania and they've got Roman defend the title separate. The WWE title versus Cody and the Universal versus The Rock. If they do that, everyone gets what they want, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't really care about Cody having the Universal. Doesn't bother me. I would just question why Cody doesn't get the opportunity to win both, you know? That would just need explaining. I mean, it wouldn't bother me. I care about the story being finished, and in order for that, it needs to be the boom. It needs to be the WWE Championship. 1, 2, Ivar gets the win. There we go. That was the slowest sunset flip in history, says AR1. Alpha Academy versus the Vikings for the 100th time, said hee hee ha ha. Dan said, I hope people stop watching. Well, it's difficult, isn't it? Because I feel like as wrestling fans, we love wrestling and we love WWE and we don't want to stop watching. And even though something like this has happened and it has upset people and annoyed people and frustrated people, I think that is something that's a bridge too far, you know. Things like this has happened before that have upset people, and cancelled WWE Network has trended, but it's never actually led to that. I'm sure a few people did. I'm sure a few people have, but we've never been able to get like masses to do it. I don't know that this movement is strong enough to achieve something like that, you know. To be honest, I think people, if they were to do it, they might do it for a show. But even then, people would struggle and they'd probably still tune in. I mean, we're a slave to it, aren't we, really? They've got us over a barrel. They know we won't stop watching. And we know that even if people online say they will, I bet the ratings come in. And if they've dipped, they ain't dipped by much. You know? If it was going to be 1.4, I bet it's 1.395. You know? So it's... Right, we're backstage with the Judgment Day. Dominic, JD. We need to give Mommy some space. Nia Jax has got her work cut out, says JD. Tonight. Here's our truth. So he got beat up and he thought it was an initiation. I'd wipe this floor with you. You should be wiping the windowsills. I know what it is. I know you feel bad. He's talking about the initiation. What planet are you on? Are we getting through, says Finn. He feels bad. Damien. Damien says to our truth, make yourself at home, whatever. Has he got an idea? He's got an idea? So he's got in it to the Judgment Day clubhouse. He holds up a shirt and he's like, I tell you what, if he slaps We Want Cody on them, make some for We Want Rocky as well. Could be working both sides. Are you a We Want Cody or a We Want Rocky? You're a We Want Rocky. Give me a second. Yeah, there you go. There you go. $50, please. Working both. Damien trying not to laugh, said Dominic the writer. Dia3 said, R-Truth will join them eventually. It's going to be like Sammy joining the bloodline. That was a Grinch smile, said Leo. Zoom Station said, Truth's got an idea. Make yourself at home, whatever, says let him in. Maybe they can do that explanation at the press conference on Thursday. Roman can even initiate that by insinuate that by saying at the press conference that he wants to create history in a way no one has. Yeah, I mean, look, if they do double main event, Cody night one with Roman, or night two, I don't care, or and Rock, I think that is the best way of pleasing everyone. You can give Roman a load of money, and we just have to keep our fingers crossed that he doesn't get injured in the one match, right? And what a WrestleMania that would be. I mean, two absolute mega bona fide matches that could headline any, like, you know, WrestleMania. I mean, the Cody Roman one did headline last year's. And Rock Roman, I mean, it is an absolutely massive match. So, yeah, I'm definitely down for that. That feels like the fair solution. I would take that over the triple threat, definitely. Because I think the triple threat is, as we said, I think it hurts both matches. I think Rock Roman fans just want Rock Roman. And I think Cody Roman fans just want Cody Roman. The triple threat just... I understand that by doing both nights, it means Seth doesn't get his. And as we said, I can't find a way of there not being a victim, right? But I think Seth against Drew, if we do that match, maybe Seth Drew Gunther. I mean, Seth Drew Sammy, right? I'm sure we can sweeten that pot and make it a good match. I know that CM Punk Seth was the original plan, but plans change. And as soon as CM Punk got injured... sorry to say, I think Seth's, you know, dream of main eventing took a big hit. And I think that, honestly, Seth was quite honest in saying, I need this match. But I think he kind of only gave half the answer. Because he said, I need this match because I need this match because I need to know I'm better than I was. And that's true. I believe that. He lost to him 3 times. But he needs now to face Cody to know that he's better than Cody, right? Fine, that's fine. Doesn't change my mind on anything, but it's fine. I can buy that. But I also think the truth is he needs Cody because he knows against anyone else, he likely ain't main eventing. If he faces anyone that's not Cody, be it Drew, right? He's probably not main eventing because you're going to have some serious competition like Becky and Rhea. Like Bayley, who won the Rumble and technically should be main eventing. If you win the Rumble, you should be main eventing. Really, the winner of the men's Rumble should main event one night. The winner of the women's Rumble should main event the other night. Bayley Io should be really in that spot, right? But I think we can agree that, you know, there's other matches that we could maybe put there instead. But I think Seth knows that if it ain't going to be Cody, he is in one hell of a fight to main event WrestleMania, and he probably wouldn't. So I think that's another part of the reason why Seth is so determined to have Cody, because as soon as he lost CM Punk, he lost a guaranteed WrestleMania main event spot. So you can understand why Seth wants Cody to select him. You can see why he's like being all, oh, pick me. This is the Dusty Belt. You'd like the Dusty Belt, the workhorse belt, wouldn't you? Oh, that's why he's being all like that. But I do think that him trying to get the win back is also true. But yeah, for me, I mean, it's undeniable. You absolutely would want to do Cody Roman and Rock Roman and please, you know, both camps. But it's just, I just don't know they're going to go that way. We can sit and hope that it does. But, you know, I'm not really into the hope side of things. Hoping for things, I don't know, it's going to get me where I want to be. Right, we're backstage with The Miz. J.D. McDonough has made his way down. The WWE USA YouTube channel has put a video out of the opening segment with Cody, and the title is "The Crowd Chants Rocky Sucks." Really? Do you know what might start happening? And I hope people don't fall for it. Might start happening is that they might start seeing these things thinking, oh, WWE are doing this on purpose, you know. putting Rocky Sucks in the title, I mean, that feels like they want us to do this. WWE fans won't like it if they feel they're being played, right? There's some pretty deep psychological things going on here. There's some pretty deep psychological things. I think it's super, super clear. Am I getting Cody versus Roman at WrestleMania? I don't give a flip if they put crowd chants Rocky Sucks. I don't care. I don't care if you change every video on your channel to that, right? Am I getting Cody Roman? If I'm not, then I'm sad. I don't care if you think you're working me. I don't care if you are working me. I don't care if it's real life and there's, big issues backstage. I don't care if the dirt sheets are right. I don't care if the dirt sheets are wrong. All I know is if I'm not getting Cody versus Roman, I ain't happy, right? So it's as simple as that. So I don't think that fans should get bogged down in the psychological aspects of things and wondering or worrying if they're being worked or what does this mean and trying to read into things. Keep it simple. Keep it super, super, super simple. If you're in the Rock camp, if you're a We Want Rocky fan, are you getting Roman Rock? If the answer to that is yes, then you should be happy, right? If you're in the Cody camp, are you getting Cody versus Roman? If the answer is no, then you should be sad and annoyed, right? And I wouldn't let, there'll be lots of interesting bits where you go, that's interesting. Or, could that be happening? I wonder what's happening. There'll be lots of that on the road to WrestleMania. But I think cut through the noise and keep it nice and simple. Are you getting the match that you want? If you are, be happy. If you're not, be sad. Simple. Lovely. Simple. Joe said, all they have to do is pretend that nothing bothers them, said Joe. Denise said, Days this heel now. Let's go. James said, I've tweeted you. Thank you, my friend. We are underway with Miz and Cody Rhodes said, I appreciate the passion. Bless y'all. But trust me. Oh, funny. I've just put, that The Rock was holding a gun to Cody's head as he was being made to type this. Appreciate the passion. God bless y'all, but trust me. You know what to type. Type it. What do you want me to say? Say, appreciate the passion. Appreciate the passion. Don't do anything stupid, Rock, please. God bless y'all. God bless y'all. I've done it. And then say, trust me. Okay. But, trust me. Is that all right? Yeah, that'll do. Send it. Okay, I've sent it. And then send another message out that you love me and that I'm your favourite superstar. I'm not doing that. I don't trust him. Why would I trust someone that wins the Rumble, tells me they're going to finish the story, and then doesn't? Why would I trust him? Why would I trust him? I don't trust him. I don't. Roman Reigns on a collision course, perhaps, said WWE on TNT Sports at WrestleMania. Will this match become official? We will find out on Thursday. Do you know what? WWE on TNT Sports, that's a UK account run by people that are, I'm guessing, from TNT. So they're looking and reading the room. I certainly wouldn't read into that plans are changing. I really wouldn't. Lots of Cody messages. Magic Dak said, can't we have Rhodes and Roman main event night 2 and do Rock Roman co-main Seth on night 1? Does The Rock need a main event? I think it's going to be hard. You've dangled the Rock carrot now, and there's plenty of people that have bitten on it, so I think it's going to be really hard to not have a main event now. I haven't had a chance to go on here, have I? Thursday, we are streaming, by the way. I didn't mention that, and I should have mentioned it. We're going to stream on Thursday. So we'll stream on Thursday, and whatever goes down at this press conference will go down. Cody Rhodes has put a message out saying, trust him. I don't. You know, you win the Rumble. It's nice and simple in it. You spoke about finishing the story 2 years. The flipping game is all based on finishing the story. And so now you, I don't know what's going on. You've stepped aside and you haven't even told us why, right? So thanks, mate. Thanks, Cody. I'm angry at you now. Now you've made me angry at you. The way that he's treated us is appalling, actually. Do you know what? We want Rocky. Oh, my God. Swerve! The way that he's treated his fans by not keeping us in the loop. Unbelievable. Trust me, guys. Trust me. I don't! There was a plan, and you've changed it on us. You win the Rumble, you point at Roman. All you had to do was get in the ring and just say, yeah, I want you. What's all this? Rock thing. What's this? But we're going to stream it. Whatever. Oh my God. Is there a more unmissable press conference in the history of WWE? I don't think I can think of a press conference that's more... I'm being serious. Is there been a more unmissable press conference in the history of WWE? I know when they first started doing them after, like, premium live events, people were interested to see how they would do them. So, you know, that was pretty unmissable, but not this level. Not this level. Let's see. Almost time to cook the We Want Cody. Halftime scores. What if Cody went into business for himself, pointing at Roman without realizing that they had a different plan? Yeah, I think there's a good chance that did happen. I think there's a good chance. I would still question as to why they had him win the Rumble, because he's been about finishing the story, so I can't imagine that they thought Cody winning and then challenging Seth would be well received, you know? I can't imagine that they thought that would be the right way forwards. Plus also, what was their plan for CM Punk? Because at that point, CM Punk wasn't injured. So what was the plan? To do Rock Roman and not have CM Punk in the main event of the night 1? But no, it is true. He absolutely could have gone into business for himself, not knowing what the plan was. But then, why would you not tell him the plan? Why wouldn't you tell him the plan? There's clearly been a breakdown in communication. R-Truth is in the crowds. I think everyone, regardless of whether you're on Rock's side, whether you're on Cody's side, right? I think everyone can agree this has been botched, right? It's been botched. It's been botched somewhere, right? It's been botched somewhere at some point. There's been miscommunication somewhere, and right now we're trying to fix it. And I've got to be honest, you know, I really think I am gonna like getting behind this 2-night thing. I don't think it's gonna happen, and I really don't want to get my hopes up for it, but I would now feel sorry as well for the Rock fans to miss out on that match. I genuinely would. I really would. I would feel sorry for that, because you've dangled that carrot in front of people, and there are plenty of Rock fans that want this match. And I think it would be a shame for them now to miss out. And you're going to just upset a load of people then. If you announce Cody Roman on Thursday, which I don't think they will, but if you announce Cody Roman, you're going to have a load of upset Rock fans then. You're only going to have another problem. The 2-night thing might be the only solution. Might be the only solution to get this sorted. JD McDonough with a moonsault. R-Truth came through the crowd and he popped a t-shirt on Dominic. Dominic didn't get his arms through, so he was all restricted. He's on the edge of the ring now, R-Truth. He's got a high-vis jacket on. Oh, he's got money. Money for JD, is it? It's his cut of the t-shirt sales. He goes over, he takes the money. It's a lot of money, that is. You know, JD is like, all right, thank you. Oh, skull crushing! Boom! And the money goes flying. 1, 2, 3. And the Miz picks up the victory. So, we'll go into the poll. This is a poll. So, 44, 29, 13, 11. We'll do a poll for this Miz JD match. We've got an hour and 13 minutes left to go. We know our main event tonight is going to be Cody and Shinsuke. The crowd have been quite respectful. You know, I've not heard any Cody chants during the rest of the show, so they've not derailed the show, and that is something I think people would have criticized them for. But they've allowed the other superstars. You know, it's a if this was Daniel Bryan, you would have been hearing yes chants throughout the whole show. But they're being quite respectful in just keeping it to certain segments. But going back to what I said, I think it'd be really cruel now for Rock fans to miss out on the match they have now got their heart set on as well, you know? So WWE have got themselves into quite the situation. So Miz picks up the victory. R-Truth has got loads of money. He comes back to celebrate with the Miz. Dominic is I don't know what R-Truth's doing, but JD is frustrated. JD has lost to the Miz. And we're seeing 2 weeks ago, the women's tag team championship match, Kabuki Warriors taking on Kaden and Katana. Right, let's get into the chat. Right, Anthony said, imagine WWE Creative decides to make a triple threat between Rock, Cody, and Roman in the main event of Night 2. We've spoke about it a lot tonight. I just don't think it's the right way forward, because if you're a Rock Roman fan, you want that to be about the bloodline, about tribal chief. You want that to be about family. You want that deep, rich story. And I think inserting Cody in there doesn't really add up, right? He's in the middle. He's in the way, right? And equally, if you're a Roman Cody fan and you want that match, you want the story being finished, and you want it to be a fair battle. We've seen Roman cheat and cheat and cheat and cheat and cheat. And he would undoubtedly cheat in that match as well, right? I've no doubt he would cheat during a triple threat match. But Cody having to worry about The Rock as well as Roman. And Roman having an excuse for losing the title as well. You know, he can say, look, I was keeping an eye on The Rock. If it had been one-on-one, I would have won. Like, I just don't think it's the match that Cody fans are looking for, and I don't think it's the match that Rock fans are looking for. But, and there's a massive but, right? Ice Spice. That big, right? I think both camps would still... Would both camps take it? I think Cody fans would probably take it. It's better than where we are now. I don't think Rock fans would take it. Because right now, it looks like they're getting Rock Roman. Here's Bron Breakker. Bron, backstage. Imperium. Being told to... Okay. Whatever you get offered on SmackDown, I will beat it. So Adam Pearce really, really wants Bron Breakker. Whatever he's going to offer you on SmackDown, I will beat it. Beat it! Beat it! Right, Trini said there's a nasty rumor circulating trying to slander my good name that I complimented Tony Khan. I want to assure you that it's all lies. I've heard a rumor, actually, that the announcement on Wednesday is going to be that Tony Khan is in a relationship with Trini. That's what I've heard. And he's got photo pictures to prove it as well. It's going to be quite the bombshell. Weird Flex Wrestling said in 2014 the roster was extremely weak, to be fair. There was nothing else good besides Daniel Bryan at that point. It's a fair point, actually. It's a fair point. It's a great pin with the fall in money, says Erase Your Minds. Alka said on this day in 2002, Maven beat The Undertaker to win the Hardcore Championship. Anthony said, what was your opinion of Carmelo turning at Vengeance Day? Thought it was good. Thought it was good. I thought it was done well. It was quite vicious with the chair shots. Been a long time coming. Felt like it had to happen, to be honest. I don't know. I mean, they could have maybe stretched it out to Stand and Deliver, but it's just been like, I feel like we've gone into a lot of shows going, is it now? Is it now? Is it going to be now? Is it now? And so, yeah, I thought it was done. I thought it was done good. I like Elia as well. I'm a big Elia fan, so I know Trick not winning was probably a bit of a downer for people, but I really like Elia. So for me, it was fine. It was fine. Trick will get the title, I've no doubt. And to be honest, even if he doesn't, he's going to be a big star on the main roster. He is so over. You can't look at Trick Williams right now and not just see the brightest future. I mean, it's going to be amazing for him. I've no doubt whatsoever. So him not winning the NXT title, no problem. I like Elia. Trick's got a great future. Goes into a red hot feud with Karma. I mean, like, is there anything or anyone hotter in NXT than Trick Williams right now? No, I don't. Not to my knowledge. So no, yeah, thought it was all good. All good. What the, says Trini. Listen, you're the one that's going to have to answer for this on Wednesday, right? Papa Crocs said, could have had Drew cost Rhodes in the Rumble, set up a triple threat if that was the plan. I know. I really thought that it was going to be CM Punk that was going to win, and we were going to do CM Punk versus Seth. And I really thought that we were going to have Cody get into like a feud for WrestleMania. I thought that, him not finishing the story at WrestleMania was not really a problem until he won the Rumble. As soon as he won the Rumble, there's not a decision to be made. Not in my mind. You can't for 2 years talk about finish the story, and then not finish the story. So the second he won the Rumble, the mistake was made. I get what Mr. Unfamiliar was saying about, like, do you think Cody was maybe not meant to point to Roman? And there very much could be some truth to that as well. But I would say that for me, the problem was when he won the Rumble, because for 2 years it's been finished the story, and why would he ever pick Seth? How were they ever going to find a reason for him to pick Seth that was going to please the fans? And to be honest, they didn't. They tried. They gave it a little go with the whole, this is the Dusty Belt. And, and I don't think the fans were buying it. And then he went to Roman and then obviously, stepped aside. So no, it is what it is. I think we're all aware of the situation. We all know what's going down. And I think it's made tonight a fascinating show to watch. Absolutely fascinating. Certainly that opening segment. I mean, just incredible. Rocky sucks chants coming from the crowd. Just incredible. So I just, to be honest, I keep saying the same thing, and I feel like I'm just repeating myself, but I know people are coming and going all the time. I feel like ultimately I've got an L coming, right? I'm prepared for it. I think ultimately it is going to be Roman, and I would love to be proven wrong on Thursday, but I can't put my hope into something that I just don't know is going to go that way just to have my hope dashed. I think I'm mentally getting myself ready that it ain't going to go that way. So I've got an L coming. I've got a massive L. It's in the post. I've had an email from DHL, not DH Dub. from DHL telling me that my L is on the way. So any little dub that I can just have on this journey, right? Any tiny little dub that I can have, I'm just gonna embrace it and hold on to it. So, you know, the fact that the crowd made their voices heard earlier, the fact that there was Rocky Sucks chants on this show, the fact that Cody trended this weekend, the fact that we were able to get our voices heard, the fact that they acknowledged our voices were heard, you know? The fact that Cody's jumped onto X, I don't know what X is like right now, but Cody's jumped on saying, I love the passion. Just trust me. Just trust me. I hope the Cody fans have gone, no. We trusted when you won the Rumble, you would pick Roman, and you have not done it. So no, how about no right now? How about no? Finish the story. Finishing the story is bigger than Cody at this point. It's finishing the story we care. I don't even care about Cody. I just want this goddamn story finished. Right, Gunter's coming down. So, yeah, you know, I'm just taking little dubs on the journey. Cynthia, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Really appreciate the support. Gunter is making his way down, and we will turn our attention to this as soon as he makes it to the ring. Cynthia said, Days, I just want to say thanks for the content and the hard work. Love the passion and the depth that you have for wrestling. Justice for Cody. Boo the Rock. Thank you, Cynthia. And honestly, it's not you that should be thanking me. It's me that should be thanking you. I mean, we've been doing this channel since 2016, and you know, I love wrestling. And I'm very passionate about wrestling, and as we all are, you know, if you love wrestling, I think you're invested, and I think it is one of the most passionate fan bases out there. I've no doubt there's other fan bases that are passionate, but there's no denying that this one is very passionate. And I feel so blessed and so lucky that I'm in a position where we can talk about it. And we can throw theories around and talk about why that might work, why this might not work, what the motivation might be, the directions that they may go, thoughts, theories. We just really, you know, we get our teeth into all of this stuff. And you know, for years and years and years, I used to have to think this stuff to myself. I've said before, the channel's called Wrestling Days because I used to have to think about it and I had no one to talk to about it. So I used to go into a Wrestling Days and just have no one to speak to. So it's me that thanks you guys for allowing us to kind of engage in these conversations, you know. And what will be, you know. Wrestling will survive whatever happens. But we need to listen to Gunther right now. But Cynthia, thank you, my friend. I really appreciate the kind words. And I hope that you are enjoying Raw. And I hope you enjoy WrestleMania, regardless of what goes down. Here's Gunther. I appreciate the gesture. What's the point? All of it is a given. 600. He's like, thanks for the gesture, but what's the point in this? 600 days, 700 days. One thing they'll never change. The Ring General being the greatest and longest reigning Intercontinental Champion of all time. I love the pillars in the ring. It looks so good, doesn't it? Presentation of this is great. There's no man. Oh, this is good, isn't it? Who's going to come out? Jey Uso. Jey Uso. Who? It's Jey Uso. So Jey Uso's music hits. He's been circling around this championship. Jey Uso comes down and the crowd respond. Mac, you imagine this at WrestleMania? Imagine how sick that's gonna look. So good for your core. If we do this every day for like a few minutes, I wonder if I'll get an ab. I don't even know if I'm physically able to get abs, to be honest. Oh well. Oh, we're still going. Yeets! Trini, has Tony Khan got abs? Please respond, let us know. Oh, I'm knackered. I'm gonna have... The chair can do it. This is better. Oh, God, that's a lot more comfortable. Is that still working my abs by having, like, the chair support? I might have found the future of exercise. It's a lot easier, that is. Oh, God, I'm knackered. Days, why? Oh, no, I was only asking. Jesus, Trini, I was only asking. Sorry for showing an interest. Right, Jey Uso is in the ring. I get it. I get it. Gunther's like, oh, I get it. Yeah, I get it. They're a simple audience. Oh, he's so good, isn't he? He's so good. Last time I saw you, I eliminated you from the Royal Rumble. I thought you'd want to have a word. I'm sensing some disrespect. Yeets. We've got some yeet chants. Yeet, yeet, yeet. No disrespect. No disrespect, Oos. No disrespect, Oos. +600 days, Oos. Longest. IC champ. Yeets. 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 So, respects. Gunther's like, thank you. Yeah. I appreciate that. You're a very accomplished man yourself. One of the most decorated tag team wrestlers of all time. One half of the best tag team in WWE history. And you hold the record for the longest reigning tag team champions of all time. That's true. Oh, but you only had to put in 50% of the work to achieve that. Oh, yeets. They didn't yeet that one. There was no yeeting of that one. Oh, that was a great line. I've had to do this on my own. That's a great line, isn't it? Lots of yeeting in the chat right now. You're about to get 100% of this work. Let me reintroduce myself. $2024. Oh, man, he works that microphone so well, doesn't he? If you want Jey Uso to be the new Intercontinental Champion, let me hear you say yeets! Yeets! Oh, man, he's got him. Oh. Right there, man. Right there. Tell you what, they better not wrong Jey Uso. The Rock better not step in and deny Jey Uso this Intercontinental title opportunity. You're not the first. You won't be the last, said Gunther. When I beat you. When I beat you, I'm going to beat you worse than your own family ever did. Is this going to be at the Chamber? We need our Truth to come out and hit a Stone Cold Stunner, said Poppy Crocs. Poppy Crocs. Even Gunther goes, oos. He then charges into Jey Uso. Jey Uso responds. Now we got Imperium piling on. Where's Sammy? Sammy. Who's coming? New Day. New Day are coming down to chase Imperium away. Imperium. It's going to be 3-on-3. What you want? What you want? Yeets. Well, do you know what? That was fun. That was good. I enjoyed that. So, Gunther is on a collision course with Jey Uso. I think that's going to go down really, really well. Really, really well. Yeets. Days, Gunther can't be at the Chamber. Oh, yes, you're right. I keep forgetting about that. You're right. I wonder if that... Well, I mean, I suppose it could be WrestleMania, but that's going to be quite the build, isn't it? 2-month build. Perhaps they'll do it on a Raw. You are right about the Chamber. We're going to talk on Thursday, live on Peacock. Everyone on your screen will be there. There's plenty to talk about. Free to attend. Fans are going to be... I thought it was going to be behind closed doors. Free to attend and fans are going to be there. Man, that could be spicy. I feel like they're... That feels like a flipping premium live event. There's a premium live event on Thursday. Guys, I tell you what, we are starting 2 hours before that. We'll do a proper stream. I don't know how, it's probably an hour long or something, but we'll start well before it, mate. Well before it. Shinsuke on screen. George Vlog said, I just got the figure I won. Thank you. Oh, George, you're welcome. You're welcome. I see people saying, we want Cody, but no. No. I want Cody. I saw people saying we want Cody, but no. I want Cody, says Shinsuke. They're really building up that thing on Thursday, aren't they? It seems like what they're saying to us tonight is Thursday. Wait for Thursday. Thursday. We'll get answers Thursday. Thursday. That's what it feels like they're saying. Oh, yes. Oh, this is going to be so good for my abs again. Let's go, man. Women's Tag Team Championship match coming up. Kaden and Katana making their ways down to the ring. Graphics are sick. I know everyone says it, but they are. They are so good. Right, Defcon Prime said, it's your boys, the Oos Day. Oh, very good. The Oos Day. I'm giving you that. I'm giving you that. Well done. The Oos Day. Right. Let's go into the chat, see where the conversation is at. How long we got left? We've got 49 minutes. Days, you could be watching TNA and not getting excited about a press conference, said Dortnight. Is it on at the same time, is it? I think it starts at 1, does it not? TNA. I think this starts at midnight. So this will probably... I can't see a press conference going longer than an hour. So this will probably just end as TNA is starting. So... Yeah, if you are a fan of both, I think you should be able to watch both. I wonder if fans were to keep quiet over The Rock after the Cody thing earlier. I wonder if the fans were to keep quiet. Well, I think they brought Cody out early so that the fans could get the chants off their chest, know that Cody's been in the ring, know that, you know, it didn't really solve anything, though, the segment, you know? But I think that WWE have been very clear in saying, look, Thursday, guys, Thursday. I mean, I just don't know. And I didn't know it was going to be in front of fans. It's very difficult because I don't want to get hope, but there is hope because they've not shot it down. I thought that they would just make it very clear this is what we're doing. And we would just plow forward, right? The reports have been very clear that, you know, as of this morning, it's Rock Roman, it's Cody Seth. That's what the dirt sheets are saying. So I was prepared for this to be, you know, they'll come out with it. We were talking, weren't we, about the kind of promo that Cody could cut. And they haven't done that. But equally, Seth is still really pushing for the match. Thursday. It's all about Thursday. I don't know. I mean, WWE, I would say, have not done much to dampen the noise. I'm not sitting here thinking, oh, it's pointless tweeting out we want Cody. I'm sitting here thinking, oh my God, there might be a chance. So as someone that is like in the Cody camp, it doesn't make me want to turn down my Cody support. And they could have done that today. They could have made it quite clear that we're doing this, you know? We're doing this, we're going in this direction. It's very interesting. Very, very, very interesting. It's confirmed earlier The Rock is turning heel. He's going to come out as Hollywood Rock, said Dees. It's shot down. It's just to keep fans interested. It's going to be Rock Roman 100%, said Joshua. Yes, there's hope. Thursday, we get what we want, said Rivy. I can't believe they went to an ad break just as Carter and Chance's theme came out. I was mid-rave. So, I was mid-rave as well. Zoom Station said, we want Cody to lose. We want Cody to lose so his fans can cry and blame Vince, says Zoom Station. What's this? Oh man, that's is it just me or did the start of that feel like the Fresh Prince? Is it because we're in Philadelphia, born and raised? I think they have done that on purpose, haven't they, to make it feel like the Fresh Prince? We were just looking at like shots of Philadelphia and it had like this like organ sort of felt very Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. And now it's gone into the Weeknd's track and now we're seeing shots. Oh, and they've ended this promo with Rock and Roman being face to face. The end of that promo was Rock and Roman face to face. Why would they dangle the hope above your heads to then just pull it away again? Cody says, trust me. I don't trust him. I don't trust him at all. The mission, the plan was quite simple. Right, Caden and Katana are in the ring. WWE can only fully screw Cody now and make him a full Homelander heel, Cody, and Rock beat Roman or get kneecap, said Joshua. So Will Smith is going to slap The Rock. Listen, I'll tune into WrestleMania for that. No problems. No problems. I don't think you have Will Smith there, though, do you? Although, do you? I mean, I know he did the slap thing, but it is Philadelphia. I don't know. I don't think you do. It's a shame. Before the slap thing, I think you definitely try and get Will Smith. Just in the crowd or doing a little backstage thing, you know? You know, like at ringside where they cut over and there's like a celeb there. Right, we've got Caden and Katana. Maybe Cody challenges Seth Rollins at the press conference. This is the only way that the winner of the Rumble faces a champion. Cody pointed to Roman, but it can work. People want the story finished, though, so him choosing Seth is like, that's what we're expecting. And that's what people don't want. They want the, you know, Seth was talking earlier, he got booed. Right, the Kabuki Warriors are in the ring. I would be cool if Jay got a good IC run. I would not mind Jey Uso beating Gunther. No problems with that whatsoever, no. I'd slap The Rock so hard, he'd go back to thinking it's Rocky Maivia. That would be sick. Do you know what? If he comes out as Rocky Maivia and comes out with the Survivor Series 96 costume, I'm just saying, that might be a way of getting me to want Rock Roman. I don't want Rock Roman, but I'll take Rocky Maivia versus Roman. But he has to wear the exact costume from 96. Right, Kabuki Warriors then are in the ring. Kyrie has got a sick robe as well. I wonder how they feel about... I don't know. Kyrie did. Wonder how they feel about the Stardom news. It's kind of big news if you're into wrestling. I think if you're just really into WWE, it's, you know, it's not really got onto your radar. Could mean some good stuff for WWE, though. The belief is, or the thought is, that this guy that set up Stardom, he is expected to start his own new promotion now. And the thinking is that he might have actually been planning this and been poaching talent for this new promotion. And there's also some thought process that WWE might be working with him, which means that this new promotion would sort of be their connection in Japan. So it could mean some big stuff for WWE because they might have a relationship with this new Japanese promotion, which could see women coming over and women going over there. I don't know if it'd be just women or if there'd be men included as well, but could see some flow between them. Maybe not at the main roster level, maybe at the NXT level, but that's kind of where the conversation seems to be at the moment. Quick kicks coming in there by Asuka. When was the last time Io defended the Women's Championship? Don't know, actually. Did she defend it like on the SmackDown New Year Revolution show? Maybe the SmackDown New Year Revolution show. I might be able to give you an answer, actually. Asuka to the outside, right? We've only got 40 minutes left to go. 40 minutes left to go. And we know that bull rope match is allegedly going to get quite a bit of time. Asuka collides into Kyrie. Asuka collides into Kyrie. So Kaden and Katana are in control. Yes, she defended against Michin in early January. I think that might have been it. Michin. Boom. Niall said, will The Rock take over this new promotion? Well, he's not meant to, but he could do. There's been quite a few funny bits like that. Did you see the Mansoor one? I think I did put it in the... I did put it in unseen. So Mansoor won some tag belts in Poland. And he joked, The Rock got in touch with him. He's like, listen, I'm going to be in Poland and I've got a great idea. Can we talk about it? And he sort of joked that The Rock wanted in on his tag belts. So there's been quite a few of those kinds of jokes doing the round. There was another one about how... The Rock was going to be on the cover of 2K24 going forward. They were going to do a run-in change to the cover now. And he was going to replace Cody on the cover of that. Very good. JG said Cody's tweet thoughts. My thoughts are I don't trust him. He says trust me and I don't. Why would I? Why would I trust Cody Rhodes? Why would I trust Cody Rhodes? Cody Rhodes, the story was simple. You win the Rumble, you called out Roman, you challenge Roman at WrestleMania. Any deviation on this story, any deviation that we've not been told about, right, is making us nervous, like that we're not going to get that match now. You've basically said, how can we trust him when he has said publicly on SmackDown, I'm coming for that belt, just not at WrestleMania? How are we meant to trust him? He said something that was really stupid as well. He said, is finishing the story me taking that belt, or is it me taking everything from you? It's you taking the belt. I don't know what this taking everything from you thing is. Forget that. That's never been part of the story. The story is quite simple. You need the belt that was in your dad's hands. Stop complicating this, right? Stop complicating this. It's not about taking everything from Roman. And I've had loads of people online saying to me, it's not even about Roman. He just needs the WWE Championship. It's just that Roman has got it right now. There's people saying, how about The Rock wins and Cody gets it off The Rock? Because he doesn't need to beat Roman. Because it's not about Roman. It's about getting the WWE Championship, right? No, I don't think that's the right way forward. I think he should beat Roman. But there is truth in the fact we're very clear as to what the story is. So for him to turn around and go, is the story this or is the story this? Shut up. Shut up. It's winning the belt, you muppet, right? There is no changing of the story now. So do I trust him? Him putting a tweet out saying, trust me. No, I do not. I do not. And I don't even know if, they're making him send that kind of tweet out backstage. So my thoughts are that I've no doubt he finishes the story. No doubt whatsoever. But it doesn't change the fact that people want it to be at WrestleMania this year. Like, the Cody fans, as soon as he won that Rumble, the message was sent. It was like shining the bat logo into the sky, right? The message was sent loud and clear. The story gets finished at WrestleMania this year. And then, for no reason, it got pulled away. And it has still not been explained why he's stepping to the side to allow The Rock to come in. That has still not been explained. And I'm sure they'll find a good explanation. I've no doubt about that. I'm sure they'll find something that pleases the fans. But my focus is very unwavering. My focus on this is, he's won the Rumble. He's called out Roman. So why are we not getting the match? So my thoughts on his tweet are, listen, I'm going to tune in on Thursday, but everything is pointing towards him and Seth. And that's a match I don't want. I said before, if it was going to be, if it was going to be that we're not getting Cody Roman, right? We're not getting it. But instead, they're going to do Cody trying to end the Undertaker's streak. Because the Undertaker's still around and the streak's still around, right? Let's pretend we live in a different universe. And it's something monumental like that. Something massive like that, right? I could be a bit more on board. Because if he was to turn around and say, guys, finishing the story is everything to me. But there is something that I might have to just do first because I don't know if I'm going to get another opportunity. Because this might be the year that it does get beaten. But I want to be the one that beats it. And so I'm going to actually use my Royal Rumble win to try and end the Undertaker streak. It's something I've always dreamed of. It's something I've always wanted to do. I know you want the story finished. We will get there. I will work to get there. We will get there. But I've got to do this first because I might not get this opportunity next year. This streak might not be around. If it was something like that, do you know what I mean? Then maybe I could buy into it a little bit, but I still probably would be a bit like, no, finish the story. That's what this whole thing's been about, right? But, you know, at least I feel like I'm getting something that is not equivalent, but maybe a step down. Him facing Seth, I don't give a flip. I don't care. It's done. He beat him 3 times. He had the torn pec, and he still beat him. How am I to have any interest in that match? Seth saying he wants to prove he's better this year. I don't care. I don't care. And it's for a title that I don't care about. I mean, it's a world title, and I don't want that to be the first world title Rhodes wins. Why would I want that to be the first world title that Cody wins? I mean, you run the risk of, if he wins that match, and the night 1 of WrestleMania is Cody with the belt looking up at the heavens saying, we've got a world title, Dad, or whatever it might be. You run the risk of actually taking away some of the magic for when he does actually beat Roman. Aren't you taking some of the magic away? So it's not even so much that we're not getting Cody Roman. It's the fact the alternative is garbage. It's the fact that the Seth match is trash. He's beat him 3 times for a belt that even Cody has said does not finish the story. And we're seemingly only doing it so that we can find a way of shoehorning The Rock in. So do I trust him? I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. I think Cody is a yes man. Kabuki Warriors have retained. He's already shown on Friday that he will be pushed around. He'll be pushed around. So why would I want to trust someone that's shown that he'll be pushed about and is a yes man? He'll do what the company asks him to do. I don't trust him. I don't trust him at all. Trust, guys, come on. I love the passion, but trust me. No, I don't. I want you to win. I want you to win. I want you to finish your story. I'm right there with you. If you need me to buy a shirt, I'll do it. Right? If you need me to buy a shirt, I'll do it. But I don't trust you as far as I can throw you, because you've not given me a reason to trust you. You won the Rumble, you pointed at Roman, and now you changed your mind. The trust is pretty low. Right, Kabuki Warriors victorious. We need to do a poll. Let's go down here. Match scores. Oh, hello, Sami Zayn. Oh, this is interesting. Look, they did this with Theory ages ago. Empty arena. What's going through your mind? I have been thinking a lot. Biggest match in my career. In my hometown. Elimination Chamber. And I came up short. I can't get out my head. Triple H. I know this. You're rocking. You're the ultimate underdog. Yeah, okay. So he did Rocky 1. When's Rocky 2? I'll fight like an underdog. Oh, I love Sammy. I'm a contender. I love this. He should beat Seth. Is there a part of you that's got something to prove? I need to prove it to people in these seats. You haven't got anything to prove. I trust you, Sammy. I trust you, Sammy. They believed in me. I still do, Sammy. We want Sammy. I'm going to start that movement. I'm starting that movement right now, actually. We want Sammy. I love that guy. Right. Sammy will never win anything meaningful. Oh my God, Joshua! Can't you just let me live? Oh! Come on, man! Give me some. Give me something. It's got honestly. It's getting slapped around by WWE here. Mitchell said, I've tweeted you something. Cody is being talked about at the NFL Super Bowl interviews. Really? Is he? What does this mean? Let's have a look. San Francisco 49ers George Kittle weighs in on the situation surrounding Roman, Rock, and Cody.
Where it's Roman and The Rock. You know what? I'm a huge Cody Rhodes fan. I like Roman Reigns. The Rock, hey, he coined the term the people's tight end, so I'm indebted to The Rock.
I'm indebted to The Rock.
Huge fan of him. Honestly, my dream would be like kind of a setup. Roman shows up. I saw this online. Roman shows up, signs a contract. Cody's on the other side. The Rock referees. Wouldn't that be fun and special? Let's make it fun and interesting. That was not my own idea, but I thought it was really cool.
So he wants Cody, Roman, and The Rock to be the special guest referee. Fair play to him, actually, going, that wasn't my idea. I saw this online. Fair play to him. I mean, you're going to have a lot of Rock fans coming after you. I'm just... That ain't going to please everyone. Oh man, so much stuff. Right, El Generico would be super cool if Sammy brought him out as an alter ego, said Rivy. Zoom Station said Dusty, king of the bunkhouse brawls. Hawkins said Sammy was sitting in seat 12. Does it mean anything? I just wanted to point it out in case it means something. Yeah, a lot of people said that about was it Rhea sat in chair 3 in her interview before the Royal Rumble, and then Bayley came out at number 3 and she won. Number 12. How many letters are in Cody Rhodes? C-O-D-Y-R-H-O-D-E. That's 10. Space. 11. Oh my God. Exclamation point. Ah! Cody Space Rhodes exclamation point. Yeah, Cody. I like the idea. I could see The Rock being a special guest ref. Now what could save the situation, says Tiny Tales. Yeah, but Cody said I'm not at WrestleMania. I'm coming for that title, but not at WrestleMania. So that would need explaining, wouldn't it? It'd have to. I mean, look, there are, and also now you've gone and flipping done the face-to-face between The Rock and Roman. So all the Rock fans have obviously got excited. So now if you take it away from them, you're just going to have a big movement for The Rock then. Cody fans, if they do get what they're hoping for, which again, I ain't getting my hopes up because I don't think it's going to happen. But if they do get, then you're going to have a load of upset Rock fans. It's got, oh God, it's triple threat or both nights of WrestleMania. It's the only way that you please everyone. And even the triple threat, I think people will be like, not quite what I wanted. But Cody fans would take it right now. Rock fans right now, I think, would be like, no, I want Rock Roman. Because that's the match that I thought I was getting after SmackDown. Yeah, well, welcome to our world. After Royal Rumble, we thought we were getting Cody Roman. Sucks, doesn't it? Sucks. Right, we're going back. Is Gunther the main event? Yes. Cody says he was drunk, said Mr. Guys, I was drunk. I'd love that, actually. Mr. Unfamiliar. That would just be the best excuse every time, wouldn't it? Guys, I wasn't myself. I was drunk. That could probably get you out of a lot of situations. Right, we are seeing St. Louis. If it isn't Cody Seth, it's going to be Seth, Sammy, Drew, workhorses for the workhorse title. Oh, even Sean Ross Sapp, look. I'll show... Cody said, I appreciate the passion. God bless y'all, but trust me. Sean Ross Sapp says, no. We know they got to you, Cody. We know they got to you. They got to you. We know the truth, Cody. So I feel like we've all gone full-blown conspiracy theory. Do you know, they keep showing this graphic and there's no boos from the crowd, so I don't know if maybe they're not showing the crowd or if the crowd just aren't booing it. I think they're probably not showing that to the crowd. I think the crowd don't see that graphic. Here he is! Mr. Trust Me. Mr. Trust Me making his way down to the ring. Adrenaline in my soul. I'm not on control. Come on, Cody. Yeah. Right, where are we with these scores? 61, 16, 8, 14. Whoa! Cody versus Shinsuke. Main event, bull rope match. 22 minutes to go. Does Cody say anything after the match? He might say something to the crowd, you know. There genuinely could be some, like, promo after. I'd imagine he'll probably just say what he said online of like, guys, thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the passion. You've been heard. Trust me. Probably something like that. We want Cody signs. Michael Cole was talking and the pyro went off. It's all to do with a match that has not been announced yet. Will Cody face Seth? Cody is in the ring. Cody is about to bleed his own blood. Here we go, said Rivy. Someone's sign is upside down. They don't really care, said Capper Owens. You're gonna hear, trust me, before Cody's music hits, said Zoe Killer. Craig said Taylor Swift will wear a We Want Cody shirt at the Super Bowl, and that will change everything. Johnny said, Days, we trust you. We don't trust Dwayne Johnson. Well, again, I think that he's done it for good reasons. I don't think he's done it to hurt Cody. I really don't believe that. Shinsuke is a 7-time champion in WWE. Is he? Is he? Wow, this is the first serious bull rope match we've had in 17 years. Imagine if Shinsuke wins. Imagine that. Imagine Shinsuke wins and he just starts beating down on Cody. They cut to a kid that's just in tears. Cody Rhodes. This is going to be a PG cowbell match. I mean, these can be pretty brutal. You are strapped to your opponent. You can use that cowbell as a weapon. The same bull rope? Shinsuke's looking at them. What's this? What's this? He throws it over to Cody. Come on, you shouldn't be falling for these tricks. It's your family's match. Cody Rhodes, Shinsuke, bull rope match, main event of Raw. We want Cody chant. Forearm strikes coming in by Shinsuke and Cody. After the 49ers win the Super Bowl, Taylor Swift will rip off her jersey, Chiefs jersey, to reveal a 49ers jersey. She was only with Travis Kelce to get inside info and help the 49ers win. Shinsuke is going over the barricades and he gets pulled into the barricades. Dustin was mentioned, said Jess, and he was, yes. Cody ringing the bell. More cowbell. More cowbell. It needs more cowbell. Right, 17 minutes left in the show. Isn't this basically a strap match? Yes. But you can, obviously you can use the strap as a weapon, but you can use the cowbell as a weapon as well. Right, the Niners aren't winning the Super Bowl, said Perry. Didn't a bull rope match kill Brody Lee? I don't believe it's that killed him. He did compete in it, though. But, no, I actually don't know what the illness was that he had. Let's see, have a look. I don't believe it's been the match that did it. He'd been, despite what some fans believed at the time, the issue was unrelated to COVID-19, as Huber had tested negative many times before. He had been moved to intensive care in late October. On the AEW Unrestricted podcast in January of 2021, Amanda Huber revealed that Huber had died from idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a rare condition which causes lung tissue to continuously thicken until the lungs can no longer function. Didn't know that. I didn't know that. So it's a rare condition where the lung tissue just keeps getting thicker and thicker, which makes it harder and harder for you to breathe. Wow. Didn't even know that was a thing. That is idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. So he died on Boxing Day, 10 days after his 41st birthday. Do you know what's quite scary about that, actually, is that he got to the age of 41, which would sort of suggest, well, that idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, it didn't seem to affect him for the 40 years before, did it? So how did that just come on? Did that just start? I don't know. I feel like I need to look into this now. It's a rare progressive illness. Don't know. It's not fun, is it? Oh God, we've gone down quite the road. Okay. Well, we're gonna reverse out of this one a little bit now. Tommy said, I used ChatGPT in school and now I'm afraid of being expelled. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. Nah, go for it. Go for it, mate. Everyone cheats. No one's got a clue what they're on about, so you might as well just go for it. Just make sure you get away with it. In the future, you're not going to need to know things, because we will just have AI anyway. So actually, I would argue that knowing how to use AI is the only skill you're going to need in the future. Think about it that way. There we go. Boom. James said, I've tweeted you Eric Rowan's tweets. Oh, what? Is this connected to the conversation I just reversed out of? Because I reversed out of it. But this photo was recently shared to me. It was from prior to our Baltimore debut. I forgot we even took a picture that day, and it definitely makes me feel emotional right now. That's nice. There's an image from Eric Redbeard, Bray, and Luke Harper. What's that? Fast and Furious franchise deaded. DC deaded. XFL deaded. And there's The Rock knocking on the WWE door. Oh, mate. Mate, that is so going into the unseen. What folders have I got? I don't even know what folder I've got in the moment. Rock Cody goes in there. Boom. Love it. Right, we are back to the action. We are back to the action. So Cody is in the ring. Nakamura standing over Cody. Did you hear what Logan said about Dwayne on a podcast? I don't blame Logan. I didn't. I know they've not got a good relationship though. Should have a door for the Black Adam movie as well, said David. I actually don't know. Did he kill the XFL? I know he bought it. I think he merged it, didn't he? I don't know if he killed Fast and Furious, and I don't know if he killed DC. And he hasn't killed WWE, has he? In all fairness, it's just a bit of fun. Just a bit of fun. Right. Shinsuke with that boom. Using that cowbell, walloping Cody with the cowbell. I wish this crowd was more vocal. This is the concern about, like, the modern crowds, you know. This is not a crowd. If this was London, or if this was Chicago, St. Louis, I mean, you know. Come on, guys. Come on. Throw us a bone, would you? What has The Rock contributed and earned over the years? Flipping nothing, mate. We ain't seen him. He's only walked out twice in the past few years. What do you mean? So Cody is on his knees. I love Cody. I want to see him finish the story, says Michael Cole. He says, figure four. Figure four by Cody. Cody has got the figure four on Shinsuke. That's really interesting from Michael Cole. I'm going to be honest. I want to see him finish the story. Ball rope match continues, and I think we're going back to our final commercial break. So, final commercial break. Raw is the top trend this evening by quite a distance. WWE higher-ups want to do a CM Punk commentary. WWE higher-ups want CM Punk to do commentary. Do they? Do they? Right. I'm tired of trying to read Cody's book. I'm going to read another one that's got an actual ending. Cosborn said, I'm just over Roman as a champ at this point. Jonathan said, do you think it's a work at this point to put Cody over more? I don't care. I really don't care. I don't care if they're trying to do a work. I don't care if what we're seeing is real. I don't care if they're... I just don't care. The only thing I'm focused on is, are we getting Cody Roman? That's it. That's it. I mean, again, I go back to the point I made before of Daniel Bryan. If the fans hadn't been vocal back then I think that, I know we would have got Daniel Bryan against Sheamus. That was the planned match for WrestleMania 30. But it was the fans that managed to change the direction of that. And for this one, I feel the same. I really feel like we were walking and heading towards Rock Roman. There's been a couple of things on this show which has just put a couple of doubts in my mind about could they find a way of getting Cody into this? They've said about, there's not even a match that's been announced yet, guys. And Michael Cole has said, look, I'm going to be honest, I want to see him finish the story. You've got Cody sending a tweet out saying, guys, look, trust me. There's a few things here. I mean, and the fans chanted, Rocky sucks. Michael Cole going, what is it, 1996? Seth Rollins going, I wasn't expecting that one. It's just been a couple of things that you look at and go, well, listen, they've got to have received the message. They've got to have heard, and they've made it clear that they did. I think they've done a good job of acknowledging they've heard the noise. Yeah. But as I said, it's very hard now to find the way forward. It's got to be 2 nights because... I mean, unless you do the triple threat, but I would now feel sorry for Rock fans. If Cody was to come in and get the match, which I would love for him to get, right? I think what you've done is you've dangled that face-to-face between Roman and The Rock, and you've got, we now. So it would feel unfair to those fans to now take it away from them. They would suffer the same heartbreak that the Cody fans have suffered. So this is why I don't care about worrying or thinking, is it a work? Where's it heading? Trust the process. Forget all that. Not interested. I know what I want and I'm going to demand it. I know what I want and my voice will be heard. And I don't give a flip if it's a work. I don't give a flip if it's real. I don't give a flip whatever. I know what I want. I think anything else, where people are like, do you think it's a work? Do you think they're working? What do you think like this, I think you run the risk then of quietening and dampening down your being vocal, If you think that it's a work and you start thinking, are they working me? You might then start to not send the tweets out as much. And I just think that is a bit dangerous because, Cody right now needs the support. If it is a work, I'd say well done. It worked. Well done. You did something that got the fans and probably went too far, but, you did something and it worked. Well done. And if it isn't a work, well, then we got to make our voices heard, didn't we? So I've said before, either way, we don't lose. If you make your voice heard, you don't lose. Knee strikes coming in by Shinsuke. But at this rate, Days is going to get laid before Cody finishes the story. Let's not lose our minds. Jesus. I mean, come on, mate. There's jokes and then there's jokes. Kick coming in there by Cody. Apparently, WWE is muting a lot of the boos. I think they've let a lot get through, more than I was expecting. I didn't expect them to acknowledge, Rocky sucks chants. Cody chants, I can definitely hear those. As Shinsuke and Cody are battling away. Yays for Cody, boos for Shinsuke. Kick coming in there by Shinsuke. Punches here by Cody. Oh, kick to the midsection. Boom! kick there by Shinsuke. Cody goes down. Shinsuke is all kinds of tangled up. Shinsuke round the back of Cody. Plants Cody down. Tough match this, isn't it? Because like it's had no build. I know that these two have been in a little feud, but just felt a bit random. Double underhooks. Oh my god, that pedigree. Oh man. Two. Oh, kick out by Shinsuke. Cody hit a pedigree on Shinsuke. Look pretty brutal, man. Look pretty brutal. Rivy said, this crowd sucks. He's the unknown former UFC wrestler they're talking about. They're waiting for a bull rope match to strike. Cody rings the bell. Ding, 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 ding. He looks at WrestleMania. The main events will be set on Thursday, Michael Cole says. Missed! Missed by Shinsuke! Missed by Shinsuke! Cody goes down on his knees. Shinsuke round the back of Cody. Oh! Crossroads! Yes! Connects! Look at Cody. It's all over him, man. Shinsuke gets a good coverage. He does a great job. We've seen some really bad misting in the past. He does it like a champ, doesn't he? He is so good with it. Cody only getting a two. And do you know, the colour of it is like blood red as well, isn't it? It does add a little bit to the drama in a way. It looks like blood. Shot coming in there by Shinsuke is walloping away on Cody. Cody goes down on his knees in the corner. Shinsuke, Kinshasa, blocked, ducked there by Cody. Uses the rope. Oh! Shinsuke down, Crossroads, middle of the ring. Boom! Connects. 1, 2, 3. Cody wins. Smile on the face of Cody Rhodes. He's smiling after being so sad on Friday. He's smiling on Monday. Wish they'd do more with Shinsuke, said Jonathan. When do you think Cody Roman? How do we get to that? How do we finish the story? Well, I feel we've spoke about it at length. But, is there hope that they could do Roman Rock one night and Cody Roman the other? Is there hope that there could be a triple threat? We get the answers Thursday. The story will be finished. That's never in doubt. Never, not for 1 second have I doubted they won't finish it. The crowd in Vegas. Oh no. Drew attacks Cody. Drew attacks. They're gonna screw him. And he looks at the WrestleMania sign. They're gonna screw him. They're gonna screw him. They've just had Drew attack Cody right at the end of the show. They've just had him attack Cody right at the end of the show, and then look up at the WrestleMania sign. Now they might be trying to work you. As I said, don't worry about that. Don't focus on that. The question remains: do we get the match that we want as Cody supporters? Right? And I know a lot of Rock fans are there in the chat as well. But, you know, that definitely makes it look like Seth Drew, Cody, night 1. Rock Roman, night 2. Flipping, he put a message out saying, trust me. Didn't he? Do you remember that? Do you remember when he said, trust me? Eh? Remember, trust me. God, and do you know what? There's people saying, there are some people saying, we trust you. I don't trust him. I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. I don't think he's the one in charge. I don't think he's got a say. Why would I trust him? He's not head of creative. If Triple H had sent out Trust Me, yeah, maybe I'd listen a bit more, but he's getting overruled by The Rock. Even he's not really in charge anymore. Do you know what? I just don't trust. I've got trust issues. I don't trust anyone. That's the conclusion I've come to. There ain't anyone I trust. Yeah, don't like it. Do you think Drew will be there on Thursday? He's not advertised. Yeah. I think that Drew, Cody, Seth. I mean, they've said that Cody Seth is the... Cody versus Seth is the plan. Rock versus Roman is the other plan. I don't know why on this show there was moments where they gave us hope that it could go a different way. And they've been very clear, Thursday we find out, Thursday we find out, Thursday. And now Drew is very much getting himself involved. I mean, look, we find out Thursday. That's what I've learned. But I don't feel hopeful. Let's do a poll. And let's do it over on Wrestling Days clips. So, here we go. What do you score WWE Raw? What do you score WWE Raw? Do you give it a 5? Was it an all-time episode? Do you give it a 4? Was it a great episode? Do you give it a 3? Was it a good episode? 2? 2. It was okay. Or 1. It was bad. It was really bad. So this is all time. It's like one of the greatest Raws we've ever seen. I mean, oh my God. Wow. What a show. Yeah. It was great. Yeah. Really enjoyed that. It's not all time, but yeah, you know, I really enjoyed it. It was some like this, like that, like this. You know, there's just maybe 1 or 2 things that stopped it being all time. Good means, yeah, you know, it was worth watching. Had a few decent moments in it. Okay is like, oh, wow, it's 50-50. And then bad is like, there was more bad than good. Boom. You can vote on that right now. If we have a look at NXT Vengeance Day, so you can see that great 64%. So great 64%. But we add what's above as well. So that actually works out at 74.82. Is that right? Have I done those maths right? Yeah. 82. So great 82 is the overall score. Great 64 is what it actually got. So we can add that. Let me open this up. Where's the show scores? There we go. We'll put this in and then I'll jump into the chat and we'll see what people are saying, and then I'll run away and do the unseen video. So this came out at grade 82. Oh, wow. Wow. Goes in here. Isn't that funny? Literally just above NXT No Mercy. Isn't that funny? So it goes great 82, great 64, NXT Vengeance Day 2024. So it goes in there. How funny. It's so weird how this works. I mean, like, no one would have been able to have like done that on purpose, but en masse, you lot have voted it to be, I think, is that the only other NXT show? No, we do have Deadline. So it does show that like Deadline was down here, but NXT Vengeance Day To be honest, those 2 women's matches were excellent. The two title matches, sorry, the women's one and the Elia and Trick one. I thought the opening match was a lot of fun as well. There was times where it did feel a little bit like just a glorified NXT show, but yeah, I mean, you guys have really enjoyed it. Look at that. That's actually scored higher than the Royal Rumble. Royal Rumble came out at great 66. NXT Vengeance Day, great 82. Wow. I'm very surprised. If I was to guess, I don't know where I would have put it, I really don't know. Well, I don't have to guess. The results are in. So, yeah, very, very interesting. So thank you for feeding back on that. If you want to feed back on Raw, if you go to Wrestling Days Clips channel, click on Community, you can then vote, and that will go into our official results. Let's get back to the chat and get people's final comments before we run away and do the Unseen video. Unseen will be up in about an hour or so. I mean, it depends how much is in it. Yesterday's took me 50 minutes just to record it because it was so long and there was so much stuff to talk about. This one may be the same. Right, 48, 35, 8, and 8. Right, Days, Monday Night Raw was horrible tonight, says Johnny. It was horrible tonight. Was because horrible Dwayne was not on. You're going to have a bad show if Dwayne is on. Monday Night Raw was not horrible. Horrible Dwayne was not. Okay, I'm with you now. I got all confused. For a moment, I forgot how to read. Days, I've got a question. Are you streaming the Super Bowl? I don't know. I really don't know. I think there's a good chance of it, yes. Bully Ray has laid out a story on Busted Open that fixes it. Involves Cody winning at MSG. Right. No. 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 The reason why I say that is it doesn't fix it. I mean, I'd have to listen to the whole thing, but I've said this before. People saying about MSG and saying about all this stuff, it doesn't fix the fact that Cody won the Rumble, pointed at Roman, and we were on our way to finishing the story, right? So I don't know if Bully Ray has got an answer for this. Why did he point at Roman when he won the Rumble, seemingly come out on Raw about to call out Roman, only to be interrupted by Seth, and then go to SmackDown and then instead have The Rock come walking out? I haven't heard his explanation for this, right? But I've said before, like, talking about MSG, talking about SummerSlam, talking about title unifications, talking about, I don't know, anything in the future doesn't fix what has just gone wrong in the past. It doesn't fix what's gone wrong in the past, right? As soon as Cody wins the Rumble and points at Roman, in that moment, it feels like we're on our way to WrestleMania. And it feels like Madison Square Garden is not in the plans, right? And even right now, it doesn't seem like it's in the plans. If you wanna say like a different conversation of would it be good to finish it at Madison Square Garden, I haven't got a problem with that. But there's no Madison Square Garden show that's been announced. I think. Do we know where SummerSlam is? I think we might know where Do we know the SummerSlam venue? SummerSlam 2024. Have they announced the location yet? I don't know if they have, actually. I don't know if they've announced SummerSlam. I mean, maybe they could get SummerSlam for Madison Square Garden, right? Maybe they could announce it for that. But to me, it doesn't fix what's just happened. Like, what just happened is there's been a robbery. He wins the Rumble. He wants to go to WrestleMania, and he's stepped to the side. And to be honest, WWE, if they said, listen, you can use your Royal Rumble win to challenge for SummerSlam instead, and hear us out, SummerSlam is going to be at Madison Square Garden. Now, there's no rumors that it is, right? There's no rumors that it is. So, again, this to me is... The reason why this annoys me, right, is because these kind of ideas are going to be put out there, and this Cody support, it runs the risk of quietening the support for Cody. The support for Cody could suffer because of these kinds of things, right? Because people will look at it and go, oh, that would be cool. I'm not too worried about him not main eventing now, because that would be cool if that happens. Problem is, there's no indication this is going to happen. So all you're actually doing is you're just getting people to be more quiet with the "We Want Cody" hashtag, which is brilliant if you want The Rock. And it's brilliant if you're a Roman fan. But again, can I just point out, there's no news, no rumors that they're doing Madison Square Garden. This is nothing but fan fiction. Nothing but fan fiction at this stage, right? So for me, I'm not gonna pin my hopes that they're gonna book that. And also, it still doesn't fix the fact that for 2 years he's been finish the story, and then he finally gets to the point where he can, and then he doesn't. And he said, I'm not going to do it at WrestleMania. Now, if he turned around and said, look, the reason why I stepped aside for The Rock is because I will get to face the champion, as I said to Roman. And the reason why I said not WrestleMania is because I can announce SummerSlam will be at MSG this year, and I've been promised that I will face the champion there. That is the right place for this to be finished. If he comes out and says that, right, my immediate reaction will be, why didn't you tell me this on Friday? Why has there just been all this hurt and upset and concern and frustration and anger? And why have we just had to go through what we've gone through when you could have told us that on Friday? You could have told us that in the ring. Imagine on Friday on SmackDown, if Cody had come out and said, I'm going to face you for that title, just not at WrestleMania. You see, someone has told me that the venue for this year's SummerSlam is Madison Square Garden. And I've been told I can use my Royal Rumble win to challenge the champ at Madison Square Garden. And that is where this needs to go down, right? If he'd have said that in the ring on Friday, I think everyone would have gone, got you. I understand. I understand why he's stepping aside, because he's not really stepping aside. He's allowing someone else to have the WrestleMania thing, but he's more focused on something else, right? He's more focused on SummerSlam. I think a lot of the Cody fans would have gone, got you. I'm with you. But he didn't say this. He just walked away. He just walked off. And it left everyone to be heartbroken, frustrated, confused. WWE set a flipping fire on social media, right? Which blazed out of control and resulted in people getting death threats. So, to me, like, I can't put my hope in the fact that they're going to book that, because there is no indication they're going to book that. And we've not had any explanation for what happened at the Royal Rumble. So, I don't know. For me, this is just fan fiction, fan fantasy, doesn't fix what the actual problem is, and actually runs the risk of being counterproductive in getting Cody fans to shut up, because all of a sudden there's something that they look at and go, oh, well, that would be okay. That would be all right. So rather than sending out, you know, we want Cody, and sending out that loud message and making your voice heard, instead, you settle down, you're obedient. We'll let it play. We go back to the let it play out thing, you know? We go back to the let it play out thing. And I just don't think that's the right approach at all. I'm very firmly against let it play out. Because as we keep saying, let it play out would have resulted in Daniel Bryan facing Sheamus at WrestleMania 30. So, not a fan of it. Justin said, Triple H said at the Royal Rumble press conference that Cody is so smart as a professional. He did tell Roman he wants to take everything from him. When the head of the table, Tribal Chief, started 1-2. I don't know what that means. Just what's that mean? Triple H said at the Royal Rumble press conference, Cody is so smart as a professional, and he did tell Roman he wants to take everything from him when the head of the table tribal chief started. 1, 2. Don't know. What do you rate the show? Don't know, actually. That's tricky. Feeling like a 7. 7, maybe a 7.25, something like that. I don't know that I would be at great. I would be definitely good. I would be flirting between great and good. It's a tricky one because we didn't get answers, but we did get an answer to when we will get answers. So if you tuned in wanting answers, you didn't get them, but you did get an answer as to when you will get an answer, and you will get an answer on Thursday. So I think Thursday is when that we find out. I'm frustrated at the. I'm frustrated at the fact that there was a little bit of hope that was in there. Michael Cole said, "I want Cody to finish the story" on commentary, and he wouldn't have just said that unless he was, allowed to say that. It was very clear that they allowed, they actually focused on the "we want Cody" signs. They could have made it where we didn't cut to those signs. They easily could have made sure the camera stayed away from those, but they cut to those. So you look at that. You look at Michael Cole's comments. You look at the fact that Seth acknowledged the Rocky sucks chants, right? Didn't expect that one, kind of a thing. They made it very clear tonight, we heard you. And that was nice. That was nice. It's nice that we got hurt, right? I appreciate that. But if it's just going to end up being like Drew, Seth, Cody, or it's just going to result in being Seth versus Cody, I mean, you could have told me that tonight. Instead, I'll go to bed tonight with a little bit of hope that there might be a way forward still, And again, to be very, very clear, I know there's people watching that are Rock fans. I don't want you to miss out either now. Because I think if this turns out into Cody versus Roman and we don't get that Rock match now, I think you're just going to have a load of people upset on the other side of the argument. And they're right to be upset. Because you've just done this massive face-to-face, which, it ended, the face-to-face between Rock and Roman ended the video package for WrestleMania 40. So they did this big, and the final image you see is Rock and Roman face-to-face. So how can you now turn around and not do that match? So, I don't know. I mean, if he's going to come out and say anything along the lines of, I'm going to finish the story further down the road, blah, 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 my instant reaction will be, why didn't you tell us this on Friday? Why have you left it for this press conference? Because there's been carnage and a lot of upset, a lot of anger, a lot of frustration and pain and suffering and, concern. And to the point where it overspilled and it went too far. Why have you allowed that to happen? If you knew that this was just going to be announced that, I don't know, SummerSlam's at MSG or whatever it is that they come out with. We'll have to wait and see, won't we? We'll have to see what comes out on Thursday. You'll have to see what comes out on Thursday. God damn it, I'm waiting to finish the story. I'm waiting for answers as well. All WWE is just flipping waiting. We're just waiting for everything. Brad said, Days, if you think about that video uploaded with Cody and Punk, it's kind of ruined now. It was such a special moment. Yeah, that's a good point. CM Punk backstage saying, go finish your story, bro. So CM Punk suffers an injury in the Royal Rumble, and backstage he says to Cody, go finish your story. I mean, it's a good point. I mean, it does suggest that the key players were not aware of The Rock doing what The Rock was about to do. Because why would Cody win the Rumble and then point to the Roman if he knew that The Rock was going to be taking his spot? Why would he do that? And then also, after Raw, the backstage footage of CM Punk emotional because of his injury, Why would he embrace Cody and say, go finish your story, bro? So why would that happen? So everything does point towards when Cody wins the Rumble, he is expecting to go to WrestleMania and to finish his story. It's why I can't put any stock in MSG. It's just fan fiction at this point. It's just fan fiction. It's just fantasy. And all it does is it gets Cody fans to go, oh, well, that would be interesting. Yeah, that would be good. Oh, okay, well, how about we let it play out? And by doing that, what you see is the We Want Cody trend go down and down and down and down as people just let it play out. And then you get Rock Roman. Don't know, man. Just dark arts are at play. Dark arts are at play. And we're ahead of the curve here. We can see the dark arts being played. Too clever for it. Because we play darker arts. No one plays dark arts like us. I think I went all Tatum Paxley then. For a moment, I think I slipped into like a Tatum Paxley vibe. If The Rock comes out and says he's going to face Roman, just not at Mania, and then endorses Cody, everyone should be happy. The Rock Roman down the line with no title like it should be, and Cody Roman at Mania, said Tree Trunker. This has been playing out for 2 years, says ex-con Dom. Johnny said, we want Cody. Action-packed. We want Cody. We won't go down because we are smart. Well, I think you find some will. I really do. I think you find that some will. I think that not only will WWE find ways of trying to sell you, if they come out with Seth being the opponent, they will do everything in their power. They will pull every heartstring that they can pull to sell this to you. They will do everything in their power, right? But to me, as I said, I'm unwavering on this. I am not budging, right? I'm like one of them protesters that strap themselves to or stick themselves to the floor, right? To disrupt traffic. Like, I ain't moving. I know what I saw at the Royal Rumble. I know that this Finish the Story has been going for 2 years. And I know that, like, we were heading to Roman against Cody. Anything else, any other plans have changed situations, I ain't buying this time. I ain't interested in it. WrestleMania 40, the anniversary of WrestleMania. Would Madison Square Garden be a good venue? Yes. But is WrestleMania 40 a bad one? No. No. How could WrestleMania 40, the showcase of the Immortals, the place where apparently all these big moments are meant to go down to the point where, you know, people aren't interested in the story being finished in like any other place? It's got to be WrestleMania. We've said this as well. We could have done Jay against Jimmy at any point, right? Their paths could have crossed at any point, but it seems like we're saving it for WrestleMania. This is where these monster moments go down, and all of a sudden WrestleMania is not good enough. I don't know, man. I just think like Madison Square Garden would be fine, SummerSlam would be fine, but it doesn't fix the issue, and it doesn't fix the injustice. And if they are going to spring it on us now, which I don't think they are, well then why have you just put everyone through the weekend they've just had? Why has everyone had to suffer the heartache they've just had when you could have told us on Friday? However you carve this up, it's been botched. However you want to carve it up, it's been botched. So we'll see what they say on Thursday. I know I keep coming back to that, but I think rather than like twisting ourselves up in a pretzel, going, well, they might say this, they might say that, this might happen, that might happen. You know, rather than getting all like, because I don't know about you, we spoke about it so much, my head's spinning now. Don't know about you, I'm like, oh god, am I Cody? I can't even remember what I'm called anymore. Is this Wrestling Cody? What's going on? Oh my god. I think like rather than twisting our heads around, let's just, you know, see what happens on Thursday. But I think if you want The Rock, then tweet hashtag we want Rocky. And I think if you want Cody, tweet hashtag we want Cody and still let your voices be heard. You know? Still let your voices be heard. And then we'll see what plays out on Thursday. But I really do hope that neither side loses. There is an opportunity for both sides to win, which would be to do both nights as the main event. I just don't know they're going to do that. Ex-Con Dom said, why does The Rock have to face Roman at Mania? Where was he at 39? Mr. Unfamiliar said, who do you think Logan's next challenger will be? Will it be announced on SmackDown? I'm looking at LA Knight, buds. Well, next challenger's interesting because it might not be LA Knight. They might squeeze one in before LA Knight. But ultimately, I'm looking at LA Knight, certainly for WrestleMania. So I don't think Logan will lose it in... Australia. Don't know who it'll be in Australia, actually. What baby faces are... That's a good question, Mr. Unfamiliar. Let's have a look quickly and see what superstars, what baby faces are we playing with. On SmackDown. SmackDown, baby faces. AJ Styles. Bobby Lashley, no, he's engaged. Cameron Grimes. Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee. Baby faces. Kevin Owens is just done. LA Knight, I'm gonna say, is WrestleMania. Montez Ford. He's in a feud, isn't he? Randy Orton. Can't see it. Rey Mysterio, he won the belt from Rey. Sheamus could come back. Oh, he ain't got many options, to be honest. That's it. There ain't no one there that's really jumping out. I mean, you could give Randy a go. You could give Montez, but he's in a feud, so you can't. Do you do LA Knight? Do you do LA Knight? Do you do AJ Styles? Do you do Cameron Grimes? I mean, it's not a very exciting match, is it? Cameron Grimes is pretty cold. Who's going to be excited for Logan Paul against Cameron Grimes? Yeah, not great options on SmackDown. Not great options. Right, if they were planning on Roman doing day 1 and day 2, I heard at one point, why not do it this year? Night 1, Rock takes tribal chief status and finishes the story, and then on night 2. Well, I mean, the obvious answer is Cody has already said not at WrestleMania. So it would suggest that that's not in the works. So for them now to do WrestleMania would mean that there has been another change of plan. So Cody says not at WrestleMania. And also we're asking Roman to do 2 back-to-back WrestleMania main events. It is a big ask. But I think you could sell it to him as this would be incredible for your legacy. If you're all about legacy, you will be recognized. And it is very rare in this industry, very, very rare, that you get a chance to be the first ever to do something. But you could be, and something significant as well. I mean, the women actually went through a period of being the first. You know, like the first to compete in Hell in a Cell, first to compete in Elimination Chamber, first to compete in a ladder match at Money in the Bank, first to compete in a Royal Rumble, right? So the women have just gone through a really exciting period where they've been able to be the first. But it's quite rare for the men to get that opportunity. Apart unless we introduce a new title, like, you know, the first world heavyweight champ, you know, that Seth has got. But the first to main event night 1 and night 2. I mean, that would be a big deal. That would be a big deal. Other people will do it in the future, I'm sure. Someone's got to be the first to do it. Just like how Becky was the first female, along with Charlotte and Ronda, but Becky was the first female to win a main event of WrestleMania. So I think that would be the fairest way forwards. I think that pleases the Cody fans, and I can't see why it doesn't please the Rock fans. Everyone wins. We're all happy. Cody gets even Roman benefits. The only thing I think Roman fans will be down on is it probably does mean the end of his title reign, but it's got to end at some point. And we had the conversation. What difference does it make if he breaks that Hogan record or not? You know, there's always going to be records to break. There will always be achievements to break. We went through last year with will he get to 1,000 days? And he did it. And then he's gone and beaten Bruno's record, and he's beaten Pedro's record, and now the Hogan one's coming up. And there will always be achievements for him. At some point, you've got to draw the line and say enough is enough. Because he ain't beating Bruno's records. He won't go on to be the number one in this thing. So what are we even doing? Right? At some point, you've got to say, it's the right time to end it. And how is WrestleMania 40 not the right time to end it? If they turned around and said MSG SummerSlam, right? And, you know, they announced that Cody will get his shot there. And that's why he stepped aside. I mean, again, I have to stress this. There's no rumors of this. There's no word of this. Anything else is fantasy at this point. It's fan fiction, right? But like, you know, Thursday. We'll see on Thursday. We'll see what they come out with on Thursday. Logan versus Bad Bunny. Book it, said John. They say Becky's first chamber. I thought she had been in a chamber. No, I think she said she never has. I think she said she never has as well. We're 110% not going to get Roman night 1, night 2. That's also fantasy booking at this point. No, I don't disagree. I don't think it's going to happen either. It really looks like Cody was booked to win the Rumble by Triple H, with both of them not knowing that TKO and The Rock were about to do Drew Rollins night 1 main event after Punk got hurt. Serious Gaming said, Days, what about Bash in Berlin? Roman could drop it there because he can't at SummerSlam if they're going to let him beat Hogan's record. Well, they won't do it in Germany. They're not going to have, and it's only a small arena as well. I mean, you know, we've gone from it ending at WrestleMania 4, and who cares about Hogan records doing me head in? Honestly, what does it matter? What does it matter if you can't name the top 10 World Heavyweight Title Championship reigns, who they are and how long they had them for? Then I'm going to throw back at you, how much does it matter? Because if you can't name them, how much do it matter? What does it matter? Who cares? It's an achievement that'll live on a document somewhere that he's gone from number 4 to number 3. If it's even that, I don't know. He might be going from number 5 to number 4. I can't even tell you. That's how little it matters. It just does not matter. I mean, if Hogan was the number 1 longest reigning world champion and Roman has got a shot at beating that and being the number 1 by getting to September, different conversation. But Hogan's not. And people will say, yeah, but they might want to, you know, push Hogan down the list, by 1 place? He goes from number 3 to number 4. What does that change? I don't even know if it is 3 to 4. I don't even know where Hogan is on the list. Do you know why? Because it doesn't matter. Who gives a flip? So, as I said, I mean, like, why would you do it in Berlin? It's an arena. It's not going to be a big stadium. It's in Germany. What a place to do a summit of this magnitude, you know? The American Nightmare wins the belt for the American Dream in Berlin. Doesn't work for me, brother. Brad said, you've missed my second super chat. Thank you, my friends. I need to wrap this baby up as well. Brad said, I would rather see R-Truth against Roman, to be honest, than Rock versus Roman. And you missed my second super chat. Do you know, I feel ashamed to say it. I really do. And I don't know if my feelings will change, but right now, Rock Roman wouldn't hold much for me. I would watch it, and we would watch it on the, you know, it's not like I would turn the live stream off. So we would watch it, and obviously there'd be people excited for it, and maybe they could get me during the builds, you know. But really, as of right now, how do you watch that match without not having a bad taste in your mouth, you know? They've got to do some... If we get Rock Roman and not Cody, which is what I think's happening, they've got some serious work to do. They've got some serious work to do. Because how do we watch that match and not sit there thinking this should be Cody? If you're a Rock fan, you're not going to think that. But if you're a Cody fan, how do we watch that match and not think to ourselves, it should be Cody. He should be finishing the story tonight. I mean, they have got some work to do there. They really do have some work to do. So I feel ashamed saying it because it really is a match that I have wanted. It's a match that I've wanted. It's a match that I've hoped to see. And we're now getting it. And the only way I can explain it, and I explained it this way, I think, yesterday, it is like saying I want a Rolex. I really want a Rolex. If there's one thing I want, I really want a Rolex. And you say it to your mate who's with you. And then he goes off and mugs an old man, pushes an old man over, takes the Rolex from this old guy, brings it back over, goes, there you go. There's your Rolex. And you've got it in your hands, and you're like, well, I don't want this Rolex. I don't want this. And they're like, well, you wanted a Rolex. You said it was the one thing you wanted. There's the Rolex. And you're like, yeah, but I don't want this Rolex. I don't want this. Yeah, you wanted the Rolex. There's the Rolex. But the old man, what about the old man? Like, do you know what I mean? It doesn't feel right, does it? Yes, you've given me Rock Roman. You've given it me in one of the worst ways you could have delivered it. So I know I'm being ungrateful, but if you mugged an old man to give me a Rolex, I would also be ungrateful in that situation as well. That's the best way I can put into words how I feel about this situation, about the fact that you are giving me a match I want and I'm not happy about it. So it's, you know, I keep saying, let's see what happens on Thursday. There's not really much else to say, is there? There's not really much else to say. Right, I need to go anyway because I'm super, super late. But thank you for sticking with us and sharing your thoughts. I wish I'd been able to get to more of your thoughts during this stream. Obviously, this is a big, passionate topic. I'm sure the X is going to keep having its say. I'm going to about jump on there now, see what is going down. I'll work on the unseen video. I'll get it out and drop it as soon as I can. Might take a bit of time because you know they take at least 40 minutes to record. And I'd need to have everything organised and I haven't even started. So it's going to take a bit of time. But thanks a lot for joining us. Don't forget we are back tomorrow for NXT and all the fallouts of NXT Vengeance Day. And then, of course, we will be back again on Thursday for whatever the flip is about to go down. Thanks for watching. Appreciate the support. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.